ask everyone to rise for the invocation. Pastor Young with Church of Hope, thank you for being here today and leading in our invocation. He will continue to stand for the pledges.
Thank you, Lord, for this awesome day you've given to every one of us here to be here today. We humbly gather together as servants of you, doing our best to serve you for your glory and your honor. And you know all the matters that are at hand for this county as we live to shine for your glory. All the matters and discussions and decisions that are made, may we not be paralyzed by certain pauses that happen. May we just come to this point and say, God, if there's some things we need to just step through in the difficulties, you're going to take us through. May the eliminations that need to happen, that are going to happen, be preparation for what you're going to do in this county. May you bless every commissioner. May you bless the judge here today. May you bless all the servants of you, this community, as we're here to serve you. That you'd get us up, get us over, and get us going in this. That we not be stalled by stalemates, come to agreements. And Lord, that you would just move mightily in our midst. That we would trust you to tap into the past, to trust you in the present, what you're doing here, right here in this moment. That we would glean from the memories in the past of the good things you've done and the things that we can gather together and make decisions financially, but most importantly, physically, spiritually, that's taken place in this community, the county. And Jesus, we ask that your blessing would guide, guard, and grace us today. And may your presence be with every word and every one here today. In Jesus, your holy name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honoring the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. It is 9:10. We have a quorum of members here. Commissioner Gonzalez is here. He just stepped out. He'll be back in. The date is September the 13th, Wednesday. We are at 901 Leopard, the Nueces County Courthouse, and I am calling this meeting to order at 9:11. I'm sorry?
How appropriate.
I know, 9/11, yes. Item D is announcement on disclosures of conflicts of interest. If anyone has any. There being none, we will move on. Since all the law enforcement is here, before we start a public hearing, we just have one retirement recognition. I think I'm going to move to that so y'all can get on about your jobs. So we'll skip over and present the certificate of recognition in recognition of Danny Labarose, 8 years of service to the county. And I just realized this morning that you were retiring. I sign a lot of those papers all the time. I looked up and was like, oh my gosh, that's like, what was I thinking? We're going to be sad to see you go. I know you've been here a long time before that too and been a vital part of our community, but we thank you immensely for your service and everything you've done for this county. I'm not sure if someone else from the sheriff's office, I thought, oh, Sheriff Hooper, I didn't see you in there. I thought you might want to be here and speak.
Daniel's team. So Captain Lobra did 8 years, but it was a very significant 8 years. So he brought a lot of institutional knowledge and life experience with him when he came to the agency 8 years ago. And he was, in fact, one of the best mentors, teachers, coaches that I've ever seen in action. And so, Danny, thank you. Best of luck in your future endeavors, and we are very grateful for the time that you gave to Nueces County and the Sheriff's Office.
And and your many other years of public service and the other departments you have done.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, thank you, and thank you, Sheriff, for the kind words. I've really enjoyed my time here with Nueces County Sheriff's Office. I think we've made a difference, and I can't really say it's time to move on, but bigger and better opportunities has come up, and I told you a while ago I'm going to be the commander of the task force in Kingsville, and that's a great challenge I look forward to. I've really enjoyed working with everybody. I've met a lot of good people, made a lot of good friends, and I'll stop by at times to say hello.
We would love
Thank
to
you.
see you do that. Yes. Thank you.
Do you get to keep wearing? Do you get to keep wearing the hat? That's the really important part because it looks really good.
You know I will.
I know you will.
Captain Lowbrook doesn't go anywhere without that, I'll say, ever.
Believe me, I know that.
He was asleep with it.
Yeah, that's right. We sure appreciate everything you've done, sir. You've been a great addition and a great welcome to this community and this county, and we're super grateful that you're going to still be protecting our area in a different way. So thank you very much for everything.
Thank you for
Commissioner
having us.
Hernandez, I think, wanted to speak as well.
I just want to thank you as well, sir. I know you've had a long service with law enforcement, especially with DPS, I believe. So
Yes, sir. I've 37 years now, 29 with DPS and 8 here.
So you're well qualified to mentor a lot of these folks, and so thank you again for your service. Wish you luck where you're going.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Commissioner Matas would like to speak. Don't be going anywhere. You've got a lot of people that are very proud of you.
Well, Captain, I appreciate your time and service to Nueces County. I know that, you definitely had an influence there in San Pat as well, and in law enforcement there, and now see that you're kind of moving down the line. So as long as we can keep you in the region, I think that's a good thing for us. But I've never known or seen a law enforcement officer smile as much as he does. He's usually very serious and very intimidating to see all these law enforcement, no matter what level they're at. But he's the kind of person you feel that you can just approach and ask a question and give direction, and he's provided a lot to us, and of course the mentoring that you have done. So it's a better opportunity. I know we're losing officers, but it's because it's a promotion basically for you. It's a bigger responsibility, and of course the task force does some great work. So look forward to running up into you one of these days, hopefully for the right reasons, maybe at a restaurant or something like that. Not
Something you want to tell us, John?
No. But I thank you, and our years here at Nueces County have been almost about the same. You've been here about a year longer than I have, so you've been here almost the entire time that I have. So just thank you for all your work, and wish the best of luck. Godspeed.
Thank you.
Do
Thank
you
you.
want to say anything, Commissioner?
I just want to thank you and wish you the best. Your upcoming challenge, it's a big challenge. It's not very simple as what you do now. It's not simple either, but I think you're going to find probably that you're going to be in a position where it's going to be a little tougher, to make certain decisions, working in a different environment, so, but I think you can handle it, you're a big guy, so I wish you the best of luck, and, just remember to make the right choices for the right reasons, and I wish you and your family the best.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Can we get a photo with you before you leave? Or I'm sure the sheriff, everybody wants to come up here with you, and we can stand back here and y'all can all come, or I can come down there. What do we need to do? I better still see you around. I'm going to go down there so you can get
Oh man, I don't know if we can do this. That's a good point. There's you guys are too tall with our hats.
Yeah, you guys, the hats.
I'll find a gap.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
One more, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Mr. Martinez.
Good choice, good choice.
Let them get out of here. I think as soon as they clear out, we'll go ahead and start with our public hearing. She's doing okay. She sent me a message this morning. She's doing okay. They're, yeah, we need to say something today. Yeah. Okay, I think we are ready to, oh, sorry, Tomas's. Well, I've got to turn it over to Dale, so. Public hearing will begin now. Item number 1, the Commissioners Court will conduct a public hearing on the proposed 2023-2024 Nueces County Hospital District will go first. If those in the back will maybe step outside to do your conversations. The time is 9:21, sorry. And, yes, go ahead. Yes.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you again for an opportunity to talk to you all about the hospital district and what we do, and in this case, to talk about our budget. I have a PowerPoint presentation that Connie is going to spool up for me on page 3, but I'd like to go ahead and put it on 3, Connie, page 3, that one. So let me just make a couple of quick comments before we go through the PowerPoint. I've shared with you all before the hospital district's budget, but I wanted to say that the hospital district's going to, in the proposed budget, have about $153 million in revenue and $147.5 million in expenses. So the hospital district's budget is balanced. It starts with a positive general fund balance and ends with a positive general fund balance. All the programs that the hospital district operated last year are funded in this year's budget at the same dollar levels. Of particular importance to you all are the county health care services, and they're all covered dollar for dollar, program by program, as last year. And finally, the most important thing I wanted to say, that the arrangements we have embedded in our budget provide for the hospital district meeting its statutory obligations to provide indigent care. So with regard to the PowerPoint presentation that Connie has before you, you've seen this graph before. Dale will probably show it to you again. But this is the hospital district's tax rate history trend. There's a red line embedded in the graph to show you the direction of the tax rate and where it's going. The hospital district, for many of the last 20 or so years, has operated the district at the effective tax rate. And that'll be the case this year, within a few $100s of what you've done last year. The next slide, Connie.
Wait, say that again? Sorry. About the effective tax rate?
We're going to operate the hospital district this year with, we're asking for a 4% commissioner on top of the no new tax rate.
Okay.
But the dollar equivalent of that is the same money as last year. the way the calculation works.
So how, if you're increasing the tax rate by, or if you're increasing taxes by 4%,
So we're increasing them 4% over the no new revenue rate.
right, so then that means there's new revenue.
Well, when you go through the calculations, Commissioner, when you use the no new revenue rate, we actually lose money. We will have less money than we did last year.
Yeah, you're going to have to help me with that one.
Just the way everything works right now and the way the tax office, the tax calculations work, if you look at our no new revenue tax, when we bring it up, we would also lose revenue if we adopt the rate of 1.7.
So how does it work for them that they're getting more revenue and operating on, they're getting a tax, they're asking for a tax increase, but operating, I've not seen that before that I can.
Well, how it probably works is because they're at the same thing we're figuring out is because of the tax dispute.
Yeah. The argue with the appraisal problem.
Okay, well,
Yes.
right, but if you got your revenue from the refineries, you'd be getting more revenue.
Yes.
But we're not getting it, yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right, so that makes a little more sense. So let's be clear on that. This is a tax increase request, and were it not for the deficit that is anticipated from the refinery dispute, you would be getting more money
You wouldn't
than
be-
last year.
Yes.
Because at some point, that dispute's going to be resolved and something's going to happen. So with this, you're asking for the taxpayers to pay more to you. That's a tax increase to the taxpayers. We got to be transparent.
Yeah,
Right. You may be getting less money, but it's because of that dispute. I mean, we're in the same bind. So like we made cuts. Were y'all able to make any cuts in your budget to attempt to get to the no new tax rate or to not raise taxes? I'm just curious if you had tried.
We looked at it, Commissioner, and given that the hospital district wanted to fund the county healthcare expenditures, mental health, EMS, all those things at the same rate we did last year, we're asking for 4% above the no new revenue rate. So I know there's a lot of semantics and a lot of
it's
terminology here, but
Doesn't offend
the
me with
tax
the
rate
answer. I just wanna make sure
that we
people
have this year is
understand.
less than last year.
Well, okay.
So it's not a tax increase.
It is.
It's above the no new revenue rate, that's true.
No, it's 100, Johnny, man, you know I love you, but you're getting into my area that just bugs the crap out of me when people
Okay.
say this stuff. It is 100% a tax increase because the rest of the taxpayers have to pay more money. It's 100% by law.
Right.
If you're not voting for the no new tax rate, it is a tax increase to everybody else despite the disputes. I'm going to pay more, you're going to pay more, Kara's going to pay more, Connie, everybody's going to pay more because this is a tax increase. And I'm not saying the court should or shouldn't support it. I'm saying to say it's not is not right. So, and it's my pet peeve, but this is absolutely a tax increase. Yes, you are operating on the same money because of a dispute between two refineries in the appraisal district that the appraisal district is messed up on. So that's another deal, because if that gets resolved and that money comes back to you, then you're going to have more money than you did last year.
Right.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. All right.
But it's not likely that it will get resolved in the next 5 years. Yes.
And Commissioners, I'm not trying to exaggerate this,
Exactly.
but the missing money is real.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
In
Ours
fact,
is
it's
too.
not here.
Ours is too.
It's not available to us.
Absolutely. We've been dealing with it for months.
Yeah. And the money does eventually come. We did get some money in that was due 5 years ago, I think, earlier this month. And so, yes. So anyway, Commissioners, I just want to start and show you the district's tax rate trend. Connie, on the next slide, this slide number 4 shows the county healthcare services expenditures trend. And just want to point out here that it continues to rise as we go through and add programs each year. On the next slide, slide number 5, these are the hospital district's mental health services expenditure trend. And so y'all can tell that we, about 5 years ago, jumped headlong into doing mental health services and funding them, and we're continuing that. So, Connie, on the next page goes into the actual budget. And next page, Connie, I want to share with you what I'd shared with you before, that a bulk of the hospital district's operations are supported by non-taxes. Now take a look at this. This is an impressive graph. Yeah. So we're relying on the taxpayers for 25% of the money that we need to run the district this year. The next slide, Connie, slide number 8, is the same as the one before, except it provides some additional detail about where the rest of the revenues come from. Next slide on page 9. These are the hospital district's 3 main expenditure areas in 2024. A bulk of them are intergovernmental transfers, and these are the programs that the hospital district uses to support all the hospital systems in Nueces County. We help them draw down federal funds. The chief user of these funds is SPON. SPON gets about 70% of this 80% number there. And then the other ones are equally divided between Driscoll and HCA, or the Doctors Regional Bay Area Hospitals.
But the 9% portion is just the county's portion of
Yes, ma'am.
the health care that you provide.
That's correct. On the next page, Connie, is page 10, and this is a little more detail to the preceding page for you all to see. And then that's all my presentation this morning, Judge and Commissioners.
I think we're good, Johnny. Thank you. This second time we've heard it, so.
Yes, thank you all. Just for the benefit of the public. And so, Judge, I need to come back this afternoon then or
The vote
sometime
will be
today
this afternoon.
for the budget at the latter part of the day. Okay, thank you all.
We're just doing public hearing now. I didn't.
Public hearing is just
Gotcha.
now, yes.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, John.
Also make a motion,
Yeah, no. Hold
No,
it. You're good, guys.
Ready to go.
I don't blame you, Johnny.
Ready to go.
Item 2, the Commissioners Court will conduct a public hearing on the proposed 2023-2024 Nueces County budget.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's hard to follow the retirement of Captain. That's a long career, and we want to wish him well. This is the public hearing for Nueces County as of September 13th, 2023, to talk about the items of discussion. Is our proposed tax rate, our exemptions that we have, and as Johnny said, we have some historical trends of how our taxes have gone in, and that's how our revenues kind of come in as well. And then kind of tell you how where the sources of income come from and where the expenses go. And the final one, we'll be talking about any future financial impact. Next slide, Connie, will show you the proposed tax rate. Our current tax rate for this fiscal year is 0.291659. For the county, no new revenue tax is 0.240243. And for right now, the discussion of the proposed rate that we proposed was 0.252755, and that's 3.5% above the no new revenue tax. As Johnny said, the hospital district, right now they don't show you on here, but last year's prior year for the hospital district was 0.098846. The hospital district's no new revenue tax is 0.081963. And as we see, the proposed rate is 0.089272. And they'll be bringing later on their 4% when they come later on in court is the 0.085241 or 42. Next slide. Next slide shows you our exemptions that the county offers, as well as the other entities within the county. We use the largest area that we have, which is the city of Corpus Christi and CCSD. A lot of people live in other areas where you might have Tuloso, Midway, West Toso, Port Aransas, Flower Bluff, or another school district would be slightly different, but it'd be closer to what we have because we picked the largest one. For Nueces County and the hospital district, we give a 20% exemption with a minimum of $5,000 for each homestead that qualifies. Anybody over 65 and disabled, we offer a $62,500 for both over 65 and disabled. For the city of Corpus Christi, right now we showed 10% with 5,000 minimum. Again, 50,000 for both the disabled and over 65. But on the local news, we just heard that the city of Corpus Christi is going to be increasing that by 10%. So that might get up to the same level we were at 20%. But this is what we had at the time. For our school districts, they have a minimum of at least $100,000 exemption. I believe the over 65 and disabled needs to be increased as well to probably, that's probably going to be 110 each. I don't have the exact numbers for that yet, but with these exemptions, we hopefully everyone will see a decrease in their taxes this fiscal year, or this calendar year, should be. Next slide. This should kind of show you our history of our tax rate for Nueces County. As you see, in 2006, 2007, we were at 0.37. As you go through the cycle, we kind of maintained it a little bit through the few years. We went down in around 2015, 2016, a slight increase because of some valuation changes in 2018 and 19. But as you see, the one we're coming down for proposed of 2022, 23, and 23, 24, we're significantly decreasing. So that's almost a 10-cent, a little more than 10-cent decrease in value from 1 year to from 2006 to now. Next slide. Next slide, we're showing the hospital district, as Johnny was showing. Their rates are a little bit different because of how we had to function through them. But as he said, from 2011 through, for a while, they were on the effective rate, and that went down. As you see, this continuing to decline, as well as their last year's rate to this year's proposed rate. It's a 1 cent difference between the 1/10 of a cent difference between the two. But these are just the proposed rates, and Johnny and then we'll be bringing rates later as it comes. The next slide shows you our combined tax rate for the county and hospital district combined. As you see, it's the same flow. It's almost identical to what you saw for the county, but we're at 0.53 total combined for now. For our proposed rate at 23-24, we're at 0.342. So that's a significant drop in value. Next slide shows you our proposed budget tax revenue. As we expected, because our county has grown in size and grown in value, our values has gone up. The only concern is with 23-24, as we mentioned, we have a very large tax dispute for two of our largest taxpayers. So we're proposing to have a levy of $112 million, which is for your farm to market, your debt service, and your general operation for your general fund of 112. But we don't expect to collect all of that due to the dispute, and that amount is not yet determined, but we're expecting about $5 million difference.
Excuse me, Bill.
Yes.
How much has, sorry, heard you say something about our county has grown?
Yes.
How much has it grown?
Well, we're now at 365,000 people. Back in 10 years ago, we were at 312. So we've gotten bigger.
Right, thank you.
The next slide shows you our fund balances. As we know, in 2017, we had to use some funds of our fund balance, and we did drop our fund balance below our target. Our target is that little dotted yellow line in the middle. As the years have gone through, we've gradually getting closer and closer and closer to where we want to be, and we're almost where we want to be in 27.8 million, where our target is 28.1, and we're very close with if we do our estimated actual at the moment. And we know there are some revenues that are maybe a little bit underestimated, but I don't foresee that being a significant amount, and hopefully we'll at least come up to that level. The next level is going to show you what the tax code requires us to do. We provide you with a average taxable value. For 2022-23, our average value home was $166,436. Our average value now, because of the values went up so significantly, the average value of a home is $184,587. Now, if you go to the first column is last year's tax rate, and we apply the value and we get a levy for the county, that's $649.95. That includes both the county and hospital district. If we do our proposed rates that we're both proposing is 0.342027 at the new valuation of $184, the new levy would be $631.33. If you see, that's a almost $20 decrease in tax value. People with an average home or less will probably see at least an $18 deduction in county taxes. Now, I'm not talking about every tax, I'm just talking about county tax, or a drop of 2.86%. Next slide, as I said, this tax rate will raise more tax revenue as operating last year, and it's a 3.5% increase, but it's still showing a reduction of $34.51 if we apply this to a valuation of a home of $100. Now the big thing is people ask, well, where will my money go for the property tax? And we show you a breakdown again. We picked on CCISD and Corpus Christi. These might be slightly different for wherever you might live, but we largest area, the largest amount of any home is going to be taxed to the school districts. Whatever school district you're in, you're going to pay more of your taxes go to them than anybody else. Almost 50% of your tax goes to the school districts. The rest go to 24% for the city, 11% for the county, 10% for Del Mar College, and 3% for the hospital district. Now we ask where does our money come from? As Johnny was saying, we also have the same level. Next slide, Connie. As you see, for the county, our property tax brings in roughly 51% of our revenue to pay for all of our bills. The remaining portion is intergovernmental revenue. What is intergovernmental revenue? That's our agreements we have between other cities, counties, states, the federal government that we get money for to do different operations, and that's where a lot of this comes from. And as you see, the rest of it is charges for services, fines, and forfeitures. Now, the next question on where the money goes is the next slide. As a majority of all governmental entities, majority of our expenses go to operations by personal cost. That's $85 million of it. As you see, the rest of its other services, and some people go, well, what are your other services? Well, that's where we have our insurance. Our largest cost is insurance. Then we have rent, and we have other costs for services we have to do. And the next one is we try to have repairs and maintenance of buildings and grounds. And that's a growing expense too, because of where we are at the balances. As we get ready to talk about our budget, here's a few of our budget challenges. As we said, with the proposed rate, we're probably we'll see a reduction in speed between the refineries of around $5 million. It could be less, could be more, depending on how everything works out. And hopefully, as Commissioner Chesky is, this gets resolved quickly. But we know that they currently have disputes ongoing, and one of them's been in there for 6 years. One of them finally settled, but they didn't settle for current. But as you saw, one's being 6 years, and we don't really see a small window in that. We got continuous pay. What is continuous pay? After everyone that works for the county for 3 years or more, after the third year, the next following fiscal year, you qualify for what we call continuous pay, which is part of our policy, and you get a 2.5% increase in salary. Approximately 153 employees, 5 elected officials, and 2 department heads qualified this year. Every year we have to do an evaluation between what our pension requirements are for Texas County District Retirement System, and they always give us what we expect to have to pay, and that value did go up, so we're required to bring in $156,000 more. During the midterm, during the budget cycle, before the budget cycle, we approved some reclassifications, some modifications, and that was approximately $158,399. In the budget that we provide to you, because of the vacancies we have and the cost of food and services we have, we went in and did increase the sheriff's budget for overtime and inmates. Don't mean this can't be adjusted. This is something y'all can definitely look into and adjust if you so choose fit. We will be moving money from 1115 waiver to cover this software increase. The largest one is our implementation of our new accounting software, Workday. But the good thing is that the following next year, at least $600,000 or $500,000 will go away because we no longer need implementation. So that's why we're doing a one-time transfer of $1 million from our balances. Every year we have a small increase for Bank of America. This was the financing we did to do the ABM energy savings contract throughout the county, and we got money from the Bank of America to cover this, and this is our debt service for them. Right now we have a agreement discussion with our collective bargaining agreement. We do not know the values of that, so we cannot determine what to include in there. So right now that's questionable. So right now our budget challenges, as we see, is about $8 million. Excuse me. Now the future impact we have is, as we know, COVID-19 is really nonstop. Right now we heard from the health department that the numbers of cases are going up. We heard that the vaccinations are coming out, so we recommend everyone to get vaccinated, both for COVID-19 and flu and whatever else you can get vaccinated for. As we know, we got the agreement with the Law Enforcement Association to try to get that resolved, and we'll consider that. This year we had a very large influx of some very large claims, and we'll be talking about that later on in the Commissioner's Court, where we would need some additional funds. But our health insurance funding has some shortfalls, and we didn't do anything this year, but maybe next year we have to consider premium increases. But we'll discuss that next year, not this year. As we saw, inflation is an ongoing case where it was rising the price of everything. Everything is increasing. Building materials, food and services, anything you have, and we get is now more expensive. The one good thing about inflation increasing is the interest we receive from the money we have, that's also increasing. So there are some positives and some negatives. We do have some budgetary cuts within the budget items, and we have some frozen positions, deleted positions. We have no reclassification whatsoever as part of the budget. But we'll discuss that ever. And also we know the potential refinery. Hope we get that resolved soon, but that's an issue coming forward. That's my presentation for the fiscal year 2023-2024 proposed budget. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer any.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm going to save a lot of this for this afternoon, but let me ask because I want to make sure too, on raises, are the only raises in this budget related to the continuance pay, that one?
The only other one was the Board of Judges did approve a small increase for the court reporters, but they have the right to do that. That's the only other increase.
And the probation office, but statutory, they
Yes.
got their money, and the
There's
state
a
pays
state-
100%
they're state
of that.
funded.
It's not general fund.
But it's not general
Yes,
fund, that's state
yes.
funded.
Board of
That's it.
Judges, which we have no control over, and the
And it continues.
statutory money.
Legislature paid the probation, yes.
But for the probation officers, for the juvenile, that's through the state funds, and that has nothing to do with
Nothing
county
with our
funds.
general fund.
But the only increases
Unless
were
they don't
continuance
pay it in
and
the
the one for the
future.
court reporters, for the district courts.
Okay, all right. I'll save the rest for last afternoon. Thanks, Judge.
I would like just for public to know as well, we have a total, all the departments participated in the cuts. Do you have a total amount that we came up with, everybody cuts? Because I think everybody needs to hear that this county came together, everybody worked together and made cuts in every department. I know it was over 2 million. I think it was close to 2.5 or
Yes,
3
let me see
million.
real quick on that,
something.
Judge.
So I'm very proud of that fact, so I think you should all hear that the county is working together to solve this problem.
$1,000.
2,381.
2.3
million. So I just felt like the public ought to hear that.
It's 2 or 301.
Reduction is travel, so if you really add the travel together with that, it's 2.5.
Yes, okay. And then I'd like to clarify one thing if I could, and it's, I wasn't aware that the county's encouraging anyone to get any kind of shots. I think you do your family what you think is necessary or well. I don't think that we encourage anyone to get any kind of vaccinations.
No, they're available, yes.
Yes, they're available, and we're happy to help you get that if you need it, yes. Are there any other comments or any, then that, it is 9:46. I will close this public hearing and open it up. Do we have public comment? People signed up for that? Thank you. And first up, we have Scott Harris. If you will come up to the podium, you know we cannot answer your questions or anything. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address before you begin.
Yes, good morning, Judge. Scott Harris, 362 Merrill Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas, Precinct 1. I'm here today to provide the court a quick update on the Bob Hall Pier project. I'm the local regional manager for LAN here in Corpus Christi. We're the program manager for the Bob Hall Pier projects, which is...
Get closer to the mic, Scott. I can barely hear you.
Yes, sorry about that.
Pull it up a little.
Yeah. So again, my name's Scott Harris. I'm the local regional manager for LAN. We're the program manager for the Bob Hall Pier projects, which includes the demolition, the rebuild, and the reconstruction of Gulf Beach Road or the parking lot, whichever may be the case. Today I'm going to update you on the pier reconstruction. Our team, Jacobs Engineering, has delivered a 60% design, which is on schedule, on time, according to the last update we gave to court. They delivered that on the 28th of August. I've given my team 18 days, actually, 17, 18 days, considering the holiday in there as well, to review those deliverables, which include the plans, a list of specifications, and an updated opinion of construction costs. Those comments, those review comments, are due back to me on the 22nd of September, and then I am available to give a more detailed update to the court on the 27th. But after the 22nd, we'll return those comments to the design team, which is Jacobs Engineering. for consideration, I think one of the major decision items that is still out there is the concession. I fully expect to provide or enter into a discussion on that later on, maybe on the 27th, if that may be your will. That concession, we're talking budget and dollars today. That concession in our budget, we've got about 4.2 million right now, kind of in the budget for the concession. 3.6 of that is just kind of focused on the build out of that concession. So the decision hasn't been made. Jacobs Engineering hasn't advanced any of their designs since the 30% on that concession is basically on hold. And I want the court to know that in this 60% that they delivered to us, there is no change on that concession since the 30%. They've advanced the design on the pier, come a long way with that, but the concession has been on hold since that time. And again, there's about 4.2 million in the budget for that, whatever the decision is made on that.
When you say concession,
We can't talk, well, sorry.
They'll be back on the 27th.
Yes, he'll
So-
come on the 27th, and we'll talk.
So again,
about it.
in
We
closing,
need to wrap it up.
we will be back on the 27th for a more detailed update.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
sorry about that.
Thank you.
Mr. Ortiz, state your name and address. I think you know the drill. Thank you.
Good morning, Judge. Commissioners, thank you for having me here, or at least giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the citizens in Nueces County. My name is Joe Ortiz. I live at 3718 Mendenhall. First of all, I'm asking commissioners, you judge, to please not raise the taxes. We can have creative ways of generating more money. And one example is creating a development services as to where they're building subdivisions in the county, not the city. So who's keeping all that money for fees and all those fees that are required to develop a subdivision? It's not the county, it's the city. And why isn't the city giving the county the money that it should go to the county? Has anybody looked at that? Be more creative and seeing how you can generate money instead of raising the taxes and or eliminating employees. Remember, we have a responsibility to maintain employees here also in Nueces County. We need the service. Don't cut law enforcement. That's safety. So I'm asking the commissioners, at least 3 commissioners, not to vote for the increase of taxes, but to look at creative ways of generating more money for the county so we don't have to raise taxes. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on public comment that didn't get a chance to sign up? There being none, we will move on with our agenda. Thank you. Moving to the consent agenda, are there any items that any commissioner wishes to pull for further discussion?
The consent agenda, I mean, I don't want to pull it, I'll pull it because in case anybody has any questions on it.
Sure. Which
That's
item?
number U.
Number U?
Oh, I did have that one.
Huh?
I did have that one. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Just in case somebody wants to ask a
Okay.
question. Anybody should have a backup in their.
Yeah, there's a backup in your programs, yeah, in your budgets. Any other items that anyone wishes to pull? I can give you for a few more minutes if you are looking through it. If not, I will accept a motion to pass the consent agenda excluding item U.
So moved, Judge.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And Commissioner Gonzalez, if you want to bring up item U.
Yeah, and let CLK come up.
Yes, then do their presentation? Or questions for anybody?
Good morning, Judge,
Good morning.
Commissioners.
Can you just briefly explain, because I know we've heard these presentations more about what the change is in it. I think there's just some minimal changes.
Yes, ma'am. So basically, if we had a presentation was sent to the county, if we don't need to pull it up, but the changes that we did was mainly to adjust the budget and defer some things and make them alternates so that we can hit our target as far as the funding. And so the one of the things that got pulled, which was never part of our original estimate, was the X-ray equipment. So the X-ray equipment would be a separate item that would be, if we have the funds, it can be purchased. It's something that they don't have currently, but it's something that was desired by the ME. So the space will still be there in the building, but it would be pulled out from our construction budget.
Let us know what the adjusted budget number was, just for everyone else. You adjusted the budget, you said, for this project?
Well, the
budget,
the
final budget is the same?
We can't say what the,
yeah.
get a budget because it's going to go out for bids.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
That's what I was trying to.
You say how much you saved us?
Yes.
Saved us? Yes.
Yes, and but basically we're going to have some alternates. There's some alternates for repair of the existing roof. The existing building has the roof is in really bad condition, so it's going to be an alternate to repair that roof. The existing HVAC, we were intending to reuse it. It's also in really bad shape of the portion of the building, so that's going to be an alternate as well. The parking around the existing ME is in really bad shape as well, and that's also going to be an alternate. But those things, once we get the bids, they come in and we'll look at the numbers, we'll make a decision whether those are within our means or not.
So basically, just see what you have left over and what we can do.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So those will be adjustments, and then inside the ME had requested 6 surgery or procedure tables. We reduced that to 4. 2 will be, the space for the additional 2 to give us the capacity for growth, they're still going to be there. It's just the tables themselves. It's a huge amount of money that those things cost. So we're going to defer those also to a later time. So those have been pulled. The other thing, major thing, and we talked to Michael about this, all the equipment, all the furniture is going to be owner provided, which means that the county will procure and purchase all of that on our own. And Michael said that we can do that. That will give us the ability to save on the markup from the GC. So we moved that over. That was some substantial savings too on doing it that way. So we're gonna create packages for procurement for all the equipment and all the furniture separately from the construction. The parts that would be part of the construction is anything that's in the building that if you flip it around and you shake the building and it doesn't fall off, that would be part of the building. But everything else that comes off, that would be equipment and or furniture.
Perfect.
Any other questions?
I did. And can you just tell me again, timeline?
The timeline, the overall project is 18 months.
Starting today? Starting?
After we receive bids, after we award a contract.
Are we going out after today?
We're going to go after your approval.
So today this is just what was this today? This was accept presentation and design. So we're supposed to do that today, and then you'll go to purchasing and start that process.
Yes.
So we're ready to go. And so that's about probably 90 days before we'll get bids back.
So the bid process, I want to give them at least with the market today and everything that's going on. I want to give them at least 6 to 7 weeks to get good bids.
Okay.
Typically it's 21 days. I want to give them a little more time.
Okay.
And then after that, we will have the committee review the proposals and then schedule the time to come before the commission for approval.
So 7 weeks is 49 days. If you go 7 weeks, whichever. So we should be able to start in 3 months.
Yes,
Start
yes,
start
definitely.
construction?
Yes.
3 months or less?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just, because I get asked
We're
actually
getting
quite a bit on
close to a
that.
timeline of when it has to be completed as
right.
well,
Yeah.
so.
Yes.
we're-
Right, it's
yes.
ARPA funds, but I mean,
Yeah.
plus we just need, that facility is in need.
Yeah.
Very
in
much so.
need. Okay, thank you, Judge.
The only
We have a
que- the
motion to
I have a
approve this?
question, Judge.
Yes.
Just to clarify it, Javier, are we talking about 4 tables or 6 tables? I thought there was 4 tables. We were going to install 2 tables, and everything was ready for the other 2 tables in case we needed them. So is it 4 or 6?
No, we ended up with 4. They need, what we're going to do, I met with ME on this. They need 3 tables in the autopsy and at least 1 table in decomposed autopsy. And that's the isolation
Okay, you
room.
talk about the whole table.
The whole
Yeah,
thing,
yes.
yes.
Okay, I'm just talking about the autopsy area, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're good.
Any other questions, commissioners?
So moved.
We have a-
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve to proceed forward, so all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Commissioner Chesney, you're requesting to reopen public comment?
I am, Judge. There were a couple of people that got here afterwards, and I know Lewis is here. If we could just reopen public comment for a brief moment so he could speak, please. And I don't know if Scott was going to or not.
I think Scott's here for the rest of the stuff.
Okay. Is that all right, Judge, to motion to reopen, or?
I guess you need a motion to reopen. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. The motion passes.
Good morning. So as far as my...
State your name and
Oh,
address.
yes, ma'am. Scott Cross, Nueces County Coastal Parks Director, and I live in Rockport. One of the things I wanted to bring to the court is that I still need to go back to my park board and discuss the item of the concession area with them. Like I said, Scott Harris has said earlier, that was put on hold, and so I want to be able to bring a recommendation from the board to y'all on that concession space, and I haven't had a chance to do that. Unless we can get Troy to call a special meeting before the 29th, that's my next board meeting, 28th, that's the day after y'all's Commissioners Court. So I'll work with him on doing that. That way I can have that recommendation to you. And that's really about all I've got to add to that. Just want to let y'all know.
Thank you. Please state your name and address, too.
Good morning. Louis Klussmeyer, Jacobs Engineering at 332 Palmetto Street, Corpus Christi. Just a quick update on Bob Hall Pier design. 60% submittal of the pier only was provided for review to LAN in the county on August 28th and presented to the Nueces County Parks Board on August 31st. We understand the review will take approximately a month, at which time we'll continue the design, resulting in a 90% submittal at the end of December this year. The restaurant is currently on hold because of the uncertainty about insurance. This schedule assumes the restaurant remains on hold and does not get incorporated into the design. The design of the restaurant has remained at the 30% level. Total project schedule would need to be reviewed to reincorporate the restaurant into the design. The shape of the pier is the same as provided at the 30% submittal. Several differences between the 30 and the 60% submittal that was submitted. There is significantly increased amount of information on the plans, significantly increased number of sheets, membrane size and reinforcing of the piles and the pier structure. Those have been determined and are shown on the drawings. The design team has reviewed the light levels on the pier. We've reduced the distance between the lights on the pier from 66 to 50 feet in between them to provide better lighting. The ADA ramp up to the pier from the beach has been designed and detailed. The structure supporting the county area on the pier has been designed and detailed. County area plans have been developed showing the structural design, wall finishes, flooring, floor layout, lighting, electrical, mechanical, and plumbing. Project cost at the 30% level was $21.7 million, and the estimated cost at the 60% level is slightly higher at $21.75 million. The design team performed a quantity takeoff with a revised design, checked material prices for changes between April and August. We also discussed constructability with contractors looking for ways to increase efficiencies and therefore reduce cost. Findings were that the material prices have not significantly changed, if anything, a slight decrease of approximately 2%. Unfortunately, labor costs have continued to rise, offsetting the reduction in material prices. Some elements of the pier went down in cost, some went up in cost, resulting in a cost estimate that's virtually unchanged. With respect to permitting, the project was advertised for public comment by the Corps on April 6, 2023. TPWD and U.S. Fish and Wildlife did submit comments. In response, the design team has responded to those comments, and the Corps continues to review the permit. We expect that the permit will be received late this year so that we can have a permit available by the time we go to bid. In terms of schedule, we do expect that we can get the final documents to the county by late February, early March, and then bid first quarter next year for construction within 9 to 10 months, 9 to 12 months. A very fast submittal.
Perfect timing. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Closing comments again. Is there anyone else? Moving on to our regular agenda. Item A1, discuss and consider accepting Briscoe King Pavilion new facility architectural proposal presented to the tax. Oh, I think you're going to, did you say? Sorry.
I am, Judge. I'd like to make a motion to table that till September 27th.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And the motion passes to table to September. Item number 2, discuss and consider authorizing and approving a cooperative contract purchase under Sourcewell contract number 031121 with Ewald Kubota for 2 Kubota front loader tractors for Nueces County.
Yes, ma'am. That's my item, Scott Cross. That's to replace 2 tractors we have. That's using this year's current budget.
Judge, motion to pass.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Sorry.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Item number 3, discuss and consider termination of an engineering service agreement with Mott McDonald Group, LLC, in connection with the Packery Channel Living Shoreline Project. And
Yes, ma'am. The problem I have there is all the senior coastal engineers, even the junior coastal engineers, have left that office, and there are no coastal engineers in that office at all. And so I don't have a lot of confidence in that gap being plugged, and I'm under serious time constraints and deliverables that I need to meet with the GLO, and I do not want to waver on that. They've been a great partner of mine. So I'm asking to give them 30-day notice so I can get my work product, and then using our local procurement procedures, the GLO has already told me I can use those, go out and find and select another engineering firm that has that coastal engineering background.
So moved, Judge.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 4, discuss and consider authorizing and approving execution of a Sourcewell cooperative contract.
This is
Yours too.
my front end loader, and we rotate these things out every 3 years. And this is, I've worked with Jenny's office on all these equipment purchases, and so everything's in order.
So moved, Judge. And
Second.
these are budgeted funds, Judge, just
Yes.
for the record.
Please.
Yes, they are budgeted. I'm sorry. And another thing is that these pieces of equipment that I'm trying to get, they're on the lots right now. It's one of the auditor's requirements that if we're going to make a purchase in September, we have to take ownership of it before October 1st, or that expense gets pushed to October 1st. So with y'all's approval, I can go get that stuff today as soon as I get a PO.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 5, discuss and consider setting the first day or fraction of day juror service pay at the rate of 20, the second day or fraction of day at 58. And Ann Lorenzen, I think our district clerk, is here to discuss this. This has been budgeted already, I am told, as well.
Yes, Your Honor, this is a small increase in our first day as well as midday. However, the state is now giving us reimbursement for first day as well as more. So theoretically, our first day is actually costing us less.
So we have funds already set aside, but Ms. Lorenzen, did you want to add to that? or-
Well,
So
this,
moved.
since I've been here, this is about the second time that the state has increased the jury pay. I wish it would encourage more people to attend jury, but at least we do help them because they take a day or so off from work, and it's very difficult, especially with the economy right now. So what my office has done is we have worked with Tyler Technology, who has our courthouse technologies, our program, and made sure that those fees are in the system, because we are responsible for paying those jurors. We pay, my office pays the first day, but each and every day after, if they are on a jury panel, that's taken care of by the bailiffs. And so, and we also work closely with Dale's office, with Marco, to make sure that we are doing everything correctly. So we're ready to go.
Thank you. Thank
Yes,
you so
ma'am.
much for
And-
popping up here for this, too, if there were any questions. But we have a motion and a second, and any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
Item number 6, discuss and consider upcoming Commissioners Court meetings, dates, workshops, related matters. I think there is a copy of the list in your packets, if anyone has any.
Judge, I do. I would like to ask the court to have a special meeting on September 19th specifically for the Bob Hall Pier presentation. I need to get that going and the court's approval so that we can keep that ball rolling. And there was a technical glitch today. It was supposed to be on today and it didn't get on. And so I would like to be able to do that. Plus, the engineer, if I'm not mistaken, had indicated he's going to be gone the 27th, I think, because he's got a family obligation and he thought it was going to be today. So I don't think it will take a long time. Was just hoping that we could do that for a couple of hours on the 19th of September, if the court would so indulge.
I am looking at my calendar, and we have TERS meetings. It looks like it would have to be after lunch.
Whatever if that works for everybody, I would think it's
Right,
maybe.
if everyone else can look
yeah.
at theirs to see how that would work.
If 1:30 works for everybody on the 19th, it would be appreciated.
Do we need a motion for that?
I was just waiting to see if anybody had
Does like
wanted to check
anybody
their
else have any
calendar before I
questions
made the
with it,
motion.
or are we going to be able to have people here? I can make the 19th at 1:30.
I'm free as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. I would make a
Well, add
motion,
that.
then we set a meeting for September 19th at 1:30 p.m. for the sole purpose of having the public hearing and presentation and action item for Bob Hall Pier.
This would be a one-item agenda
That's
meeting.
correct, Judge.
Yes, yes. And we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign?
Thank
The
you very
motion-
much.
The motion passes. Moving on to item B, grants. Discuss and consider authorizing execution of a statement of grant award from the Texas Indigent Defense. And I see Anna already at the podium, ready to answer. This is the 80% that we are going to have to pay. We have already budgeted $100,000, I think. The increase is going to be the $39,000, is what I'm told, Dale.
That's correct, yes.
Anna, you want to add anything to that, or what? This is the last
This is the
year of
last
that
year,
grant.
yes. This, we won't be able to apply for this grant for indigent defense. There might be some other improvement grants from TIDC, but this is the last one for the indigent coordinators.
And then, for everyone's clarification, we have benefit on the front end of this. This is the final year that really costs us. It would be disingenuine of us to bail on the last year.
And
Might
as-
hurt
as-
us in future grants as well.
Yes, Judge, it's not a $139,000 increase in budget. We already had $100,000 plus already budgeted for it. It's like only like a $39,000 increase to make up the $139.
I'll make the motion to pass this. Yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Commissioner, did you have something, Gonzalez? I'm sorry.
I didn't, yeah, could you kind of explain that one a little bit slower?
Yeah.
I didn't hear.
Can you say that a little bit slower? He's saying we had budgeted, there's,
We were on the 60-40 share of it, so we had budgeted about $100,000 in the budget for the transfer for that year. So for this final year, going to 80-20, we don't need the 139, we just need the amount to make the 139, which is about $30,000.
we're just short 30,000. It's already been budgeted. We have to increase about 39,000.
And that's our share for the
Our
match?
share, yes, for the last year of this grant.
That is correct.
Which is October 23 to September 24.
So we better start thinking what we're going to do with that next year, right?
Yeah, well,
Yes,
if we're
it
going
has
to
to
have
influence.
anything, yes.
Mhm.
unless-
And they're aware that that is the last year.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Thank you.
The motion passed. Thanks, Anna. Moving on to, I'm sorry? That's what I have here, is 30, there's 100,000, is it 30 or 39 total? Do you know?
I don't
It's
know the
around
exact amount.
30
It's
something.
around 30-something thousand.
139.
The total transfer this year was 139, but
It's in the
the
bud-
increase was a small amount to keep that low.
Yeah, we voted on to go ahead and continue with the 139, so you don't really need the difference, yeah. On,
I thought we continued to.
it's only going to cost us an additional 30,000 because there's already
Already
budgeted
had budgeted
100,
for us,
but
yes.
she's asking for the
Okay.
exact amount, and we don't have that right here in front of us.
But I
Yeah,
think the motion was made to do it exactly as the motion was printed in here. Is that what you
yeah,
made the motion?
yeah, the motion, but
Just making sure I got it.
yes, that's why I said we're approving the 139,904. Yes.
Okay.
Item C1, discuss and consider award and execution of American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA-funded agreement with South Texas Building Partners. And Michael, I will turn it over to you.
Yes, Judge, on July 26th, the court conditionally selected South Texas Building Partners for the construction of the sixth-floor renovations project for the Public Defender's Office. It was contingent upon the contractor's agreement to maintain costs within the budgeted amount of $400,000. They did so. They worked with Juan's office on some value engineering and arrived at a figure of $399,390. Recommendation is to award this contract to South Texas Building Partners. It's been reviewed by the County Attorney's Office for legal sufficiency. We've also received our SAM.gov to satisfy the ARPA requirements, and Public Works recommends approval.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, but just for clarification, didn't we vote if they came underneath, we didn't have to come back? Or is this really necessary to bring it back? We were really hoping they were moving along on this project.
Since it was unknown as to what the figure was going to be, I
we had
always
to
like
bring
to
it
come
back.
back and let you know exactly what the amount is that you're committing to.
Thank you.
Yes.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you very much. IT D1, discuss and consider authorizing and approving a Texas DIR contract with Dell Technologies in the amount of $124,790 for the purchase of computer hardware. And this is coming out of the capital outlay 1900, and we did this is part 2. We did it last year to replace them out of warranty computers and things. So
Correct. And the IT director, Daryl Earwood, has assured us that Dell will be able to deliver these items prior to September 30. With the court's approval today, we'll enter a purchase order and expedite that process.
but we were needing to do this today for them to be able to comply. Yes. So,
Yes.
yeah, the urgency is of the timeline today.
And the funding on this again, I'm sorry.
Capital outlay 1900.
Okay, so moved.
We have a motion. I will second that. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Thank
Motion
you.
passes. Thank you. We have tabled item E number 1. E2, I asked to, if we possibly, I'm sorry?
Did we table?
You tabled indefinitely. Oh, someone else did. They called to table that.
But we need to do that, though.
Oh, I didn't mark it down. I'm sorry. I just marked it on my. I need a motion. Received information that they are not ready to proceed on this one Am I correct, Mr. Soleil? It's still a no-go on this. They want to table this. We don't have to discuss it if we're tabling. I just need to make sure I'm making a motion that's correct.
That is correct, Judge.
To win, Judge?
The public defender's office.
Indefinitely. They're changing their plan totally. So,
Motion to table indefinitely.
yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to table. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Thank you. The motion passes. I'm sorry. I thought it was your item that we voted on. I forgot in my notes we hadn't done it. On item E2, it was brought to my attention that we might possibly want to take that to executive session. I will ask the court if that's their wishes or if they want to proceed. This is on transferring 2 positions into the county judge's office. It has some thing to do with some future plans with our budget and for later this afternoon. If you are wanting to proceed, or you...
I have a legal question about that, so I don't know.
That's why I had put, we'll take it to executive, yes.
Does it shouldn't take...
I had a question also, but then I was told it might not be, but I prefer to take it and ask before we go into discussion, yes.
And could I ask that if you can email me during the between time, then I can get staff to be working on that question so I can present an answer without delay.
Okay.
During executive.
Then moving on to item F, the auditors, discuss and consider additional funding to the group health account in the amount of $4 million to cover at least 5 major claims that are pending and may not be covered by our stop-loss protection. Let me be clear also, and I know Dale is going to state this $5 million will cover other cases that we would be and will be reimbursed for in the future, but this is a significant amount up front that we are having to fund and want to make sure that our account is capable for next year.
Yes, Your Honor, I provide you the revenue expense summary for the period ending as of July for your information you have. I just got the balances for August. Unfortunately, I couldn't update those to get those to you. And for August, there was a reduction of about $500,000 loss. So we're fund balance right now, and the group health is right at $300,000. We know some very, very large claims are be pending very soon. We know we got some coming in the near future. We want to make sure we take account of that this year, because next year is going to be a very difficult year, and we may not have the funds next year where we probably will this year. A few years ago, the county did allow us to loan some money to the health insurance fund. It was just a loan to help with the cash balances, and we're going to make sure that gets taken care of first. But however, this is not a loan. This is a basically claim for additional revenue to offset the expenses. And as you mentioned, some of the claims will qualify for stop loss. Not all of them will. So it's going to be a hardship on the county. We know it's at least 5, if not 8. It's a significant number of large claims that we want to make sure we cover for. Working with Tomas and others, we believe that $4 million will be a significant amount. And at some point in time, when we do get some reimbursement from the stop-loss carrier, and it looks like we might be able to do something, we may be able to then go back on this and give the money back if we can. But this is something we definitely need. We're about ready to cut a very large expense that doesn't include some of the claims. It's a very large amount, like over $1 million of claims about ready to go out, and it doesn't include any of these large claims. So
I would like to also caution on the saying we're going to pay this back, because I know we also had to transfer money from ARPA covered the COVID expenses as well. This seems to be continuing pretty regular, where we need to look at possibly
and the way we have our premiums, we are on a cash basis where we try to our premiums are just barely cover cost. So if we have these large claims, we don't have enough to cover it.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry, Commissioner, did I interrupt you? Yes.
No, it's okay. I just, it really bothers me when just about every year we find ourselves in the same position before budget or right during budget. We don't know what's going on until the last month or what. I mean, I never heard before that we're short $4 million anywhere, or that we're going to have expenses of $4 million. We never got a report. to warn us to say this, and so we can work on it. See, you know, I understand that there's $4 million of interest that's already been transferred, I think, into the general account, I guess without Commissioner's Court approval, but, you know, I know there's probably maybe $7 million, but we're not talking about the other $3 million. You know, this is really at the shove and push at the end of this thing that really bothers me, because we're in a hurry now, we're trying to do things, we're trying to do the budget, you know, and we have to have known that there was medical problems, we have to have known that, you know, the expense, we have to have known, and here we are, we never knew anything about it till now. You need $4 million, well, I need $3 million, you know, so where are we going to get it from, you know? I need $3 million to do other things that I want to do to balance the budget. You know, you need $4 million to take care of other things, and, you know, I just don't, you know, this is, I don't know, to me, it really bothers me when we have to, when we're pushing things and we have to vote on things that, you know, we just don't have really the time to digest it and look at it and saying where we're going to get the money from and what extra monies are there. I mean, you know, if that's a question about the interest that we've earned from all accounts, you know, and I know there's more than $4 million there. Whether it's separate accounts, I know some of them cannot use, but I know we got more than $4 million.
Well, on this item is only to take care of the health insurance that we're required. This is not about the rest. And historically, last year, we transferred more than that. We didn't budget enough. And I know just recently, in the last 2 months, probably July or something, there have been major cases that have been brought to my attention. And because of HIPAA laws, we can't talk about them. We can't bring them to court or anything.
Nobody
So
can bring it to the commissioners. I mean, we make the decisions to pay them or not pay them, and we know about them once we pay them. So, but I know there's a HIPAA, but I think we're in a position where we have to know what's going on before we pay something. I think, I mean, if it's a HIPAA law, then all I'm going to say yes or no. I mean,
Well, y'all contract with a third-party administrator that handles all the claims for health insurance. We budget anywhere from $14 to $15 million a year for regular health insurance, and normally that does cover it. But there are some years where we have major claims. People can go in for whatever it be the case and have major claims, whether because no one knows what's coming up, and these are major claims, and we don't know about them until they happen as well, because HIPAA law requires that you know our insurance people and the people who deal with insurance deal with this, and then they bring it to our attention that we need to start preparing for funding for this. And this year is bad because we have more than one, and we have several. And if you remember, 4 or 5 years ago, we had the same amount where we had to transfer $5 million to cover it. So
that was before me.
we always try to plan for a good year. If we have a good year with no major claims, we would never have a problem. But these happen.
I have a question.
Yes.
How much time does insurance or the third-party consultant or whoever is helping us, how much time do they give you to tell you that they have a stop-loss claim? You know, and how far back do you know about these claims that, you know, that they're not going to cover and we're going to be responsible for?
Well, if it's a normal claim, like we know we have several coming in with stop loss, is once we exceed $400,000, then it covers by this, and it goes to our third-party administrator. They usually tell us these large claims are coming to pay for this, and we inform y'all when we know these are coming in and saying, but they let us try to know because they know that we know we have to have the funds available to cover it. And we then know then our stop loss can take anywhere from 1 to 7 months to reimburse us for it.
So is it the third-party consultant that's supposed to notify you about these losses?
They don't notify me personally. They deal with the HR because HR is overseeing most of it. So and the judge as well, and they do not notify me slightly when these claims are coming.
Mr. Duran's up here. I think he'd like to comment.
If you don't mind,
I'd
like to put some perspective here. We never have notified HR, by the way, in the past. Since I've been here for a little while. I don't know how much longer, but I've been here for a while.
Typically, the judge gets notified. Typically, I talk very closely with the auditors, the auditor himself, and keep him abreast within 24 hours that I know about. The way it works is there's two real issues to this issue that you have in front of you that you're discussing. One is that you have not raised premiums for several years now, and so you're building up a spread, a deficit in your process. And every year I've told you that. Every year I've recommended you increase the minimum of 4%. I've done that in the past for several years. And because of different circumstances, the revenue is a shortfall on revenue. I mean, if you went full insured right now, you'd have to increase your premiums substantially and your contributions, both employees and the county. So that's a built-in problem that you have had now built in for several years. You have been made aware of it every year, prior administrations and current administration. That's one issue. What you have compounded within that structure that you have already built in over the last several years, you have had an unusual high number of large claims, and large, let me define it, 100,000 and over. That those 13 claims are costing you this year already paid in excess of $2 million. That's a fact. That's shown. And that is a report that I have prepared for many years. Boone Chapman provides me the information. I prepare it. They prepare it. We compare it. We compare it with the financial report that auditor's office prepares. A number of years ago, there was always a discrepancy between his report and mine because I'm looking at every day at it, and I get reports almost weekly on the status of the fund, and the auditor doesn't do it that often. So our numbers were somewhat different, but they would catch up one another. I believe it was during the Judge Neal's administration, he said, let's just not get confused, so let's work off of the auditor's report, which is the official report, but we would still discuss the prepared report that was more accurate because of the timelines. They were both accurate, and they were saying the same thing, except that I'm aware of it before he is. And so my reports are more current. But the accuracy, they catch up at some point in time where they're the same. That's one issue, is your revenue problem. But set that aside, this is particularly a bad year in that you've had 13 claims in excess of $100,000 each, some as high as almost $200,000. You're only insured at $400,000, $435,000, I believe, actually. So anything that exceeds that will be recovered. However, in addition to that bad year, you have had an unusually large claim that started at $5 million, and you're only reinsured at a little over $400,000, so it has to be in excess of $400,000 for you to recover money. That $5 million claim was reduced through contracts that I have negotiated in the past few years, and have done so with the assistance of the purchasing agent sitting back there. And that bill of $5 million, gross bill, approximately $5 million, has been reduced to about $1.9 million at this time. We're still questioning and challenging some of the charges. I'm not going to get into the details of the bill, because then that could be construed as disclosing information that could identify the claimant, and that will be covered under HIPAA. We can discuss claims. We have to do it carefully. Okay? Yes. Now, in addition to that, that bill has now been rejected with my discussions with your administrator, Boone Chapman, because they're not providing us sufficient information for us to determine if it's correct. And so we had to reject the bill in order to comply with federal law that requires bills either be paid or rejected by a certain timeline. In the negotiations of this process, we have actually, and I agreed with their decision, they made the decision that they needed to reject it, they meaning Boone Chapman, while we continue negotiating the $1.9 million that we believe you are responsible for, but we think we can get it down. That is ongoing right now. And we will ultimately do it. Now, out of that 1.9 million that we're going to have to pay, okay, we expect that we should be getting back about $1.5 million after we submit that claim. After it's paid, it has to be submitted for review and audit by the reinsurance carrier, which happens to be Aetna Insurance. At that time, we believe you'll be entitled to recover $1.5 million approximately. Don't hold me to that. We don't know exactly, but it'll be somewhere around $1.5 million, because you will be ultimately responsible for about $450,000. And so when we deducted $1.9 million by the $450,000, that money will come back to you. Okay. Now, to address the other issue that I think was raised, every year we have discussed, and the county has, and we've established an audit committee, not an audit committee, but an insurance committee years ago. I think it was started by Mr. Neal, Judge Neal, and we would meet and discuss those numbers monthly with that committee. However, in addition to that, I would discuss it with Mr. Waterman, and every time that something came up of that magnitude or that issue, Mr. Waterman be aware, we'd discuss it. At some point in time, so we said, well, let's take it, what do you think? Let's take it to Mr. Neal, and we did. And we've been doing that for years. And the things that would come to you will be the overall pictures. We'll be glad to give you anything you want to have. But you have known, and when I say maybe not individually, but you, the county, has been well aware for at least 20 years that I remember exactly what's going on in your fund and in your insurance. Now, whether you specifically were notified or not, I have no clue. That's, I take it to the county, I take it to the corporate parties that I work with. HR has never been involved at this type of level of stuff. By choice, it could be. I mean, that's your decision, not mine. That's basically it. I hope that answers your question and puts perspective in it.
I have some questions and
Yes,
some
sir.
commentary. So we just recently changed our HR director, so maybe that was what the previous practice or expectation was then. But I don't think that our new HR director has been given that opportunity. I think if you look at any other organization, the HR is actively involved.
He gets
I want to address
he
that,
gets our
sir.
notices
That's not
now.
my decision. You decide who we go to.
So hold
Not I.
on, because you got to speak, so now I get to.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, court, Tomas's threw us under the bus saying that we as a county should know, and I don't. Let me introduce myself. My name is John. I'm the chairman of the insurance.
That's not what I said, sir.
I don't think he threw us
that's
under
what
You
has
are not
happened.
accurate to represent
That's
what I
has happened,
said, sir.
Tomas. Let me introduce myself. I am the chair of the insurance committee, and you have not brought me this information. I don't know if you've told Dale, and maybe there is a lack of communication there, but I have not seen this. You're talking about Steve Waterman, who hasn't been here in years. You're talking about Lloyd Neal, who, God rest his soul, has not been here in years. So I don't know where we're at now. I know that you may give this information to the judge, but there are a lot of questions. So I'm telling you, I know when I'm being thrown under the bus, and so I think collectively that's what you have said. So if I'm wrong, then I apologize because I'm misrepresenting it, but that's how I'm taking it. I'm not here to point fingers today, but the fact is that we're given a $4 million price tag, and that's very alarming. That did not happen overnight. That did not happen overnight. Amounts that go over above 50,000 we should be made aware of. And if you say you're getting this information in real time daily, or almost in a real time situation, we need to be given that information. So we need to create a system in place so that we are up to date on this. Because if we're giving it to it at the lump sum, like Commissioner said, like how did we get here? We got to figure that out. We got to fix this because this is unacceptable. When we're talking about this kind of money, when we're dealing with this kind of budget constraint this year, and to have all of this included is very overwhelming, and it gives off the wrong message. So I think as third-party administrator, it's your job, which apparently you say you're doing, which is good to hear. That's why we hired you, that you're checking. But there's been a large disconnect. And it doesn't have to be information just given to the insurance committee. I think that all of us should be getting updates. Now, if it's a way to create a report that goes, you send to Dale, you send it to the judge, and then you just CC or blank copy everybody on there, so we at least get it. And if we review it, then great. There's a lot going on to this, and that's why we hired you, is to be able to monitor for it. That's why you've said, that even this time, while we're leading up to a new bid to put out a bid proposal for a new consultant, or maybe it's you again, but that we need to have a system in place that there is communication given in that real time that you have. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm expecting. I mean, this is a bad year. This is a horrible year compared to previous years or anywhere that I've ever served to see that many claims over that much money. So we need to be able to make sure that we're giving that data. And if we have it, point us to it so that we can look at it and say, okay, we saw the paper trail all along. If there's not, then help us develop a paper trail, email trail, so that we can stay on top of it. And if we don't, then we don't, right? Then that's on us. We shouldn't act surprised when we get to that point. But I agree with Commissioner Gonzalez. When this is given to us all right here, all right now, when we've known it's been leading up, that's, I think, the concern. At least that's the concern that I have on this. So that's all I'm asking for, is that as we continue to move forward, we need to make sure that we are fully aware of anything that goes above, say, $50,000 threshold. That's on the path to getting to 100, 200,000, which you mentioned. Almost all claims are at least 100,000, and then we have some that are close to 200. So those, add those up times 10, 13, whatever the number is, that's where we're getting into potentially millions of dollars. So that's all I'm saying, is that we need to make sure that, find out what is getting to the stop loss, when is it, are we on that path to hitting the stop loss number, but at least that threshold. Where you say it doesn't need to be 50, if you say it needs to be 25 or 75, you can help come up with that number. You're our consultant. That's why we hire you. But we need to have some number so we can have somebody ring the bell that says, okay, here's where we're at. Let's know that this is going to be a tough year. And I get what you're saying about premiums haven't been built up over the years. That's something that we have tried to be conscious about. And the judge mentioned it, and we've seen in presentation. It's something that's going to have to probably be put on to the employees coming up next year. And I'm all for giving everybody enough notice. We don't want to do it right now in the budget time, turn right around 3 weeks later, now it's on you. Give everybody a notice that there will be an increase to cover that. So these are areas we can improve. These are areas that we can take care of. But if we get to such a large amount, and it seems for most of us that it kind of pops up out of nowhere, then understand our surprise when we get to that point. So help us develop something. Help us come up with a system, right? Don't just blindly say it's given to the county and the county knows. Well, the county is a big governmental entity. We got a lot. Dale's got a lot on this plate. I mean, gosh, the scramble that we've had this last month and a half, feels like a year and a half, has been a lot for everyone. But we need to create checks and balances so that if you're giving it to him, we're getting it as well. Whether it be through a court administrator, whether it be through a budget assistant, to the judge. But like I said, if we all get that carbon copy and get those reports, if they're simple you can print up, just include them in there. If they're simple that you can email, send them by email. I don't care what you come up with. Just help us come up with something, because gone are the days of Steve Waterman being very active and involved, that worked with you closely. Judge Neal was an expert. That was his field. That was what he did. So we've gone through transition over these last 5 to 6 years now. So we have different people with different strengths here at the courthouse and here on staff. So help us come up with something. That's all I'm asking for you to do. Thank you.
May I speak, ma'am?
And I just want to point out also that I do agree, and that's one of the reasons why I asked Commissioner Matas to be on my insurance committee. And I do want to point out that our HR department does get notifications, but his notifications clearly have very confidential information on there that he cannot forward, but he could possibly, for our sake in the county, come up with a list to send to the commissioners that there's a case in the hospital, and I think, what does it say, high risk, high cost, what your alarms, I've seen them, something, and they have come to me. I think some of the disconnect on the amount of money needed to transfer, or these are very recent cases, and I hate to say this in court, but maybe some possibilities that the county didn't do our position correctly, possibly, so it's an added cost. So there's a lot of insurance, dealing with insurance, we all know it doesn't matter what kind of claim you have, that you continue to get those, or they're a long time before you figure out what your bill is in the end. If you have a surgery or something, it takes a while. So absolutely hear you, absolutely understand the former, previous years, your work with Lloyd Neal and his expertise in that.
And other judges.
And
ma'am.
other judges.
Since
but
then,
it's,
too.
it's not mine. It's the reason I asked for Commissioner Matas to be in there. So maybe we should try to come up with a system that helps us all be where we're not surprised at the end of the year. And possibly, quite possibly, this wouldn't be an issue, and I hate to throw this on Dale, so sorry, Dale, I don't mean this ugly, but had those monthly reports where we know what our fund balances are, that monthly, where we know when we get into situations like this, because just pulling up the item here in our budget, when I saw 14 million budgeted for it, and the employee contribution is only 2. I mean, what kind of company can withstand that for too long? And that's without this $4 million that we're still waiting on these bills. So that's going to possibly be 16 or 18 million. We have to work on this, and I agree, and I think it was why we wanted to sit down and do some other discussions, why I put Commissioner Matas on that team, and I think that we can moving forward, but we have to do better. Yes, I agree.
Would you please let me know when I can speak?
Yes. If you want to respond, yeah, I thought you
I
had
don't
said
want to
all yours.
respond.
Yes.
I'm not a politician, and I probably should not be responding to anything. I believe you have received everything that you have instructed me to have prepared for you all.
And I will say, you came to my office with every claim, so
Yes, ma'am.
I
did,
filled
as
on
I
that
have always
part
done.
if I'm supposed to negotiate.
If-
You
if-
did come.
If the court wishes to
yes.
change the process, and I don't mean to interrupt you,
Mhm.
I need to be told that by the court or by the judge. I don't respond to individual requests from a commissioner because I just don't find it appropriate. I don't work for any one commissioner. I work for the county. I do consulting work for the county and on behalf of the county. You have had excellent work done. You may not recognize it. It may just be average by some people's consideration, not by mine and not by experts in the field. I'm probably the best in town that knows what he's doing. And that's fine. And you have a proposal from me. You all wanted some extension time for determining what you want to do in the future. I've given you 2 proposals, of which I asked you to pick one. Whichever ones you wanted, you could take
That's
to the
going to
court.
come up on our next meeting, so we
That's
can
fine.
talk about
And,
that.
well,
Yes.
I'm just saying that's what you have. At this point, I'm really hesitant to even suggest that you should keep them. There's a time and place where it's not pleasant. And like I said, I'm not a politician, so I'm not going to address what I don't consider accurate. I'm just going to ignore it and blow it off. And anyway, we probably need to talk and further discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge.
I know.
Thank you.
Yes.
I had a question for Dale before I had another. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you talking, Commissioner Nunes?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
After.
Dale, tell me again, and I've got a request too, Judge, but I wanted to ask him before I made the request. Where is this funding coming from again?
We'll have to basically expense the general fund and all the operating funds that have health insurance claims, transferring those funds from reserves over to the health insurance to pay for it.
So basically, we're gutting our reserves.
Unfortunately, yes.
We're doing this. Okay. Judge, I have questions. I would like to take this into executive session on some legal questions, please. If we could hold off on voting on this, please.
Can we take, what would the code be when I get ready, Jenny?
You can take any item under the conference with your, attorney-client conference, but as with the other issue, if you could send me the legal question ahead of time, I can begin the research.
I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you. But
Thank you.
And if you deem it unworthy, but I don't really want to bring it out here and
Right.
accidentally slander anybody or anything.
And then I'll need the code for later when
Yes,
we go
Judge.
in. We're
Okay.
pretty quick, and we're going to there, so you need to ask her now.
I just want to clarify, when you say reserves, you say, is that interest already in, that we put in the reserve already? Correct. Or, but
Everything.
that's not including the interest that hasn't been put in the reserve?
No, all the interest is already in the books right now.
All of it?
Yes.
All of it.
Not this year's,
All of it,
all of it?
Yes.
Up to the date?
yes,
So all we say we had is $4 million?
yes. It's in the books.
And
In the books. Okay.
Whether it's in the general fund and our
fund.
road fund or coastal parks or all the COs or wherever it belongs, it's there.
Our reserve funds are basically all leftover monies in any account. Yeah.
Believe me, I've dealt with this for many years.
I know,
Judge,
it's like,
and I
it's,
still don't, sometimes I get confused with the numbers.
me
But-
too. I've been
But
confused.
I just think, I just think with the accounts that we have and the ones you send me, Dale, I mean, it's gotta, I gotta be more than $4 million in there.
And what you count?
Well, all of them, you send me a whole, I'm hadn't even read it yet, but read the whole thing yet, but I mean.
My records show when I ran the revenue expense for interest for the general fund, we had 4.5 million.
Okay, see, that's 4.5, this is 4, so he said only we had 4, so it's 4.5.
Well, I estimated 4 when I went back in May.
Okay.
And this is all, he's requesting to transfer that as the way it's only 4, not 4.5. He's requesting 4 to go into the health insurance.
Right.
Yeah.
But what does the other 5 stays in the
Yeah.
reserve?
While you're looking to see if we're going to take this into executive, we have one more item before, or 2 more votes that we have to make before. So I'll move on to approve the budget change order number 21 for fiscal year 22-23.
Yes, Your Honor, budget change order number 21 for fiscal year 22-23. Majority of the requests are very normal requests. The largest one is on page 2, where the sheriff is requesting to use some of his salary savings to cover some of his overtime, because his overtime is a significant large amount. There are salary savings to cover this, but there are still probably some more shortages they may have after this effect, but the funds are available for this request. I submit budget change order 21. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Okay, is that $2 million includes the Nueces County Jail food and kitchen or what?
I didn't hear you.
Because here, we had it listed down as $1 million for the overtime and $1 million for the food and kitchen.
That's what we're budgeting. This is a budget change order for last year.
This is paying for what we've already done. That's not next year's deal. We're going to get into that after lunch.
It says 23, 24.
But that's the budget.
That's the budget.
He's got a change order in here. He's just asking us to
Oh,
approve the
for
budget
this year.
Yes,
change order.
just
Yeah.
right
this year.
now, this is already for this
Okay,
year,
okay,
yes.
okay, okay.
So I'll make the motion to pass the
Second.
change order. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. I need Commissioner Hernandez to come back for this next vote. Although I don't think we need we will, it depends.
I still think it's whoever's here, but I don't know how
Is
you
it-
can have unanimous if someone's absent.
That's right.
I mean,
But she's told us it
I
had to be
just don't think that's
unanimous.
right, Jenny. I'd like you to check that. There's no physical way we could do it if someone's in the bathroom and can't come out.
Did you
Oh,
decide
you're looking at the 5-0 vote
Yeah.
for the
Yes.
contract negotiations.
for the collective bargaining deal? Do we have to have 5-0, or do we have to have who's present unanimous? Okay, good. We were told before, so we were, yes, okay.
Judge, I'd make the motion.
Are we still waiting on Jenny to decide about the number, or are we taking that
No, I
into
think she's-
executive? We're good? Okay. So we have a motion, I have to read all this, sorry, guys, we can't just do it. Discuss and consider whether pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.0725, deliberation in open meeting would have a detrimental effect on the collective bargaining contract being negotiated between the county and Nueces County Sheriff's Officers Association pursuant to Section 174 Texas Local Government Code and related matters based on recommendation of special counsel. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And Commissioner Hernandez, are you an aye on that? Thank you. I didn't hear you. I also had a request to not record executive before we go into that.
So moved, unless, I think one of them may be required by law. I don't know if.
Is the bargaining required by law? No, none of it's
Anything
required.
required by law to record today?
No, he said no. Just legal advice. It's not required to be recorded. No, or yes?
Going under 5510725 for contract negotiations.
It's-
Oh, but you're under collective bargaining.
I can't hear what you're saying.
Really more in the nature of a legal.
A legal advice, we're not really doing any, yeah,
So does it require recording or not? That's all I want to know.
yes.
Please.
It's a specialized legal briefing that's recognized under the act that simply allows us, so you're going to get a legal briefing.
So no?
And
No.
you're also, but the only difference is that it also allows you, because of the opinion that's been allowed, to discuss the fiscal aspect of the negotiations, which ordinarily is not part of the legal briefing, but it kind of is all rolled in.
But we're okay not recording it.
So in my opinion, you're okay not recording.
Okay.
Judge, I'd make a motion we not record executive session today. All of them. And do a certified, what do you call it?
A certified
certified-
executive agenda.
That's correct.
Yes.
Certified agenda, you
Yes.
definitely still meet.
Certified agenda, that's my motion.
I'll second the motion. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
So what's the real reason why we're doing this?
We've been doing it for the last year, just a
I know
paper
we've been doing
agenda.
it, so
Yeah.
now I mean, I'm just saying we're jumping back and forth.
Well,
So
someone,
why do we don't want to do it, what's the reason we don't want to do it this time?
Recorded agenda?
Huh?
Oh, he just didn't like the video recorder. He wants to do all of them certified. He wanted to have a motion to do them all, but I thought there was some instances where we're required to do the video or the
Audio.
taped recording, audio.
it's okay, it needs to be a policy change, and so, because until it's a policy change, we have to do it
We
one
have
at a
to
time.
vote
That's-
on it each time.
Until someone puts it on as a policy change, then we have to vote on whether to do it or not. I don't know that I have a compelling reason one way or the other, but if you don't want to do it, it doesn't hurt my feelings.
Okay,
Doesn't hurt my feelings.
all right. I mean, that's maybe,
I know,
all right,
just trying to follow.
that's all I had, Judge.
So we have a motion and a second, or are you retracting your motion, or okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of not recording executive session, doing a certified agenda, say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. So now it is 10:55. We're going into executive session. Public notice is given. Commissioners court may go into an executive session anytime during meetings to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Local Texas Government Code, to the extent there has been a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation, and for those executive sessions, the public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda item in executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer. In accordance with the authority of the Local Government Code, Vernon's Texas Codes, Texas Sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087, the Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such action as appropriate on any items discussed in an executive session. Item A, consult with the attorney pursuant to 551.0725 Texas Government Code to deliberate business and financial issues relating to collective bargaining contract being negotiated between the county and Nueces County Sheriff's Officers Association pursuant to Section 174 Texas Local Government Code. Item B, consult with the county attorney and outside counsel regarding case number 2022 CCV 613374 Maria Krostoff and Nueces County and Nueces County Court at Law Number 4 and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item C, consult with the county attorney regarding First Amendment to the amended cooperative agreement for city-operated Corpus Christi Nueces County Public Health District. Authorize county attorney to negotiate public health services and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item D, consult with the county attorney regarding the city-county interlocal agreement regarding the approval of subdivision plats within the extraterritorial jurisdiction of the city of Corpus Christi and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item E2, discuss and consider transferring the following Commissioners Court administration positions under the county judge, executive secretary, budget assistant. Discuss and consider revising their job description of the Commissioners Court admin executive secretary position to a new job title with refined duties as recommended by the Human Resources Director and related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item F1, discuss and consider providing additional funding to the group health account in the amount of $4 million to cover at least 5 major claims that are pending and may not be covered by the stop loss protection. And that code would be what, Jenny?
Which one?
For the health insurance coverage?
I believe that one would be 551071, which would just be attorney-client conference.
It's still the same, 551.071 of the Texas Government Code. And so it is 10:59 now, and we are going to executive. Thank you. 49, and we are coming back to open session from executive. We have a couple of things to vote on. I think you're up first, your action, Commissioner Mottas, on the item A. On the cause, the motion to not, yeah, yeah.
Yes, Judge, need to make a motion to deny the request for item 5A.
Second? I think
Yeah.
that was, the request was for mediation, correct?
Yeah, the
right?
request,
Mediation?
Yeah.
And for
I
them-
second that.
yes. We have a motion and a second from Commissioner, I'm sorry, to deny the request and for mediation. The request was given, yes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. The next motion is item E2. We are making a motion to eliminate the Department of Court Administration. Do I have to do two separate and reassign the two employees listed to, I think you want to make a change to that, to the top list, reassign the two positions to the county judge, and that would be the budget assistant and the executive secretary, but changing the title and the job description.
I think you need to do two, Judge, because
Two separate? Okay.
we can't reassign until we do the first part of it.
Okay. So, a motion to eliminate the department as of the end of the year, September 30th, of court administration.
With the,
I thought you said I can't
with the
do,
reduction in force.
with the reduction in force, yes.
Okay.
I thought that's the whole point of eliminating the department. Yeah, I didn't know I needed to say that. Yes, okay. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Again, I want to ask the same question. I don't know, we're not reduction of force, we're just reassigning them.
Right now, it's a reduction because we're eliminating the position. It's a reduction.
And then you're going to,
Yes, okay?
Yeah.
Yes. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Now, I have a motion to transfer the position of budget assistant to the county judge. Where's all my paperwork? I have too much stuff. To the office of county judge, and the new job title for the executive secretary to the county judge court agenda coordinator. And I think you have some changes or
Judge, yeah, I would like
You want to go ahead
to,
and second that and
sure,
change
second,
that?
yeah.
Yes.
Judge, I would like to change the job title to court agenda coordinator, leaving off the county judge language. And I would also like to include somewhere in here, Mr. Saleh, that these two individuals have a dotted line reporting to the rest of the court.
It's under the county judge, but dotted line to the rest of the commissioners' court. So we're all, yes. Mhm. And I will accept that as an amendment to my motion, so. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. And then I think you have a motion, Commissioner Hernandez.
Well, who has the motion?
Huh? Are you going to add to the agenda for the 19th and the?
Yeah,
or
no,
the-
yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I just have a motion to, on the third position on the administration department that we're doing away with, that position be approved or reassigned on the 19th of,
You want to add
You
to
want to add
the
that to the agenda.
agenda of the 19th, yes, to discuss
I think
and
your
consider the
motion's okay,
position. Yes,
but
thank
just
you.
add it to the 19th agenda.
Yes,
Meaning, right, so because of the reduction in forces of those positions, you want to take the one that's still there and put it on for consideration on the 19th.
yes,
That would be the motion that I would second.
So move.
yes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Now, I think that was all the items we had to do for the after executive. So I didn't miss anything, right, guys?
Were you going to make a motion on F1, Judge? Or someone?
What is, I thought we didn't have a motion on that one.
And Dale, let me ask you, can I ask real quick, Judge?
Oh, yes, we have to have a motion on that one. Sorry, yes, sorry.
So you need to do a quick factor in on what we just did on those reduction in forces to put that back into the budget, or to put that into the budget.
Sure we have this is
Right.
the adoption of eliminating the department, moving those positions to the judge's office and do the reduction, yes.
Right, but you got that in
And
real
to the
time so that we
microphone,
can.
please.
Okay.
Yes, and to the microphone. And on item F1, I'm sorry, thank you so much, Jenny, for reminding me. I would make the motion to approve the transfer, but I have a question about that to make sure. With this transfer, is that going to change our next budget totals, or has that already been included in the balance moving forward?
This balance will reduce our reserves, so it doesn't have any effect on your budgeted expense or revenue, so it just has a reduction of reserves.
Wait, what did you just ask, Judge? I'm sorry.
Okay, I asked, it was like, with this, is this going to
On
pay?
F1?
Yeah, F1, if that is going to affect our beginning balance that we're going into with this next, what we're going into with the budget.
Yes.
It will
Yes.
drop our funds down, our beginning balance from 28 to 24 then.
Correct.
Wow.
That's
That's a big deal. That's what we were worried about,
We have
yes.
to know ahead of time.
Yeah.
Now, the majority of it will be in the general fund. Some will go to Fund 12, some will go to Fund 13, but the majority of it is the general fund. So I'd assume 95% of that will be general fund, so it's
Dale,
the
Dale,
$4 million.
Look, we already had 28, and we have 4 in interest.
The 4 is included in that,
Well,
28, yeah.
I never knew that because we never
Yeah.
said that.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, when we talked about this, the last meeting, or even before that, we talked about 28, 26. We never talked about what made up the 28. I was always thinking it was 28, but we still had the interest out there that we were going to add.
No,
And
if you
to fund
remember the estimated revenues that I provided you the other day, or when we started budget surplus, it had all sources of revenue, including interest, included. And at the time, I estimated $4 million worth of interest.
And again, I'm going to say just one more time, and I think there's got to be more than $4 million interest. I think there's,
At May, when I did the estimates, that's what I came up with. It's probably more right now, but at May, that's the best I could do.
Daily changes?
Yes.
Okay.
well, so what do you think is between May and now?
Well, when between May and now, there was been 3 Federal Reserve increases for the Fed rates. There have been additional costs. The interest rates have gone up significantly. So there's a lot of stuff that happened.
So,
Wait, go back to just this item that, I mean, because that's part of a budget.
but it's a valid,
Yeah.
like a line of questioning, because you're asking us today to move $4 million from the reserves into this.
Yes.
But I think Commissioner Gonzalez was trying to go is, okay, why wouldn't we look at moving interest that still is out there, or whatever, but you're saying that's in that budget already?
I estimated the balances, I thought every bit of interest was included there. There may be a smaller portion that's not estimated, because when I estimated in May and now we're in August, there's significant changes that occurred during that period of time, that it could be a little bit higher. But I just ran some reports from our files. As of August, we're at 4.2 million.
4.2 million that's
It's in the books as interest.
Okay, but is
Included
it-
in the 28 that he's
Yes.
already talking about.
Yes.
That all goes
How?
into.
No, it can't
yes.
be included.
But how is it included
Because
in the 28?
if you look at your proposed budget book and you look at the revenue, you'll see a line that says interest, and you'll see $4 million. And that's how it's included.
Excuse me, Dale, but you did say there's a small portion. that
We made a
probably-
small portion.
Well, you said there was a small portion probably wasn't
It could
included.
be that I haven't estimated, because we had Federal Reserve has increased their rates. The banks have increased their rates, so as of May, I did the best I could.
Oh, okay.
And we have to do estimates.
It's depending on what the banks do.
Yes.
And
But if you look at the revenue on, I can go to the exact page if you want me to. On page 10 of your proposed budget, you say interest and revenue, we have $4 million as estimates. On page 10.
Okay. So in the $28 million of the reserves, you counted the $4 million of interest. So you're telling us today that every single solitary bit of interest that we have in all the accounts that the nice gentleman who provided the reports, all of that interest is accounted for, and there's zero left in that those interest-bearing accounts that we can use. Is that right?
Well, when I did the estimates, that's $4 million, but between now and then, it could be a little bit higher. It could be,
July, and
could be
August.
4.3. So, yeah. But that number's in our books, and once we do our full evaluation of our numbers and actually put the real numbers in, it could be 4.6, 4.7 of interest.
So
Or it could be higher.
At the end of
September.
September, we might have another $500,000 or $600,000 worth of
Possibly.
interest, but we won't.
Or 2 million.
Could
No,
be.
he said 4.6 million is 600,000. No.
Right now, when I
That's what he
ran
said.
when I ran it through August, it was 4.6.
Say that again?
When I ran my interest has been recorded, which is from October to July, was 4.6 for general fund.
Okay, so that's it. So from August, September, and October, no.
We got 3 months to record, and
August,
we
September,
anywhere
October.
from $300,000 to $500,000 a month for interest.
In all the accounts or just what account?
Well, we have multiple accounts that affect the general fund. We have the main operating account, we have a Texas class, we have multiple investments that fund interest to it.
But what is how much is that total that we're talking about? I'm trying to get, and that's why I couldn't get off the report either. I'm trying to figure out how much total interest we have in any account we have. Texas class, Joe class, Fred class, I don't care, any class. That's what I can't get the answer to.
Well, we don't get our bank statement interest till the end of the month. So we just received August, so we won't get the August numbers till in a few weeks to start putting them in to record the interest. And then from August to September, so we got 3 months of interest to go. And unless I know the full balance of there, I really can't tell you exact amount of interest that would be there to be able to include otherwise. But I would say if we do on average $300,000 a month, roughly. So
every single solitary account?
Yes. So we go to the general fund.
No. Every single solitary account that we garner interest on.
Well, we're probably talking millions because if we do Fund 19, Fund 13, Fund 12, Fund this, we're talking about a lot of it. We can't touch Fund 19. We can't touch the Fund 13.
Why?
We can't because Fund 19 is our capital projects through COs.
And it
COs
has
require.
to be-
Wait. Let me do it one at a time. That's what I'm trying to get to that I haven't gotten yet.
Capital projects.
Okay, so let's start
is
capital projects.
Certificate
and that's
obligations.
COs.
Specific obligations require the interest to be on the money that's there.
Right, but
Can't move it.
you can't use it for anything other than the capital project?
Correct.
Okay, so then we could use it for the roof.
Yes.
Okay, all right, so
Yes.
how much so this is what I've been trying to get to, and I haven't gotten yet, Dale, is, okay, so how much is in Fund 19, or whatever because Fund 19, how much is in there? Because that's going to be a prevalent discussion here in a little bit, because so how much is in Fund 19 interest that is not assigned, allocated, or dedicated to anything? Fund 19.
I know there was time where we already allocated some of the balances to the funds. I did a real quick. Okay.
1901 is not a CO. That's capital, but that's not a specific CO.
I don't
It's
know.
just
what-
for capital
1901
projects that
has
y'all
to be-
created.
yeah.
1901 is not
what?
for a CO, so that's important.
1901 is what?
It's that 1901 is not a CO. So when he says
Of capital outlay
that's for
used
general,
anything.
and so
Okay,
that
so what's in
interest
that
can go to the general fund.
That goes to general fund, or that
It
could go to?
can.
That stays in 1901, and we allocate it between each of the different projects that the commissioners want.
Okay, so what's 1901? How much is in 1901?
Lisa, what do you have?
Just a second, I'm trying to get it out.
Teresa did a list for us on how much we had in each of our deals. Did you have access to, she's not here, we don't have any.
I've never gotten that list. I've
Or
been asking
it
for
wasn't, that list wasn't accurate. That's
It
what they're-
wasn't accurate,
No.
what she did? Mhm.
It wasn't.
I gave it to y'all. I gave y'all the numbers.
It wasn't complete.
It wasn't correct. Well, accurate.
Okay. No, I know. I mean, it was, right. Not trying to, accurate, good, whatever. I just want to know how much is in there. That's all I want to know.
A few seconds to get our system up and running.
I can have Lorenzo come bring everything back up again
Okay,
for y'all.
okay,
to
so-
get it.
Because, okay, so then, all right, so here's what, I want to know what's in that one, okay? And then what's the next fund that you're rattling off? Oh, do you have it, Lisa?
Okay, Commissioner, for all the interest that we had earned, and this is whenever I ran the report on August 26th.
This is for which fund? 1901?
In 1901, we had $130,187. In 1915, we had $1,631. Here, I'll just.
Wait. How much in
All the other COs that are restricted for use, you can't use it on anything other than
CO stuff.
CO stuff.
Got it. What's 1915? Tell me what that account is.
1915 is a CO. Everything else other than 1901
Is COs?
in Fund 19 is a CO.
Okay, 1901 CO, how much is in that one?
So 1901 has $130,187, and the rest of the COs have, hold on. $1,974,128.
Which could be used towards the roof.
That could
Or
be
any other
used
capital
towards the
project.
roof or towards any other capital
plumbing?
projects. Whenever we recognize the revenue at year end, I'll then submit a budget change order, a capital project change order to Commissioners Court, just like I did this last year, where we move the funds to unallocated, and then Commissioners Court chooses to allocate those funds out.
I got it, and then, but we're at budget today, and we got to make decisions.
understand.
So, and then, any other funds that we haven't talked about that has interest in it that we haven't mentioned? Any other?
Yes, so Fund 12, Fund 13, Fund 14, 15, 16, they all have, 15 doesn't have interest.
What's 12?
Let me
What's
take
12?
that back. But all the other funds have interest that are
Bridge. Fund 12 is Road and Bridge.
Okay.
road and bridge.
Okay, how much,
It's restricted for use for road and bridge.
right, how much is in there? I get, that's what I'm saying. This is important stuff. This is the kind of stuff that we need to have, because there might be some things that we can or can't supplement, that if we don't know about it, we can't do anything about it.
It's not in this book here?
It's in the estimated actuals, sir.
Lisa,
All the revenues that were estimated were.
I asked for this report from your office 3 times, and I haven't gotten this. I asked for a report that put it on one page. This is what I've been asking for, but put it on one page that had all the interest accounts on one page, that totaled it all up, so that I didn't have to dig through 67,000 pages of budget, that stuff's hidden here, not hidden, that's hard to find. I just have been asking for this summary for a week and a half. That's what I'm still asking for. That's what I would like to know, because if there's nothing here we can do on this $4 million that we're talking about, then I'll move on. But I'm sure not going to move on in the budget without this stuff, because I need to know this stuff.
Fund 12 has, as of August, is $90,248 of interest.
That's Road and Bridge.
Road and Bridge.
Okay. What's next?
Fund 13, which is multiple of your special revenue funds, which includes your records management, your imaging, your distant county clerks, and all your fees. And I can tell you the total cost, total revenue for Fund 13.
No, interest.
Total interest, that's what I mean.
No interest?
Yeah, he's getting there.
$1,209,247.
That's interest only. That's not the flow that's coming into those special funds. All right. Go ahead.
Fund 14, which is our
Wait,
fairgrounds.
special revenue, is there some restriction on that?
Yes.
It has to be related to whatever the revenue's directed to. Okay, go ahead.
There we have federal forfeitures, state forfeitures, the district clerk, county clerks have funds in there, and those all belong to them.
But we don't have access to
They don't
that.
have access
Y'all's
to that, no.
departments do those, right?
No, actually, no, not all of it. Some of the special funds, actually, it says it has to stay with that fund.
Yes, yes.
That's
Some of
correct.
it doesn't.
Yes.
So it depends on the fund.
Yes, and you
And
have
it
to
will
go
go-
by department to
Right,
see which
so it
one are
depends.
restricted for use
Which
based
is-
on the statutes and which ones aren't.
Which is what I asked for, that haven't gotten. Just keep going. 14.
Okay, 14 is our fairgrounds, and that balance is $65,076.
65,000 what?
$76.
Okay. Great, got to use that.
Law library is only $185 if you want law library.
Okay, keep going.
For your county airport, County airport
many are there?
is
How many more do
6,839.
How many more we got?
A lot.
Okay, so can someone go put that on a summary sheet? That's what I've been looking
Yeah.
for, Dale. I don't want to waste the court's time, but this is all I've been asking for. So can someone go do that before we get to budget, please?
Yeah.
So is there any interest out there that we can use to avoid getting this out of the reserves?
I have one last question that I want to ask. What's on that first item that you told balance,
1901?
1901? What was the original balance that gave us that interest?
There's no way of knowing because there are funds throughout the year that's used, so it starts at the beginning of the year and end of the year, so I can't tell you what.
Well, that's
what's
what I
there.
was saying. So you pull money out from.
I don't pull money out.
Or
It's
somebody.
paid.
Well, that's why I'm asking,
expenses.
what was the balance of that, on that department number, whatever, that got us to that interest?
Again, you'll have to go from the beginning of the year to the end of the year and go through all of the transactions through all this. I
Because it seems to
don't
me,
know that right now.
I mean, I don't know how much it is. What might it be? What was it usually in there?
What could it be spent on, I think?
No, I want a balance.
Oh, the beginning balance at the first of the year, so last year's balance.
1901 made $141,000, so you're probably talking about a million. I don't know. I have to go to the very beginning.
So what I'm asking is that more or less about right, what the interest rate that they're giving us is about right with the balance that we have in there?
The interest at the beginning of the year was 3.5. The interest right now is 6.2.
But
So you tell me.
no, you tell me, you're the auditor.
It changes throughout the year, throughout the month, Judge.
Okay.
Commissioner. I can't say
I'm
it would be.
I'm just trying,
this.
it's just some of those balance figures
work for the bank.
it's just some of those balance figures that you gave seem kind of low to me, but I also know that it depends on the balance that we have in the bank so we can generate the monies. Okay? So that's all I'm asking. What was the balance? And then on the other, the 15-something, what was that balance?
Commissioner, every year, the fund balance includes, so you take your beginning fund balance plus all the revenues in all the funds, in all the accounts, minus all the expenses in all the funds, in all the accounts, to get your ending fund balance.
Okay.
So that fund balance that we give you, that's an actual number, it already includes all the previous year's interest. We've recognized that revenue.
It just, to me, it just seemed kind of a low interest for the amount of money, what I'm thinking we have in there.
And those books were audited by our external auditors.
Oh, we do?
So those revenues are accurate. Yes, they've been verified by outside sources. All the revenues have been reported. There's no revenue that we're hiding.
Well, it's just, I mean, every time we ask, we end up with different numbers. First it was 30 million deficit, 20 million deficit. No, it's
That's not on us.
Well, I mean, it's on somebody.
That's on the appraisal district.
Well, I mean, but still, we still get
Well,
different numbers.
if I may, this is Noe Hinojosa here.
Yes, Noe, hello.
Commissioners, Judge, good afternoon. It may be worth pointing out, too, that interest rates in previous years have been a lot lower than today. So keep that in mind. So
We're very
projecting
thankful.
higher interest rates in
Yes.
your budget may be helpful.
Yes.
Thank you, Noe.
Yes, we are very thankful. And in all of this, everybody has worked very hard. We need to ask our questions, everyone, but let's keep in mind that we're all in this together. This is a difficult year with this budget, so I understand the frustration. I've been dealing with this as well. They have as well with the auditors, with the auditor's office, with the appraisal district, with the numbers changing, with our end balance, but basically all we need to work moving forward is our fund balance. They're saying with everything included that we can use is 28 million beginning to going forward. If we pay this $4 million for this insurance, that is going to drop us down to 24 beginning. So we have to pay for bills, we have to pay for insurance. I am not sure if I can get a second on that motion or how we want to proceed. But if we want to transfer bits at a time, but we will also have to factor this into our budget with the health insurance claims that we are anticipating coming along as well. So I made the motion to approve the transfer.
From where?
I'm second. From the,
I have a second from Commissioner, yes, it's all general revenue, basically.
Right.
Reserves are general revenue. It's all the ending.
still-
Yes, okay. I have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion or any other changes? Nobody's happy about this. I totally understand. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Now we can begin the other task of the budget. So we will move into item D and our budget. The first thing up on our budget is D1. And I guess discuss and consider adoption of an order approving the 2023 tax roll, setting the 2023 tax rate for the Nueces County Hospital District, and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County for 2023. You're up again, Mr. Hibb. Thank you for being here.
Sure. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. If the court goes with the recommended tax rate from the hospital district, that would be 4% above the no new rate. And if that's the number that you go with, then the order that's included in the packet will need to be adjusted.
What did you say? Okay. What
If
was
they
that?
don't do the 4%, if they do the no new revenue, then those numbers all change. Yes.
Talk about CARES, right?
Yes.
Hospital district, yes.
Hospital district.
So the rate that's in the budget order that's in your packet is the voter-approved rate. That was the one that we've had conversations about, but we're coming in, we're asking for something less than that, so 4% above the no new rate.
Well, I make a motion, we approve the 4%.
Is there a specific way we have to motion this, Lisa? Sorry, I was waiting for you to jump up.
Read the rate, the number. The number has to be read out.
Yes, okay. And we don't have that paperwork anywhere?
I have the paperwork. Who's going to make the motion? Because I have specific language that you have to read.
Commissioner Gonzalez is making the motion.
4%?
Yes.
That's because there's not going to change, right, Johnny? Yours is not going to change
That's
as
it.
far as to be the same as last year or last year?
Do we have to read
The 4% rate gives us the same revenue we had last year.
Last year.
for a win? This needs to be read first before his motion?
Okay, so you have to take a record vote.
This first or the record vote?
We got to read it.
This requires the record, so this gets read, that gets said, I move,
Okay.
and then we take the record vote.
Do you want to read that out, or do you want us to do it?
If you want to, I can do it.
I'll read it. Let's just go forward. Okay, and then Commissioner Gonzalez will make the motion. This is an order accepting and approving the 2023 tax roll, setting the 2023 tax rate for the Nueces County Hospital District and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County for 2023. Whereas the Commissioners Court authorized the tax assessor collectors to compute the no new revenue tax rate for 2023 for the Nueces County Hospital District, and whereas notice of the proposed property tax rate fully in compliance with the property tax code and the rules of the State Comptroller's Office, Property Tax Division appeared in the Corpus Christi Caller-Times for the Nueces County Hospital District on August the 30th, 2023, and whereas the Commissioners Court finds and determines that the proper procedure has been followed to lawfully consider the proposed tax rate for 2023, including proper notice of the meeting of September 13th, 2023, as provided by Chapter 551, Government Code, Vernon's Texas Codes, and whereas the Commissioners Court finds and approves the tax rate for the Nueces County Hospital District for the current year consisting of the following: the maintenance and operating tax of .085242, that if applied to the total taxable value, will impose the amount of taxes needed to fund maintenance and operation expenditures of the Nueces County Hospital District for the next year. This tax rate will raise more taxes for maintenance and operations than last year's tax rate. This tax rate will effectively be raised by 3.12% and will raise taxes for maintenance and operations on a $100,000 home by approximately a negative $13.61. Now therefore be it ordered by the Commissioners Court that the 2023 tax roll as submitted by the Nueces County Tax Appraisal District to the Nueces County Tax Assessor Collector is approved, and that the following tax rate per $100 value is set and levied against all taxable property for 2023. Nueces County Hospital District .085242 per $100. Be it further ordered that existing homestead exemptions for 2023 shall include 20% for homestead exemption, but not less than $5,000, and $62,500 for over age 65 or disabled exemption, plus exemptions mandated by state law. And be it further ordered that no discounts are to be allowed for early payment of taxes, split payments of taxes as described in Section 31.03 of the Property Tax Code will not be allowed. The proposed order accepting and approving the 2023 tax roll, setting the 2023 tax rates for the Nueces County Hospital District, and levying such tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County, having been read, public comment having been allowed, and comments having been considered, on a motion by Commissioner Gonzalez. Go ahead with your motion.
And Judge, I just will know that the reason I'm making this motion is because you've heard Mr. Hibb say a while ago that this rate here will not will be the same as last year's, will not increase, and I think I heard you say something about there's a less tax we're paying that would be paying.
Well, hold on a minute, Judge.
Why not?
You have to just make the motion as it reads. You can't comment all that other stuff because it is actually increasing, but you can't stay that.
Yes, sir, you can't make
Okay,
those
I move
comments.
that the property
You have
tax
to
rate
state
be
exactly
increased
what
by
it
the
says.
adoption of the tax rate of 0.085242, which is effectively a 4% increase in the tax rate.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion, or all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Record vote, sorry. Commissioner Hernandez?
Aye.
Commissioner Modas?
Aye.
Commissioner Chesney?
No.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
So are we supposed to sign these now, or what do you want me to do? Thank you. I'll put this aside. Item number 2, discuss and consider the adoption of the 2023-2024 Nueces County Hospital District budget. And we have been provided that on a couple of occasions, their budget. Yes.
The budget is the one that's in your packet.
Somewhere.
Somewhere.
It's the second
It's
one
the one
that
that
we
has the
had. It's the one that includes
the rainbow one,
everything.
yes.
Yes, uh-huh. Oh, yes. So if I could get a motion to, or do we have to do something on their budget? Motion to accept wording to? You just need to stay up here. Do you have a chair? As presented, yes, okay. Do we have to do a record vote on that one too? Yes, okay. I move to adopt the budget as presented. This budget will raise more total property taxes than last year's budget by $2,038,854, or 5.23%, and of that amount, $820,354 is taxable revenue to be raised from new property added to the tax roll this year. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, say aye. Oh, motion, Commissioner Hernandez.
Aye.
Commissioner Modas.
Aye.
Commissioner Chesney.
No.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Aye.
And myself, aye. Thank you. Is there anything else we need to do? Is that correct, or? We look like we've got concerns.
Thank you, ma'am.
Are we good? Or we're waiting on you? Or we're fine? Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to, these are both right here. Yes.
Okay, what is this? Interest?
Discuss, and item number 3, discuss and consider the adoption of an order approving the 2023 tax roll, setting the 2023 tax rate for Nueces County, and levying such tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County. And there's a thing I have to read on this one, too. Anybody else want to read? You're more than welcome.
You're good, Judge. You're doing great.
You in a row.
Yeah, thank you. An order accepting and approving the 2023 tax rolls, setting the 2023 tax rates for Nueces County. I assume this is your current one. I went off of what I had in my packet. Is that the same? Okay. Accepting and approving the 2023 tax roll, setting the 2023 tax rates for Nueces County, and levying such said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County for 2023. Whereas the Commissioners Court authorized the tax assessor collector to compute the no new revenue tax rate and voter approval tax rate for 2023, the county farm to market, and lateral road and flood. And whereas notice of the proposed property tax rate fully in compliance with the property tax code and rules of the State Comptroller's Office, Property Tax Division appeared in the Corpus Christi Caller-Times for the county farm to market, and lateral road and flood on August the 30th, 2023. And whereas the Commissioners Court finds and determines that the proper procedure has been followed to lawfully consider the proposed tax rate for 2023, including proper notice of the meeting of September 13th, 2023, as provided by Chapter 551, Government Code, Vernon's Texas Codes. Whereas the Commissioners Court finds and approves separately the tax rate for the current year, consisting of the following 2 components. The debt service tax rate of .037676, that if applied to the total taxable value will impose the total amount of taxes needed to pay the debt service for the next year. Number 2, the maintenance and operations tax rate of .215079, that if applied to the total taxable value will impose the amount of taxes needed to fund maintenance and operation expenditures of the county for the next year. This tax rate will raise more taxes for maintenance and operations than last year's tax rate. This tax rate will effectively be raised by 3.50% and will raise taxes for maintenance and operations on a $100,000 home by approximately a negative $34.51. Now therefore be it ordered by the Commissioners Court that the 2023 tax roll as submitted by the Nueces County Tax Appraisal District to the Nueces County Tax Assessor Collector is approved, and that the following tax rates per 100 value are set and levied against all taxable property for 2023. The Nueces County General Fund M&O .212160 per $100. Nueces County Farm to Market lateral road and flood control, .002919 per $100. Item C, Nueces County total M&O, .215079 per $100. And item D, the Nueces County debt service, .037676 per $100. The total Nueces County tax rate, add C and D, .252755 per $100. Be it further ordered that the homestead exemptions for 2023 shall include 20% for homestead exemption, but not less than $5,000, and $62,500 for over age 65 or disabled exemption, plus a tax limitation on the total amount of taxes that may be imposed on the resident's homestead of a disabled individual or those 65 or older, pursuant to Article 8(1)(b)(h) of the Texas Constitution and exemptions mandated by state law. And be it further ordered that no discounts are to be allowed for early payment of taxes, split payment of taxes, as described in subsection 31.03 of the Property Tax Code, will not be allowed. The proposed order accepting and approving the 2023 tax roll, setting the 2023 tax rate for Nueces County, and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County, having been read, public comments having been allowed, and comments having been considered, on a motion to, well, now I need to read the motion and go back, sorry. On a motion to adopt the total tax rate of .252755. I move that the property tax rate be increased, the adoption of a tax rate of .252755, which is effectively a 5.20% increase in the tax rate. I thought it's 3.5 is all we can do.
It's the language.
But it's a 3.5. I'm not doing a 5.2. We have to do a voter approved.
I understand. It's the language.
I don't understand the language then. It's like, let's clarify. I'm not doing this.
Well, it's actually a 6.56% increase is what the first is. But the first budget book says it's 6.56% increase.
Yeah, no.
Well, no, it is, because it's new revenue versus, and new growth, right?
New property, new growth, yes.
New growth, new revenue.
Per Tax Code 26.05B of the Property Tax Code, there's a worksheet that has been created by the State Comptroller in accordance with the Truth in Taxation Guidelines that stipulates how the rates are calculated in the language in which the motions are made. The motion for the 5.2, which is right there, it takes the no new revenue total tax rate, this year's proposed tax rate, then you subtract out the no new revenue rate, and you take the percentage of the total tax rate. And so it's a percentage of the total tax rate from the no new revenue rate. And it is 5.20.
And this is why people do not understand what the heck goes on with property tax.
And this is not my fault. That's the reason that I have to plug the numbers into the software in order to get the forms to calculate.
I didn't say it was your fault. I just said
But
it's why
this
it's
doesn't
confusing.
require us to go out to a
That is
election.
correct.
I don't understand because 3.5 was what, I
because
about had a
the
heart
im-
attack
the-
when I read this.
Because that includes the debt service rate. The property tax code allows you to adopt a debt service rate that fully funds your debt. Your fully funded debt service rate is .037676 per $100 of property. That fully funded debt service rate is excluded whenever you calculate the voter-approved tax rate. So the voter-approved tax rate is set based on the M&O, maintenance and operations tax rates for the general fund. The 3.5% is then calculated by taking the no new revenue M&O tax rate from line 39 of the voter-approved tax rate worksheet. This year's proposed M&O tax rate was 0.215079 per $100 of evaluation. Then you take then you subtract out this year's no new revenue rate of 0.007272, and that gets you your percentage change in M&O tax rate. You divide the 0.007272 by the no new revenue M&O rate, that is line 39 of the voter-approved tax rate worksheet, which is 0.07807, which is 3.5% increase.
Okay. Does anybody else here understand all of that she just read? This is still... Yes.
Judge, do you remember whenever I told
Yes.
you that whenever you read to adopt, you're going to be saying something different and you're
I
going to
wish you'd have
question it?
given me a little bit of a hint.
Remember I told you that whenever we had that meeting?
Okay.
Okay, let me ask a question now. Before we adopt the tax rate, right?
Yes.
So before we adopt the tax rate, do we got to go back to the general fund budget, this one here, to take out what we don't want?
But we have to do the rate first.
We have to do the rate first. That's
Okay, so you got to do the rate
afterwards.
first.
Yes,
Must
yes.
do the rate first.
Yes.
Because last time,
I asked
Tax
that
law
too
requires us to
today.
do the
I
rate
did
first.
same
okay,
thing.
I just
Yes.
want to make sure.
Yes.
All right.
So, okay, I have made that motion and moved. Do I have a second?
Second. No.
Oh, gosh. I have a second. I have a motion and a second. This has to be a record vote
Wait, on the,
on the tax rate, the voter approved 3.5% tax rate, but this motion on here with all of that language she just read out.
but we have to have discussion. We have to go through the budget. We have to make cuts. We have
No, that's afterwards. You have to do the rate
That's the
first.
same
We have
question.
to set rate
We all
first.
said that first.
Adopt the budget.
State law requires the rate to be adopted first. We don't like it, but that's the law. It says we have to do the rate first.
We all asked the same question, yes.
Sorry, I was in the bathroom. Didn't mean to ask another question.
Okay, yeah, I know. Commissioner Hernandez, your vote.
Judge, I apologize, but I'm going to, and this is no reflection on you, Judge, but since I've been here, I've seen we have not been very good stewards of the taxpayer money. So for this reason, I'm a no new revenue tax.
You're
So you're voting no. So
Against.
I'm voting
No new revenue tax, I'm against.
No, you're against the.
You're against
no.
this
Go
motion.
against the motion.
3.5.
Yeah.
Right now we're-
Yes, so
Just say you're
I'm
a no. You're a
I'm
no on
I'm a
this.
no, but I
Yes.
just wanted
Okay.
to state
Yes.
that that's the
Yes.
reason I'm a no, Judge.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll
Because-
come to that in a minute. Yes. Commissioner Modas.
Aye.
Commissioner Chesney.
No.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
No.
And I made the motion, so the motion fails. So we are,
Now we have to determine a rate that the court wants to adopt.
it looks like it's the no new revenue. Do we have that
We have to have a
paperwork?
motion for it.
We have
So
a
we have to
motion
read that,
for
Lisa, one for the no motion for the no revenue tax.
I need to know who's gonna read and who's gonna make the motion.
Wait, read what? We don't know what we're
You
going to.
have to read the same thing, you've gotta read that order all over again, but with the no new revenue rates.
No, that, I don't, is that,
That's what Commissioner.
right, but I mean, I don't know
It
if
didn't
Commissioner can.
pass,
but-
so, or
right,
do
but-
you want to adopt another
Well,
one?
no, I don't, but I don't know what Commissioner Gonzalez, I don't know what
We
they.
need a motion on what, if anybody wants to
Rate
set
we want to try to
another
set.
Right, I mean, so, I don't, yeah, I am where I am. I don't know where everybody else wants
Just
to go.
voted against the
Right.
3.5.
No, but I mean, is there another number that you want, other than?
Yeah, of course, the no new tax.
Okay,
The
well,
no new.
that's,
That's
then you
why
have to
we're
read
saying
it.
we have to read that.
Read
Yes.
that up.
Who's making the motion?
I would assume Commissioner Hernandez or Commissioner Gonzalez?
Gonzalez is
Yes, Gonzalez can make
active
it.
as that.
I would give it to
Do you want me to read it, or do you want them
Go ahead and read it.
It doesn't matter, whatever he wants to do.
Someone to read
Yeah.
the exclamation motion. You can't make a motion, Lisa.
I'll be happy to read it. Someone else wants to read it besides?
I'm not on the,
I'll read it. Give it here. Let me read it. Thank you. Okay, are these supposed to be signed, or are these not any good
Those aren't
anymore?
any good.
I'll give you everything back. Thank you. An order accepting and approving the 2023 tax roll, setting the 2023 tax rates for Nueces County, and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County for 2023. Whereas the Commissioners Court authorized the tax assessor collector to compute the no new revenue tax rate and voter approved tax rate for 2023 for the county, county farm to market, and lateral road and flood. And whereas notice of the proposed property tax rate fully in compliance with the property tax code and rules of the State Comptroller's Office, Property Tax Division appeared in the Corpus Christi Caller-Times for the county, county farm to market, lateral road, and flood on August 30th, 2023. And whereas the Commissioners Court finds and determines that the proper procedure has been followed to lawfully consider the proposed tax rate for 2023, including proper notice of the meeting of September 13th, 2023, as provided by Chapter 551, Government Code, Vernon's Texas Codes, and whereas the Commissioners Court finds and approves separately the tax rate for the current year, consisting of the following two components: the debt service rate of .037676, that if applied to the total taxable value, will impose the total amount of taxes needed to pay debt service for the next year. Number two, the maintenance and operation tax rate of .202577, that if applied to the total taxable value, will impose the amount of taxes needed to fund maintenance and operation expenditures of the county for the next year. This year's tax levy to fund maintenance and operation expenditures does not exceed last year's maintenance and operations tax levy. This tax rate does not exceed the no new revenue tax rate. Now therefore be it ordered by the Commissioners Court that the 2023 tax roll as submitted by the Nueces County Tax Appraisal District to the Nueces County Tax Assessor Collector is approved, and that the following tax rates per $100 values are set and levied against all taxable property for 2023. A, Nueces County General Fund M&O, .199735 per 100. B, Nueces County Farm to Market Lateral Road and Flood Control, .002842 per $100. C, Nueces County Total M&O, .202577 per $100. D, Nueces County Debt Service, .037676 per $100. Nueces County Total Tax Rate, add C and D, .240253 per $100. Be it further ordered that the homestead exemptions for 2023 shall include 20% for homestead exemption, but not less than $5,000, and $62,500 for over age 65 or disabled exemption, plus a tax limitation on the total amount of taxes that may be imposed on the resident homestead of a disabled individual or those 65 or older, pursuant to Article 8, 1B, H of the Texas Constitution and exemptions mandated by state law. And be it further ordered that no discounts are to be allowed for early payments of taxes, split payments of taxes as described in subsection 31.03 of the Property Tax Code will not be allowed. The proposed order accepting and approving the 2023 tax roll, setting the 2023 tax rates for Nueces County, and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County, having been read, public comment having been allowed, and comments have been considered. So
I'd just like to remind Commissioners Court, once you make this vote, you can't go back. And so that's $3 million plus that we're going to have right off the fund balance.
Plus the four we
Plus
just transferred
the
out.
$5 million that we're not going to get from the refineries.
Or cuts.
Or cuts, yes.
Yes. So.
There's no special
Who
language
has
to read.
there's no language for this? Oh, okay.
It's just a vote.
Need to make a motion.
I need a motion and a vote.
We have a motion.
Who made the motion?
Do we have to do a record vote too?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion by Gonzalez, seconded by Hernandez. So Commissioner Hernandez, Commissioner Modas,
Aye.
Commissioner Chesney,
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Aye.
and myself, aye.
Thank you, Commissioners.
So this is the one we will have to sign, pass it around. Do you need to fill it out? I'll leave it up here.
And I'll get copies and send them around.
Okay. Item number 4 is to discuss and consider adopting an order rescinding the prior year budget resolutions and orders. And I need to read this as well. I guess I will continue reading. Commissioners Court resolution and order rescinding all prior year budget resolutions and orders. Whereas resolutions and orders related to budgetary and fiscal management of county funds are included in the annual budget, and whereas the resolutions and orders included in the annual budget may require revisions each budget year. Now therefore be it resolved and ordered by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, that all resolutions and orders included in the 2023-2024 county budget are hereby rescinded, effective October the 1st, 2023. And I will make a motion myself on that. Do I have a second? We have a motion and a second to rescind all prior orders ending September 30th ending September 30th for last year's orders. A motion and a second. All those in favor? Sorry.
Aye.
Aye. And we don't have to do a record vote on that, right, guys? Okay. Any opposed? I made the motion. Mona seconded. Oh, sorry. The motion passes. Now, this is the part where we can talk about the budget and include, or people come up right on item number 5.
Item 5 is your actual orders and resolutions that you're replacing from what you rescinded.
Oh, all of these resolutions then?
Yeah.
Great. Okay, got a lot of things to read. I'm going to be hoarse. Item number 5 is discuss and consider adoption of orders and resolutions related to the proposed 2023-24 Nueces County budget. The first up looks like order of the Nueces County Commissioners Court affecting budget authority for employee positions. This order applies. Do we have any discussion on this, or we just read them and see?
Well,
Because I had a question about this, because I
don't know
know.
if you actually have to read each one of them, because none of them really fiscally changed very much, but other than fiscal year.
I wanted to clarify, though, if you are in a department that has open positions that aren't frozen
Yes.
or anything, this doesn't affect you. We're not freezing any positions or
That's
something.
correct.
Okay, I wanted to make sure.
So,
Other than what's already in the budget, yes.
Do you have a question, or you want me to?
no, go ahead. I
Yeah,
didn't mean
okay.
to interrupt you.
Order of the Nueces County Commissioners Court affecting budget authority for employee positions. This order applies to and affects all employees who are authorized by the Commissioners Court under the authority of subsection 152.011 Local Government Code, Vernon's Texas Codes, or other authority of the Commissioners Court to set compensation and control the annual budget. And number 2, to all employees who are authorized in the 2023-24 county budget, except number 3, it does not apply to employees over which the Commissioners Court has no authority to set compensation. It is therefore ordered for each employee position that is vacant as of October 1, 2023, or becomes vacant on October 1, 2023, or thereafter during budget year 2023-2024, no official shall hire or fill an employee position that is vacant unless authorized by the Commissioners Court. No salary, allowance, or other compensation shall be paid except for those employees who are on the payroll as of October 1st, 2023, unless specifically authorized or ratified by the Commissioners Court. The salary and fringe benefits for each vacant employee position may be transferred by the Commissioners Court to a special reserve designated by the county auditor. The authority and funds provided by this budget are frozen for each vacant position until released and reinstated by the Commissioners Court. But this is not for, you're saying this is not for people, departments that have open positions that they can hire. It kind of reads like it to me. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
It's the same one they do every year. It is.
Okay, it's good, so, okay.
No, it's not good, but it is.
But you have to come to court anyway when you hire somebody, but you're not saying that we're freezing and you can't hire. I just wanted to, yeah.
Wait, so,
It is saying that.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was, it doesn't read right to me, but it's.
There are some items, the budget cuts, there are some frozen positions we have. Those frozen positions must come to court before those can be even considered. But that just was a continuation from what before. The court can freeze if you so choose.
But this says all vacant positions. This doesn't say frozen or any, this says all positions. I
do we have to do that one right now? No. Can we pause for a minute on this one, just because I'd like to, I can't even find that. Can someone maybe make me a
It's
copy?
in your
I can't find it.
5D5. Did you print the budget?
Oh, yeah, I got,
Yeah, I do. I have all of them. Yeah. Huh?
They're all
So-
the same orders every year, and they just change the dates on them.
Right.
They don't change the wording. It's the same thing.
But I would like the wording on this one to be changed to frozen positions, because I think we're hindering the
Well,
ability.
can we just pause on the frozen positions until we have that discussion? Because one of my discussions going forward is going to be what we do with these vacancies and how we make the cuts that we need to make to get down to the 3 million that we just, eliminated on the no new revenue tax vote. So I'm just asking if we could pause on that and see what we do with that discussion. But
Can we skip number 4 and come back to it after
it's our
number
option,
5?
I think. I don't think these have to be.
Change the budget because all there are the resolutions. It just
we
tells
even
me
have to do
how to put the budget together, basically, and what I have to do. But there's no really order in there that would affect what we're doing if we adopt the budget. We come back to that at a later time.
The only magic language is what you had to read by statute. The rest of this is the orders that we put in place, and we can do those whenever we want,
Correct.
if I'm not mistaken. So.
Oh, we can do them even at
No,
our
no.
next meeting?
Oh, well,
No?
sure. Good, yeah.
Because
Okay,
you're actually adopting the budget, adopting the
So we
orders,
have
so I
to do
think
it
it has to be
today,
because the
but we'll
budget.
come back to it today.
After,
Okay.
yes.
I'll circle it to come back to, yes. So then we will move on to item number 6, and that's when we get into the budget and we can talk about it and make changes.
Yes.
Discuss and consider adoption of the proposed Nueces County budget as presented in its capacity, including decisions regarding whether to continue outside agency contracts, county programs, personnel changes, but not limited to pay steps, freezing, reduction of force, and consolidation or elimination of certain Nueces County departments for the 2023-24 fiscal year and related matters. First, I would like to possibly draw your attention to the items included. The items on this list in your packet, this list, are included, and these have already been included in the budget. If you have an item you would like to pull out for discussion or a vote to see if you want to continue it, we'll do it like our consent agenda. Give me that number that you want to pull out, and we'll pull it out for further discussion, or otherwise, if you're okay with what has already been included in the budget, then we will leave it alone. It doesn't require attention. I just wanted everyone to be transparent, and y'all have the,
Judge, you should have a few items from me. I don't know if now's the time to.
are they on this?
To adjust. No, it's not on this. So I don't know if I should add it now or at what point. Sure. Dale, do you?
Now's a good time to start talking about it.
So the court should have before them a copy of, it's this Department 1030, which is mine. Just some cuts that I wanted to make sure that got on
What
the
page
budget.
that is on our thing?
It is page.
I provide that to
Page
you
19.
as y'all in the executive session. You should have that.
It's on page 19 in
Oh,
your book, but
that's
it is
just
a
a recent-
copy.
yes, uh-huh.
It should be on at your chair and the dais. So there are two sections under 5210, office expense supplies. I'm going to cut that to $1,000. And item 5410, other services, I'm sorry, and to travel 5540, cut that in half to 1550. So that should come up to 2,550. So I'd like to add that on to the budget changes.
Maintenance and repair? The copy I have has maintenance and repair.
I think we.
Yeah, no, I was going to cross that one out, but I do need to leave a little bit just in case there's any
Your copiers, your printers.
So, sorry, yeah. So I shouldn't have scratched that one out, but so those are the only two that I'm actually adding to the budget, is the cuts in 5210 and 5540. And that's on page 19 of the budget book.
And that doesn't require a vote, that's your
No.
budget,
Right
so
now,
we're just adjusting, and y'all are taking the notes, so as long as y'all have them, we're good,
So we're
yes.
taking notes at the end, we'll say as amended, whatever amendments we have.
Yes.
If no one disagrees with that, then we can continue.
Thank you.
Yes,
This will go in.
yes, yes.
Thank you.
Perfect. Are there any items on this that we were talking about that anyone want? I think you had a couple of things that you wanted to pull, Commissioner Gonzalez, from this for discussion. Yeah, find the right list, sorry. I've got a whole stack here going everywhere, too.
I want, to go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm going to go back to number 11, pool number 11. Since we have 5 million in contingency, I just thought, it's a thought, but now it might be a little different because we're going to need more money. But I thought we could use 2 million of that to help reduce the debt to help with the fund balance. I don't know if we can do that.
Item number 11, he's talking about the contingency appropriations lost due to the refinery tax dispute.
But what are you trying to do there? I don't.
Trying to get get 2 million from, it was a 3.2 to 5.4. Dell said something, we had 5 million.
Right, I think it's around,
There's $5 million contingency in the budget.
Right.
so yes.
I want to use 2 million to help reduce the reduce the debt for the fund balance. So now, because now the fund balance is going to, Dell said it was going to be what, Dell, 24?
24.
So wait,
Now,
Joe.
the debt is covered in our,
But this is
but are you talking about for NOE for our debt? We covered our debt. In
No,
our-
no, Joey, this is a red number, meaning
Yeah.
this is a negative number.
No, but Dell said we had 5 million.
We have $5,423,000 as contingency in our budget at the moment.
Right, but
But
that's
not right. That's what we had before. You move money over there. He moved 5 million.
But you've got that accounted for in the budget, right?
Yes.
So this is already in the budget, this 1.7,
Yes.
right? Because this is items included in the general fund as presented by the budget officer are part of the budget. So this is already in the budget. So
Yes.
in other words,
Yeah, but the 5 million is in the contingency.
Yes. There's $5 million contingency, yes.
All right. So why not use 2 million from there? From the contingency, leaving a balance of 3 million.
no, he's already,
Well, we can do that, but again, contingency is only if you need the funds. If you don't use the funds, you don't get any additional fund balance because it's not an actual expense.
Okay, so actually we're doing from the fund balance to fund balance.
right.
Okay.
So
He had another item he wanted to
Commissioner,
pull too.
Commissioner,
Several more.
court would have to take action in order to use the contingency appropriation funds. So having it in contingency appropriations doesn't
We talked
entitle
about
someone to
that.
use it.
It'll take a
Yeah,
motion from the court. Y'all don't have the authority to spend it. It still
Everything
has
gets,
to come.
remember,
Yes.
I'm glad you said that, everything takes court action.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Number 15,
Number 15,
I know we used 1 million for the software, and that's the one Dell was talking about, software, and it was 80,000 or something, but I guess it's 1 million.
all of those listed down there are all of the software charges for this year.
Yeah, but I'm just saying we take out 2 million from the waiver, or 2.5, again, to help reduce the debt for the fund balance, and bring up the fund balance a little bit.
With it,
And probably, I'm just trying to hope, if we got in the 11-15 waiver, you know, I think we have, what, about 4 million in there now?
Right now, we have 6.
6 million.
1115 waiver is kind of like contingency as well. You don't need to transfer it in there because we just
No,
spend
we're
it
not going to
when we
transfer
have
it in there, we're
to.
going to take it out.
Yeah, well,
Estimate, I believe we have 6 right now. If we do the fund balance from last year is 4.8. We received a little bit of money this year, around 1.7. So we're probably right at 6.
on
But we're going to
1115
be using,
waivers?
we're going to be using 1 million of it, so we're back down to maybe 5.
So what, are you saying, can you move something from 1115 waiver into the general fund balance?
No.
That's his question, I think.
Yes, it can, according to what we're working with the county attorney, the 1115 waiver can be used for whatever you want.
Can be spent, but not just transferred sitting in our
Yeah,
general
now it
fund
can.
balance, yeah? Uh-huh.
Now I can.
Right, but if we put it in the reserve, like if we put it in the general fund balance and designate it as reserves, is that something that we can specifically do, so it's not a one-time kick the can down the road thing, but it's an actual use of funds that we're able to use that would build up our fund balance? Because you've already told us, starting out, we're going from 28 to 24.
Yeah, what we did is that we used the $1 million coming from 1115 waiver to cover the software we knew there, so that 1 million is actually covering expenses. Right. If we do some additional funds, then we know that additional funds is not really assigned an expense. So if it's truly put in there, that would be additional reserve. So possible.
So you,
And if it is additional reserve, I'm just saying we can cut, this will help us cut back those 3 million we just.
It could, again, it's up to the court how you want to do it, because right now we're transferring $1 million from 1150 waiver into the general fund to cover the balances that we have.
On a one-time fee.
One time this for the software.
So if you transferred another $1 million into the general fund balance for reserves.
That can be used for reserve.
only,
That can be 100% reserve.
and that would that erase some of the deficit that we just
Yes.
created?
Bid
Yes.
with, yes.
Yes.
So in real time, that would be something, that's a great idea, Commissioner.
Yes.
That we could do to, and it won't come back, it's not a one-timer because we're saying it's in the reserves.
Correct.
And we're taking it out, so we can use
Or
it
you
on
can
anything,
take out
so.
2.5.
Well, no, I know, I was just using that number. You can pick whatever number you
Because
want.
we're actually using it to offset the software, as long as it doesn't affect any other additional expenses. Anything else that brought in will be to the reserves.
So could we take the whole $3 million and put that as a
You
general-
could,
go into
but
reserves, and does that
I would
reduce-
say we know we have a lot of issues with the roof. The $6 million can be used for the roof.
I
There's
got
another
another
section.
idea on roof, yeah, I got.
I think we got the roof covered.
Yes, we can. This is something we can definitely do the additional funds from 1115 waiver, however, whatever y'all want. We have 5 million in there right now.
Because we haven't touched that 1115 waiver for anything
6 million,
significant
yeah.
since,
6
I don't know when.
The last thing you did was last year when you gave 1.5 million to the health department. And that was it.
And we're done with that.
Yeah.
We're done doing that.
Yes.
Sorry, I don't mean we're done with them, but we're done with that.
And the other expenses have been very, very minimal. Not much been going through there.
So what am I missing? How does this,
Why have we not
does it
done
work?
that before? Why have we not used that?
There was a lot of restrictions on the 1115 waiver because of the way the federal government was giving us the money. There was a lot of restrictions.
And
It had to
they
be used for
waived the
certain things.
restrictions, or
But then
what?
once the waiver ended and working with the county attorney, those restrictions have been lifted.
As of when?
Good question.
There are reimbursement for fees that were, for expenditures that the county made. So once that money came back down to the county, I don't see Johnny Hip here, but,
yeah, he got his money and ran.
that, that can be, that we have an opinion and we can circulate it again, but, not from us, but from, I forget what agency, but it can be used for whatever. I don't know about that time difference, but as long as I've dealt with 1115 waiver monies, they've been spendable however.
It was restricted.
I know
at
they're
one
not
point.
restricted,
It
yeah.
was restricted at one point.
Yes.
When it was a health county, health district.
You're right.
It was restricted. The only thing you could use it for was for outreach programs, because that's what the grant was for.
When we first got the grant, we had to use it. The county had diabetes, we had navigation, and one other function that we were able to use the funds for, and that's how we got those funds in. But then at some point in time, we got direction from the health department that we didn't have to do that anymore and track with that expense anymore, and it became used for the county, and we were using it for both city county health until we split.
Okay, so let me make sure.
That's great.
This is almost too good to be true, and I'm not
I
going to
know,
like get
that's what I'm
excited until I
afraid of.
ask this for the 14th time to make sure. If we put this in and we designate it for general reserves only, then that's not kicking the can down the road, and we're going to end up being short next year, right? Because it's
Possibly.
Because you're just adding a one-time.
for the reserves.
A one-time burst of cash. It's got to keep walking back and forth.
You need to
But
sit
it's
closer.
to the reserves.
Get a microphone.
Right, and you're not spending it. If you're not spending it, how is it kicking the can down the road?
Okay, so you're giving the general fund a one-time surplus of cash that's going to help your fund balance. Again, your fund balance is your beginning fund balance plus your revenues that'll include this transfer in minus your expenses. So it's going to offset those expenses. That's how it's going to increase your fund balance. Next year, you won't be able to have that surplus of funds to transfer in, so you're going to have to come up with that deficit.
We have that, but if we have a deficit.
Correct.
When we have a deficit, yes, sir.
How will we have a deficit?
Now we got to take care of.
No, but how will we have a deficit? Because next year, we go back to, we know we're not going to, this is the bad year.
The
because
refineries are going to pay next year with the 250%
No, but we've already got that
increase?
factored into the budget, and that changes next year. In other words, the effective tax rate is based on, or the no new tax rate is based on the amount of money that gets
That you
first brought
adopted
in.
this year. So next year's revenue is going to be based on the amount that you adopted this year. So the shortage that we're going to have this year is going to be the shortage that we start with next year.
The shortage that
We have this year,
which is the 3 million.
is going to be the shortage that we start with next year.
Okay, so what is the amount that the difference between the effective
Plus-
tax rate and the, no new tax rate and what we just did, 3 million?
No, you adopted the no new revenue rate.
Right, but what do we have to cut or get more, to fix 3,
The-
3.5? What's the
It
number?
was 5 million for the refineries that aren't going to pay, and then
No. The
around
difference
3.7.
between the no new tax
Around
rate.
3.7, I believe it was.
3.7 on the tax that we're not, without the 3.5%.
382.
When I put the cuts in, I think I got down to 2.7, 2.8, so it's
That's,
not
okay, so
quite. So.
we got to operate this in real time, right? I need to know, based on what we just did, what we need to cut, okay? Or add.
3.7.
Cut or add revenue. So what is that number?
If you, when I did the revaluation and when Commissioner Gonzalez asked us to redo the K1 and the one for our estimates value based with our cuts and the revenue we had in for no new revenue tax, I was right at $2.8 million deficit.
2.9.
Okay, so that's our 2.8, 2.9.
And if we do additional ones from the 1150 waiver, that'd be less, yes.
Okay, but, all right. And then, did you add in the two positions that we just did a minute ago?
No.
Okay, so those are gone.
That would be gone, yes.
Okay, so that has to be added in.
but they're not gone. They're just moved to a different department.
No.
Well, the one position was already reduced because it was
That's
already
what I'm
taken out of the
asking.
budget.
One was
So
already reduced.
the
One was-
We
additional
only
one
moved two
would be.
positions, and the other position is
Additional
not.
180.
Right. So that additional 180 has to go into real time.
Yes.
Okay? Right? So that has to go into real time, so,
And then you're cutting the department, so whatever the department expenses are, so.
say again?
The department expense for supplies and stuff, so. Not very, it's very minor,
Let's say
but.
Not a lot.
So that is it 2.8 or 2.9? Because I mean, you know me, I run my
I think it's
little.
2, let's go 2.9.
2.9, okay, so 2.9, and minus 1,
Let's say 200,000.
okay, so we're down to 2.7
Yes.
going in. Now,
Yes.
I hear I hear what Lisa's saying, and I think that's why I asked it for the 14th time, because I wasn't sure that wasn't a kick the can down the road kind of situation, but what I was asking was, can you designate it to the general fund reserves that it can't be spent? And does that make a difference in that analysis? In Lisa's analysis? If you committed to the general fund and
We
you say you can't spend
can transfer whatever you decide additional from 1115 waiver, but the problem of restricting it for certain things, that's a little bit complicated because we combine all the revenue into one pool and we take that pool out to use it for expenses. So as long as those expenses don't exceed what they have, the additional money coming in will definitely be reserves. So yes.
So, what we could take $1 million and Lisa's going to say probably that's going to cause us deficit, and maybe it will, maybe it won't, but we also have $5 more in there that we could do another $1 million next year, another $1 million next year, another $1 million the year after that.
Or we can pull it out in the middle of
Right,
the year.
or we
Well, I
could
mean, if we're- I mean,
refurbish
Yes,
it.
that's
So,
correct.
so I don't think it's smart to do the whole amount, but if we did $1 million, and then we looked at some other cuts that we've got on this list that will add up, I think we can make some cuts too that could get us to the 2.7 that aren't super painful.
Commissioner, as
That's up to the court.
I did provide you with the updated list of what our revenue from interest is. So let's talk about that for a minute. Because in our budget, we normally budget a very low amount of interest for the general fund of anywhere from $800,000 to $1 million. And let's say we bring in the same thing we did this year of 4.6.
No, can't do that. Yeah.
That's
No.
just additional funds that we didn't have budgeted.
But we can't do that, Dale, because that money's going away. That interest is
definitely keep going away in a heartbeat.
And it's going away.
That
It's
interest is
gonna
going
be
down,
cut.
but I do think we should use some of this interest for capital projects. Like I think the 2.5 million that's sitting in the capital project funds ought to go towards a roof or go towards some other capital project that we know we have a huge need for. That I think, because that's a one-time expense for
We definitely can, but I remember we've already went through the last few courts. We've already been working with Teresa and them that they were going to use the interest on certain things already. So some of that interest has already been used.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
I
Is,
don't know about that.
No.
We haven't been.
but there's more coming.
There's more
right?
coming,
There's
yes.
also more coming.
More coming, yes.
So that's the question that I've been trying to get to is what is not allocated today? Of this 2.5, I don't think anything's been voted on, right? So we certainly could just, and the roof's not that big a deal right at the moment because it's not part of this budget. Like we know we got to do it, but I'm just throwing things out. But I'm more, my point was not to make a motion on that. It was just to say, for me, using interest on one-time expense things is a better way of doing it than trying to stick it in the budget. But with the 1115 waiver, it's a little different because if we know we have $6 million sitting in there, we could do this for 5 years at least, because I think some of it's accounted for. Maybe it's only 5 now. I don't know. So we could do this for 5 more years, which would kind of offset some of what Lisa's saying, which is we could end up shorted. So that's not a. I mean, that start us off. If we transferred 1 million in from, and we could we make that a. Could we just make that like a designation now? Could we say that, I know we can't bind courts necessarily, but could we, or maybe we can, could we say we're going to do this for the next 5
You
years?
can bind for 1 year. You can say, for example, we propose transferring in $1 million from 1150 waiver. Let's say the court agrees we're going to do, let's say more. Let's say we're going to do 2. We can say this 1 million additional funds has to be put into a restricted fund, a restricted area that can't be used without court authority. And then 100% guaranteed reserves.
And then can we also say, and the intention of the court is to do that for the next 5 years?
Unfortunately, we can't really restrict
Can't
the court to
restrict the
that,
fund
so we have to
that
each
people
year
vote on.
separately, but
Sorry.
if you can do a plan, that's definitely a plan we can talk about, yes.
Because I think, we have to, because we're going to get, something's going to happen during the year, and we're going to forget this conversation, and we're going to want to use some of that 1115 waiver money. So I'm just trying to set something up, maybe that's not binding, but that at least articulates our intent to do for the next 3 or 4 years, whatever, right? And until things, if things level out, we may not always have to do it, right? But to me, I know it's kicking the can down the road, but it's 5 years down the road, and we're going to grow.
What we can do is on the 1115 waiver department, we can put restrictions there that say this this has to be, these funds cannot be used without strict authority of the court for this purpose.
Everything we do, and if we make another vote, we're going to change
these funds are intended to
Yes.
be used for budget purposes for the next 5 years, unless changed by the court.
Yes, and we can definitely put notes of those statements there. That way, we don't really restrict the general fund's authority. So.
Is that a way, like?
Yeah.
Well, I'd make a motion to transfer $1 million from the 1115 waiver.
$1 million already there.
Yeah, there's $1 million already in the proposed.
An additional?
add an additional million.
Additional million, okay.
My bad. An additional $1 million into the general fund balance with the intent being that the court will restrict these funds in the future going forward to only be used for budget purposes unless changed by this court.
Was voted on by the.
That's a motion?
Okay, that's
Yeah.
a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes.
Good idea, Commissioner.
Any other things?
Yeah, I got some more.
Go, man. I'm gonna roll, baby.
Number 17, I pulled 17 because he's got, I have a question mark on there. He's got savings, but what savings are we talking about?
We voted on that one, remember, to
Yeah, we
cancel it going
voted.
forward. Well,
We had some more
directed-
cars ordered, and we canceled the order
We
coming
directed.
in. Since our fleet is pretty current now.
Oh, the
Yeah,
cars.
we voted on that in the
That's in the
previous
cars.
court. Yes.
So we're
Judge, I
gonna
have a question on that.
So we're going to cancel that? We're going to
Okay.
cancel that?
Waiver,
I'd like
another
to-
million. You want to
Can I
add your
get
name to
permission to
it?
add
Yes,
my
please.
eye to that
Yes,
last
yes,
motion?
yes.
Thank you.
It's just 1 million
That
with
is
the
aye to the last
restriction that
I have a question on 17.
very limited in using that fund except for this. Yes.
Question.
Yeah, sorry, Commissioner
Yes,
Hernandez.
I was aware, or I was told to me that there was a car in Inland Parks that Inland Parks didn't get, but they were being built for it.
I am
So,
not aware of that.
Can anybody
It was
answer that?
Edward was here earlier.
Michael's not here.
Purchasing would be the one.
That would be
oversees that.
purchasing, right?
Yes.
They were still getting billed for that car, but they never got the car.
So you say savings, so what is the savings?
What's the question?
You said savings there, what is the savings?
When we budgeted the value of the car, when Michael brings this in, he'll say, we're going to get 53 cars. But we don't know when in the year we're going to get these 53 cars, so we budget the full amount in the year. And so when we now know that we're going to suspend this, we reduce it down to exactly what we needed, so that's where the savings are.
So how much is that?
It was $198,000 savings.
$190,000.
So we didn't cancel,
$190,000 savings.
we didn't cancel very many cars then at 190,000.
We canceled about 50 cars,
190,000.
because they're about $6,000 a piece
Oh, they're only
per year.
leased. Sorry, excuse me. I'm like
Per
a
year.
car for $6,000.
Per year.
What are we driving?
So can we get okay.
I'll get with Michael and see where it is, if that's the case, and it will, we get the billing from Enterprise. Enterprise works with purchasing to make sure they have who the cars are assigned to make sure we get it billed right. And we'll work with purchasing to get that fixed.
No, I was looking at that, yeah.
Okay, you ready for the next one?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Okay, number 24, I pulled 24. I have a couple of recommendations on that. Is that we're using the 70,000. It says here general fund budget reduction, and then it says here that we're using the 70,000 from the capital credits. I guess is that where we're using the 70,000 from?
Yeah,
What
but
we're going to move it from the general fund to a special revenue fund, 1379, which at one time was called family protection. Now it's capital credit administration, where that could be used for economic development as well as the other economic functions that are on there.
And my recommendation would be that we do 30,000, 30,000, and 10,000. I don't know.
30,000 for 30, 30, and 10?
Right.
I
That's going to be my
understand.
recommendation.
I got it. So you want to reduce the group that does the economic development for the entire county and the entire area versus just for
I
Robstown?
don't know what they're doing. To me,
I do.
Then, we'll just give them 50 each. But
we don't
It makes no difference to me. But I'm just saying, this is my motion. You want to have one to increase theirs, it's up to you. But I'm just saying, there's a lot of stuff happening in the western area of county. That we don't think that there is, but there is a lot. There's a lot of growth. A lot of companies are coming in and inquiring. We just went to one for Oxychem. They're going to be a Claver County in the King Ranch, but they're going to enter through the County Road 70 by Bishop. So there'll be a lot of traffic there. So,
But where do we stop? Like, I think we ought to give it to other people then. If you're going to go that route, why aren't we giving something to the people who do economic development in Port Aransas, in Flower Bluff, in Calallen, in Toloso Midway? All of these places deserve some, and that's how we've normally done it. We give it out of our own.
We could just bring it up and see we vote on it.
Well,
So,
I'd like to.
my motion right now is to do 30, 30, and 10.
So we have a motion to change this $70,000 for economic development, to divide it up, distribute it 30,000 to the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development, 30,000 to the Robstown Area Development, and 10,000 to the Downtown Management. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
And discussion, Judge.
Yes.
So unfair.
I want.
So wrong. Come on, man.
I'm going to vote against this, but I did want to get on record to say I think we should keep it at 50 for the CCRADC. I do want to see an increase for the RADC, the Robstown Area Development Corporation, and the Downtown Management District. I've done that over the last couple of years, and I plan to do that with my own funding. And I thought that was one of the philosophies, one of the concepts that we talked about was to help reduce the budget as much as we can, is to use our own funds. So that's what I plan on doing. So I'm, like I said, I support the motion to have the discussion, but I'm not going to be supporting it. But I will use funding that's allocated to me and balances that I have to be able to help support the RADC and the DMD, especially the DMD. I've been going down to their art walks, their music fest the last several months, and I encourage everyone to go the first Friday of each month, and it's an unbelievable downtown scene that you find in huge cities. I mean, you can't even walk down city streets or sidewalks. All these amazing buildings and offices are open, art displays, music, food. So I'm planning on supporting them as well. So I think we should all look at.
You want to amend the motion, Commissioner? I'll be glad to work with you. I mean,
I was just going to add it later. I don't know if it's easier to do it later or to add it
later,
now.
Or we can all see what we have.
Yeah, I mean, I could do it either way, but I guarantee
yeah.
you, Commissioner, I agree with what you're saying about RADC. You are getting a lot of growth out there, but I was going to put money, an extra 20 to make up, to get us to the 30.
Okay.
So however y'all want to do it, I mean, I could do it now.
We can do it now and increase it later
John,
more if you want.
Are you talking about Robstown here?
Robstown, yeah, and then I eventually want to add some more to the DMD, the Downtown Management District as well.
Well, and I want to comment here. I mean, guys, we all think these are great organizations and do a lot for our community. I don't think there's anyone up here that isn't thinking that line. But given the budget that we're faced with, I would have to agree this is the amount we set aside, and whatever we can do on our own within our budget, special revenue or whatever, is a great idea to add to that.
As you mentioned, these funds were moved out of the general fund to a special revenue fund called capital credit. This last year for capital credit, we received $99,000. Right now, we have $312,000 in the fund balance. So if we want to talk about a possible increase if the court does those things fit, this fund has funds available to do it.
There's monies there?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to, but based on where we're at, I'll be honest, I mean, you've already made your motion, but I was going to make a motion to cut it all for 1 year because we're asking everybody else to make cuts. All these budget cuts are coming in. We've said, kind of no reclassifications, no raises, no other than what we have to give by policy. We talked about all these cut, no new extra, and that was one of the things I was going to say we cut this year to make some of the deficit up, because as the judges said so well so many times, we got to take care of what we got to take care of, what we're statutorily obligated to do, and this isn't one of those things. And I'm all for giving them, I'm glad we give it to them, but shoot, I think we ought to just take it away and take it out of our budget. And if someone wants to make some one-time special thing from some other deal, but I think it ought to come out as a line item completely.
Yeah, Commissioner, we are already reducing it from the general fund, so it's out of the general fund completely.
I get it, but it's still taxpayer money. I mean, it's collective
capital
money.
credit.
No, this is the capital credits. It's restricted for use. It can only be used on development districts and family protection.
Family protection. I knew there was two things. Yes.
Then, maybe we ought to bring back all the economic development. I mean, in other words, if we're going to do for 3, we ought to do for 12, or we ought to do for 9, because there's a lot of economic development groups out there that are just as good as Robstown, just as good as the RADC, just as good as Downtown Management that we don't fund. So where do we stop and start, right? I'm okay with making it equitable, but it can't just be, those. I mean, I got to fight for the folks that are doing the economic development in my part of the county too. And let me tell you, you don't think there's great economic development on the island, Port A, London. They're kicking butt and taking names, and the only money they get is what little I give out of outside agency funds. So if maybe we ought to bring this one back and just revisit it if that's what we're moving it to. It's not going to affect the general fund, but let's have it.
You want to give it out of your own budget, we can do that too.
Well, right,
I agree
but
with
y'all
that.
don't want to give it out of the general. I want to give it, if we're going to give to all these three, let's give them to everybody
Yeah?
out of the capital credit fund. Or let's use the capital credit fund for something else that we
Okay.
take care of our own.
This is not affecting our general fund, this is not affecting our budget, so we can pull just the economic development and push it to the 27th agenda where we will know how much more, we will have all of the things there. So let's pull item number 24. We can, in the meantime, check on your own special revenue funds.
That's a good idea.
And you can, this doesn't have to be voted on today, so
So we would.
pull this whole item
Well, it has to
out.
be- it has
I will
to be
make a
voted on.
motion
It has
to
to be
bring
voted on
this
today unless I
back
amend my
on the
motion.
27th, so,
Oh, yeah, you have a second.
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, you have a motion and a second. That was for just discussion. He said he was voting
No,
against. I'm
it's
sorry.
still a motion.
We
You
have a
gotta vote
motion
on it.
and a second. All those in favor of
Oh,
Commissioner Gonzalez's motion to increase the, huh?
I was going to amend my motion if you want.
Oh, you were? Go ahead,
If you want
sorry.
to wait till the 27th, I mean, I don't mind doing it.
That's what I thought. We should bring it back on the
You got
27th.
to vote on the motion.
I forgot you had a motion already going, yes.
Who was the second?
I
Was it
move
me
that-
or John?
I move
Mr.
that I amend my
Modis.
motion that we bring it back up on the 27th for discussion and vote.
And how much, second, how much did you say was in there?
Right now, the fund balance is 312,
How much?
312,000.
And it can only be spent on economic
Economic
development
development
and
and family protection.
family
And
protection.
the 312 was the beginning of the year. We received 90, we spent 30, so it's right about 370 probably.
He
could you give us a
amended
list
his
of what it could be
motion
spent
to
on?
Yeah,
change
we'll make
to
sure
the
you get that, yes.
27th. Are you still going to second that? We have a motion and a second to push this to the 27th. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Any other items, Commissioner Gonzalez, before I move on to something
Yeah,
else?
I got one more.
Okay.
It's just an attachment, it's not part of the actual.
Okay, number 26, what we just mentioned a while ago about, would that also fall under the same category as 25, like the C and D, the Chamber of Commerce?
You mean 24?
Yeah, 26 would be, 26C and D, would they also fall under 25, under 24? You know, because,
I don't believe
They're
so,
not
but
economic
that's
development?
more of a legal opinion for how it fits, so.
I would argue they're definitely economic development. TWIA, oh my gosh, are you kidding me? And CC Chamber of Commerce, holy cow. That's exactly that's the military task force, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
If you don't think that's economic
I'm
development,
just
we
saying,
got another.
those projects should go under 24, that's the only reason we can use those monies for.
You would need to get a county attorney opinion.
But are memberships allowed for that?
Well,
This is a membership?
No, they use it to advocate. They use it to fight windstorm increases, then they use it to make sure we maintain our military bases, which if those two things are billions of dollars of economic development, meaning if we don't keep those rates down, then people flee this place. If we can't keep our military bases here, then holy cow, look at the jobs we lose. Now, if you want, I mean, let me tell you, I'd be willing to take a chance on that today until somebody tells me different, because that's big-time economic development.
Once we review their documentation and see what on paper is what their obligation and their authority, we can make an opinion on that, but not based on what's here.
Well, I'm just saying, you know, that so we can know where to put them back on 24.
We're happy to do that research.
Yeah. Thank you, Jenny.
I'm willing to take a chance if you are. I mean, I think
Yeah.
I'm willing to make that motion now to move that up into 24 and that gets brought back on there, and then that would reduce, that's another great idea, Commissioner, that
Second.
would reduce 65,000. So it would remove 26C and D at Commissioner Gonzalez's suggestion up into item 24 and remove that then from the general fund. So that would be a cut of 65,000 from the general fund.
So moved.
So
Second.
we have a motion and a second, as
job,
long
Commissioner.
as the attorney opinion says that it is allowed to.
Nope, I didn't say that.
Oh, well, then we're moving it in there, or
saying
we don't have it, it's
my
going
motion.
away. Okay.
As long as the county attorney comes back and says.
All right, I'll take that
It's
as a-
okay to
Yes,
do it,
thank you.
there'll be.
We do need
under
to see if it's okay,
Section
guys.
24,
All right.
okay?
Come on.
Be a risk taker.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Any more, Commissioner?
No, ma'am. I think that's it.
Okay, any, Commissioner Hernandez, didn't you have some?
No, Judge, the one I had was also 17.
Okay, perfect. I have one thing to bring up very quickly, should be fairly simple. And I know we have several people here that want to talk about theirs, but JJ sent an email to you, I think, Dale.
Yes.
His state approved the fund. This is a state-funded deal, so it shouldn't be, it's not a cost to the general fund for the employee, right?
That's correctly. We need to make sure we add it to the budget for the veteran cemetery as
Yes.
a supplemental pay. It'll be paid for from there as well as the benefits from there, and we'll make sure the adjustments, because we had a little bit of a contingency already built into the fund, that should be not a problem.
It's for his admin assistant, an increase of 12,000, but it is no cost to the
It
general
has to be
fund.
amended to the budget because it wasn't already included, but we'll make sure we include that for the veteran
So-
cemetery.
Do we need a motion to do that, or just a statement?
Get everything done, we say amended as amended, that'll be included.
You have that note
Yes,
then, so we're good.
Did
Okay,
you get
I'm
my
sorry.
question answered on, was it the ARPA funded positions? I think you had the deputy medical examiner still listed and the investigator. And I think I emailed you, was it yesterday or Monday, about it?
With the way we did for the ARPA funds, we removed the investigators. The deputy medical examiner was moved out of ARPA into the general fund as a plus. However, the deputy chief will be a reduction once that person has been moved to the medical examiner, so we'll have a savings of $40,000 in the general fund.
So that funding, though, that listed me under the line item,
It
is
should
that
be,
going back into my?
Yes, that'll be going back into yours,
Okay,
yes.
got it. Thank you, appreciate it.
We have a few departments here
Judge,
that
can I-
want to bring up, go ahead, Commissioner
Do I have to vote
Chesney.
on the next page, Judge, before we go forward?
Yes, but we have some others too, so I wanted to see if anybody else
Okay.
had any. Yes, by all means.
Okay, Judge, I'd like to also, I think we still have the 100,000 for or outside agencies in the budget, right?
That's correct.
So I'm going to make a motion that we, for 1 year, reduce the general fund transfer to special revenue for outside agencies of $100,000. That would be my motion. That would be for all.
Is that on number 25?
Yeah, it's number 25.
Yes.
Do you have your own money, you fund it?
Right. We just wouldn't get a new allocation this year.
For 1 year.
Right, 1 year.
So you want to take this out and everyone uses their own special funds?
That's
for
up
this?
to the court, wherever the
We
court
have a
decides. Right now, it's in the
motion.
budget.
We have a motion. I'll second that motion.
He seconded.
Oh,
Yeah.
Commissioner Gonzalez already seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. But we are going to continue that, but just use our own other special funds for that.
It's a one-time, 1 year only, yes.
Yes, one time, 1 year only. Okay, we have a few people here to talk about their departments, and then we have 4 other votes before we move on. I think, Mr. Soleil, you were here for us. Y'all were both, anybody that wants to jump up to the microphone, if you're here to talk about your changes and want requests, now is the time to do it.
Thank you, Judge. I've prepared a packet for each one of you. Have you permission to approach to give you this information? I'll give it to you.
Thank you.
The request I'm passing out is pretty simple. It's, if you refer to the first page, it shows a savings of $25,000 by eliminating the HR generalist position and the employment coordinator position with the proposal to have an HR manager. I would like to promote one of my staff members to an HR manager. By doing so, would not only resolve some concerns in regards to overtime, it would place that employee in an exempt status. Next year, the proposed budget gives me $1,000 in overtime. And that employee, who has been working very hard on our Workday project, has had 112 hours of overtime in the past 3 pay periods for 6 weeks, which equates to about $5,000. So I really need someone to be able to provide that administrative support and to do so at a higher level. Right now, she's on the same level as my other 3 employees. She's conducting supervisory tasks, but is not in a supervisory role. And I also need someone to provide administrative duties in my absence and in coordination with me. So the proposal is for one of my staff members, the HR generalist, to be made the HR manager. The county would still realize, as I stated earlier, savings of $25,000. And the current proposed budget only eliminates the employment coordinator, which was submitted at my request. However, that request still needs to have the duties that are in my department completed. And so I really need to disperse those duties, divide them up. I'm going to be revising the job descriptions for my department to ensure that all tasks are completed. And with Workday implementation on January 1st, it really is imperative that I do that, because the job responsibilities will be changed, and it really makes it that much more urgent that I have an HR manager in that department to provide some of those administrative tasks.
So you're doing away with 2 positions. Are you going to, is the HR department still going to be able to keep up with? I know we're not, just 1 position? It looked like 2 here, sorry.
Well, in essence, it is 2, you're right, Judge. It's the HR generalist and the employment coordinator, but in place of that, I will have an HR manager.
Oh, so you're putting her, the one, so it's really just 1. Okay,
Renaming
yes.
the generalist to the manager, yes.
Yeah.
I just glanced at it wrong. Thank you.
So this is giving someone more money, a reclassification?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, it's a reclassification. It's eliminating 1 and reclassifying 1.
So here's my
And
beef.
I know where you're going with
Yeah.
that, Commissioner. Can I just add?
You bet. Jump in.
In the next year, I project she'll probably need $25,000 in overtime. Based on the training that we have to do as an HR department to the entire county, the task lies with my department to provide training. That is not in the scope of duties for Workday. And so I will need that continued support of overtime and continued support of hours. And even with this proposed budget, that $25,000 is going to be cut in half by just adding already to her existing salary. So it's still a savings.
Right, but so here's the thing. Everybody in this county could be creative and come up with reclassifications at salary savings. So when we kind of sent the message out, we sent the message out of, and I'm not speaking for everyone, but nobody, I mean, this is kind of what I said, and I think others did, but whatever, was, look, during this budget, how do we do reclassification, in my opinion, how do we do reclassifications at a time like this, right? Because that means, because one department head or elected official was more creative than somebody else, or has another fund somewhere else, or has this, then they were able to get more money for their people and get raises when the rest of the county was asked to cut. So to me, I get their justification, and there's going to be other ideas that are coming forward that their ideas are good too. But I have a real problem with the message we're sending, because we sent all these messages out to all these budget departments. Man, you better cut, you got to cut, you got to cut. Don't ask for raises, don't ask for. But then, okay, then we need to send this back to every single department head. If we're going to allow 1 set of reclassifications, then we got to let everybody have a shot at reclassifications and salary savings, because I don't think it's fair. I don't think reclassifications right now are fair. I don't think it's fair to you to do it. I don't think it's fair to anybody else to do it. So your numbers and your math may be right, just like the rest of them might be. But then we should have said to the rest of the department heads, hey, go ahead, give us your best shot. If you can come up with salary savings and all these other things, because not a lot of people did that, because they kind of got the message how bad this budget was going to be. So I'm in a bad spot today, because you have a great idea, Mr. Hernandez has a great idea, Mr. Sands has a great idea, but I'm stuck because we sat out here and told everybody don't come back with raises, reclassifications, cuts. We want cuts. And yet, so you got creative. Kudos to creativity, but it wasn't the message we sent. And I just, it's hard for me to support reclassifications for you, because if you got to do it for everybody else. But you don't need everybody's vote. You just need 3. So I'll shut up and see if you got the 3. And
Let me appease you, Commissioner, because you're right.
You don't need to appease me. I'm just telling you where I'm coming from. I mean,
Yes, sir, and I understand that, but please keep in mind that I did make $150,000 in cut in my department, and part of that cut still had this plan in place. We still have to get the work done with less staff and more work. And so when I should have a staff of 6, I get a staff of 4. I'm eliminating a position and I'm reclassifying a position to make sure the work is done and gets done fairly. It's unfair to ask one of my employees to do managerial work and not have her in that position. She's been doing that since before I even got here.
well, that's shame on us for that, for sure. I mean, it should have been handled. That should have been handled years ago. She shouldn't have been doing that, or he or she. I'm sorry, I don't know who it is, but
This is our opportunity to fix it. And so I'm presenting this to the court for approval in consideration of the concerns that I just brought forward.
And I think a little different, a little bit different. You know, you said no reclassifications, no. No,
Speak into the microphone.
You know, adding new positions, and I think that if I always look at the fact that, you know, I appreciate the fact you're going to do $25,000 savings. You're shuffling around with people, which I guess, you know, that you got to do that in order to come up with what you want, bless you. And so, you know, and it's hard sometimes, but I think as long as you're not going above and beyond of what we're asking you not to do, when I'm in no classifications, I really meant no classifications to a higher grade. You know, higher, requesting more money than what you have already. If you have money already in your budget and you get rid of a position, I think that's something we need to probably consider, and you get rid of, you know, and I know that probably maybe next year you're gonna, but when you get rid of a position, it's gone, right?
That's correct.
Positions don't come back.
That's correct.
So it's not about getting rid of it and saying, well, I'm going to put the money back into the other ones, and you know, and it's still going to be there, right? I think that, you know, so I think a little different. I think that as long as it's within that circle, I think it's something we probably have to consider. I would consider. I don't know about anybody else, but so we have to sometimes survive with what we have, right?
Yes, sir.
And we appreciate all the hard work everybody does. I know even Commissioner Chesney appreciates that, but I mean, he's got a different view of certain things. But like I said, my feeling is if you're not asking for more above and beyond, and you can work it within that circle, you're not, you know, and then there's a savings, it's even better. I mean, we appreciate that very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that.
So we'll see. I'm just letting you know what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So, okay.
I'll save us time to say ditto what Commissioner Gonzalez said, so.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'll do as well. I didn't learn anything this morning about the insurance problems we have, and they should have gone through your department and so forth. And so that means you need the help in your department.
I do.
So I am also considering your request.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that as well.
And my comment would have to be, and I'm sorry, Commissioner Chesney, I know, I understand your thoughts completely.
it's a great idea.
We did this, we have done this, we are still in the same year. We have allowed other departments, as long as they can tell me that it is a definite budget cut in your department. I think next year, no. Anybody that comes to us, we need to say no, absolutely. But when you start something and you allow it for other departments, it is hard for me to stand here and say no to you when I said yes to other people. So as long as they can tell me that it is in fact a cut, I am fine with that.
Thank you, Judge.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, sir.
Make the motion.
Oh, I'll make the motion, sorry, to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
Abstain. Abstain.
abstain?
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Good idea. It's just,
Yeah,
can't do it.
I totally agree.
Yep.
And I will absolutely say no next year. Let me warn everybody.
It's
Oh,
just-
this will just be added to the budget, an amendment
And
to
so
the
it's a
budget.
bu-
It just makes it cleaner with the budget.
Okay. I make the motion to amend the proposed budget with these.
Well, we have to go each.
Oh, we have to
Right.
go?
we
That's
have
the
to
right
go
way to
through
do
all
it.
of them first.
Yeah.
You did it right.
We
That was
did it
fine.
right.
That was
Yeah.
right.
Never mind.
And so you got to put that cost savings in,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mitchell, good morning.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. I'll try to make
Afternoon.
this,
Sorry, I thought it was morning.
try to make this as brief as possible. I'm putting out a presentation. With the loss of the two ARPA-funded medical examiner investigators, we put a proposal forward for an amendment to our own budget, which has a net zero impact. We are going to try to eliminate the two part-time ME investigators that we have in lieu of trying to bring on the two eliminated ARPA-funded investigators as full-time. And to do that, we're going to offset some of our own budget categories. We'd like to reduce our temporary employees by 23,000. We'd also like to reduce our postage by 1,000 and our travel by 5,000. That should make up the difference that is necessary to make that change for the ME investigators, to preserve those positions.
So Dale, what does this reflect?
Now, what does this reflect actual cost to the county?
Net zero, if you allow the cuts in the travel, the other expenses they have, and bringing in the new and deleting those two part-time positions, because we already had several positions deleted from their departments. We deleted the deputy chief once he's appointed the medical examiner. And we've already deleted the autopsy technician that was already there. And with that additional, then there's still going to be some cost savings in the medical examiner's office.
So is this it's a net zero, but is this a raise or reclassification? What do you call this?
These will be we're actually deleting two positions and we're creating two positions. We're deleting two part-time, creating two full-time.
So this is different, right?
It's not necessarily
It's
reclassification.
just moving people around, but it's the same
Well,
cost.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how to vote, because I want to be consistent. I don't know what this is. I'm just trying to figure out how to vote.
What they're asking to do, they have two part-time positions, they're asking those two positions to be eliminated. And they're asking them to create two full-time positions under the same type of work.
But no pay raise, or no pay.
It'll be cost a little bit more because part-time is a little bit cheaper than a full-time. It's about $28,000 more expensive to do full-time than part-time.
But is this a reclassification?
Basically.
Okay, so it is a reclassification?
If you can count that way, yes.
If it's not a reclassification, I can vote for it. If it is, I can't. I mean, I'm just trying to be consistent, so.
Technically, it's moving from part-time to full-time. It is kind of, you consider it a reclassification.
All right, I'll just abstain again. Go ahead.
But-
Just go ahead. I'm not going to stick on. Just make me as abstentions on all of these.
But it is a zero cost increase, and it is still a net decrease in they did budget cuts to their department as well.
Everybody did,
Yeah,
yes.
everybody
That's correct.
did, so
And
it
so
is.
do we get it? I'm keeping my tally with this, assuming it passes. Will we get some more savings?
With this, there's already savings already built in. This does not include any additional savings.
You're not cutting anything in
Yes.
additional
Okay.
than
Go
what
ahead.
you already submitted. Is that correct, Forrest?
Correct.
Okay,
But
I
there's
just wanted
no
to check.
extra cost either, so
That's
this
correct.
is,
That's
they've
correct.
already made their cuts, so
Yes.
I make the motion to approve your changes for the medical examiner.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to make those changes. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Abstain.
And one abstain.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Hernandez, you're up in the hot seat.
I also have a packet. I have a copy for you. So for early clarification, we are requesting to delete positions and reclassify. So for Commissioner Chesney,
Thank you.
I respect and understand your position. We seek to reduce 5 positions in our office and reclassify all remaining attorneys in the office, including supervisors. What you see on the front page and then the attached pages, we submitted our amended proposal, which included this way back when. This isn't something new. We submitted this back on August 18th of '23 at 10:15 a.m. And attached to that are the required worksheets, which automatically enter the salary savings versus the employee benefit saving, and then the total additional costs. And then behind it, you see each of the categories of attorneys. And I will clarify that our office is the only office in the entire county that has, felony prosecutor, misdemeanor chief, felony prosecutor, attorney 1, attorney 2. I don't want anyone to think that any other department gets to piggyback, because the law very clearly states that you take the job title and the job description and the duties and the caseload, and it's similarly situated, and it's very clear in the law.
So these attorneys that you're changing won't affect the public defender's office or the county attorneys?
Nope, not if,
Auxiliary
not,
court, they're felony. The auxiliary court has the felony attorney.
the auxiliary court felony attorney, if you look at the job descriptions, which are public record, there's clear distinctions in the job descriptions, both between the civil attorneys, the public defender's office, the auxiliary court, and the prosecutors. And when you look at the caseload, I don't think there's anyone that can stand up here and make a claim. So, for example, the numbers we got at the Board of Judges meeting for the public defender's office, respectfully, our office took in about 1,500 cases this past month. Your public defender's office took in 40.
Well, they're just getting started. I mean, come on.
It doesn't matter. They've been in existence a year, and they're only going to have to take, by virtue of the grant, 15% of the cases. We take 100%. So the math is always going to be like that.
Well, that doesn't matter, though. My question is, what I was told on this one, which is significantly different than the others, is, and I shared this, my thought with Ms. Hernandez, so this is no surprise, is that part of the reason that I have a problem with this one, different than the others even, is that this does affect the other attorneys, because that's what y'all told me. So if that's not true,
We need
then let me know.
clarification, because if it doesn't, it's great. If it does,
Yeah,
then it's a
'cause if it-
problem. Yes.
This has been an issue before that we brought up, and then the county attorneys working through the sub, and we had to do an adjustment about a year or so ago, and currently right now, the attorneys are under a certain PCN number, which is a position control number, that they're theoretically the same, and we have to look at the personnel file rules and say there could be a separation as the DA is talking about, but this was brought up a few years ago, and we had to do a big adjustment for the county attorney.
Yes, we did.
And we are happy for you to
I'm sure you are.
assist the district attorney's office, and we will make our request shortly thereafter.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge impact, because you've got the, I'm sorry, I don't, this is how we've always done it, Mr. Hernandez. I mean, and you know that, you've been here, I mean, you've seen it. We had to make that huge adjustment for the county attorney before. The public defenders are going to come in, and whatever their caseload is, but they're attorneys at a certain level, we're going to have to adjust for them too. So it's going to happen here. There's no way we're going to escape it at this 11th hour, trying to come in and saying that this will, not 11th hour, you've put it forth before, I don't mean it like that, but 11th hour for us, it is, I don't see how we escape that. I just don't see it.
It reduces your budget, it's going to throw theirs out into the...
What I heard Dale say is, while we are all under this same position control number, it doesn't have to be that way.
But it is.
But we're at the end of the budget cycle. I'm asking for this. If you're going to deny it because you're going to say that you don't, do you have a legal written opinion that says that?
It's a policy. That's what we operate under. I don't have to have a legal written opinion. We have to follow the policies that this county operates under. And we've always done this. We've always done this for years.
It doesn't make it right. I
It
think that's what
absolutely
we're
makes-
learning, and through all this budget process, is it doesn't necessarily make it right. Maybe this should have been fixed a long time ago.
Maybe that's
Because
true.
it's really hard for me to go and explain to a bunch of attorneys why they have thousands of cases on their caseload, and they make the same pay as somebody who has 40.
But if y'all were full, would you have less caseload?
No.
You-
The
you have how
caseload
many
is the
openings?
caseload.
How many attorneys do you have that
We
are?
have 8 openings, but we're asking to reduce, so you're talking about a difference of 3. I mean, we're giving up 5. So
the
that's
five-
not included
the
in
five
that
you're
8.
getting rid of, can you just spread wealth among all the attorneys?
That's what I'm doing.
No, but you're going above and beyond though.
No, in order to spread the wealth, I have to reclassify. I can't just turn around and say, I'm going to give each attorney money. It has to fit into a classification.
without asking for more money, it's 260,000.
I'm not asking for more money. I'm still giving you a big cut. You're still going to have a cut from us.
She is doing a reduction. The problem is her classification is
They're
going
going
to
back to the
cause
attorneys.
them to go up.
And the public defender.
In the county attorney's office,
what I'm
in the
saying.
public defender's office.
We just get rid of those 5 and just spread that wealth to the other attorneys without having to ask for another.
You're saying them, everybody's.
Oh, spread them to all the departments?
Is that what you're saying?
That wouldn't work, but that's not going to work.
Yeah,
I'm
good
talking about
luck.
her.
I was like,
I'm talking about her attorneys, you know, but, I mean, if you're getting rid of 5, and you split it with whatever, all the attorneys you have, which is 9 or 10, I don't know how many you have. But would that be okay? I mean,
I'm
without
not
having to ask for
understanding what
another
you're asking me. I
$200,000.
think I've lost you. I'm not understanding what you're asking me, respectfully, Commissioner.
Okay, let me see, because here, what the numbers we're looking at is an additional 263,000 for new personnel. I'm just saying the ones you're gonna get rid of, can you split them with this attorneys here?
What?
And it stayed within the circle, you know what I'm saying?
That's what.
This is just the reclassification. On the first 2 pages, it shows.
What are the positions that are being
180
removed?
savings.
We're eliminating an appellate division attorney. We're eliminating 2 felony 2s, a felony 1, and a misdemeanor 1. So between salary and benefits, that's a savings of $461,637.05. If you go with the budget worksheet, the one that we fill out, maybe it's off a little bit, but I tend to go by that because it's correct. When you take the next pages, the next 3 pages, those are your additions. And when you do the final math, you still end up with us offering a savings after you include the office expenses, the special personnel service, travel expenses, a savings of $181,000.
And how much are the raises for each of them?
That would be the addition of,
To 17,000, if I remember right, depending on how much you.
between 8 and probably, I don't know what the highest is, 8 to 12, 8 to 13. It's going to be an array in there.
You know, I hear you, and I somewhat agree on the caseload for our attorneys. Maybe that is something we really need to look at and I know it's been brought before us before about the public defenders is new. They haven't been around that long. But I think they're limited on how many cases they are even allowed to take. Isn't there a set number they can only take, which is in no way, shape, or form comparable to what you just listed, if that is in fact correct numbers? I don't know anything about, I can't remember what it was or anything, but
Correct.
You know, it's not apples to apples to me if you're doing one case and doing this. So I don't know how to fix this. If y'all have discussed this before, how many cases do your attorneys get?
Well, if you want to talk about a comparison, it's a very difficult thing to do. For instance, the attorneys in the county attorney's office often come and are required to come with a lot of experience regarding they've been in courtrooms and now they have to learn additional codes. It's not just the penal code, it's federal law, it's state law. I mean, it's not a comparison to say my set of attorneys does this thing more than any other because, well, my set of attorneys does more CPS cases. And so it's not a logical argument to say we do this, therefore we are more deserving than the other.
In the public defender's portion, that is set up similar, and if they're limited on how many cases they're only allowed, I mean, you don't get a choice. When we give you a problem, you've got to fix it, no matter how many cases you have going, or you have to hire outside counsel. I don't know the solution to this one.
Yeah,
sorry.
which I think we're cutting her outside counsel budget too, right? Isn't we?
Yeah.
Isn't that one of the things we cut? So we're hamstringing.
Well, it's on the
her.
discussion, I think, for
Or
more
it's,
legal
or it's on the
fees.
discussion.
Yeah.
I mean, or it's in the budget, isn't it? Tim?
We didn't include
Not
any
that
additional.
Oh,
one.
you didn't include
No.
it, okay. Yeah, I don't, this one is, I'm sorry, it's not, it may have been done wrong for the last 25 years, but that's how it's been done. And certainly, if it has been that inequitable with the caseloads, then that should have been an argument made before today, because then we can't change a whole policy today. I guess we can, but then we're going to have to calculate how much it's going to cost, because I don't know how we do that analysis today. And otherwise, if we do this, then I think we have no choice to know that we're going to have to do for the county attorney, we're going to have to do for the public defenders, as is our policy right now. Can that change later? Yeah, but as of right now, if we do this for them, what I've been told and we've always done, if it's not right, then we can fix it. But as of today, we have to do that.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. If it's been done wrong for some time, when do we fix it? And also, shouldn't we take consideration that this?
The only other thing I would say is that this isn't the first time. We brought this up with the Corn Ferry study. The Corn Ferry study told Commissioners Court that it wasn't right and that the job descriptions needed to be reviewed.
But
So
why
let's
didn't y'all
not
take them and
let-
get them reviewed?
I came to you and I asked you to.
No, you haven't. Mr. Hernandez, we have an HR department that does that. We don't do the reviews, so y'all could have gone
I've
and.
said this to Julie Garrett, and I said this to Timothy LaSalle the first time I met with him, is that we had a problem trying to get raises because of job descriptions. I sat in his office, and that was like the first thing I told him. And like I said, this is since the Corn Ferry study that we've been talking about this. So I don't want to make it seem like this is some last-ditch effort. This is something for years we've been talking about, because we've all acknowledged, and it's not just our office, it's the entire county of employees that's underpaid. And so I am happy for HR, and I am happy for the medical examiner's office that their proposals went through, because we have to start somewhere in raising the salaries of all the employees of Nueces County, not just mine.
And we've done that for years, but
And-
thank you. I appreciate that for you staking up the county employees, and I wish you'd come more often, because, and remind us when we do pass the raises for county employees, and we do the things that we've done, and we've sucked up on the insurance benefits, and we've continued to try to increase those things. And so we have been doing it. Since you're taking on the mantle of all the county employees, I'll take that on as well. But at the end of the day, if you had the inequity, then in my opinion, you could have been in Mr. Saleh's office and Ms. Guerra's office, or come to this court and said, hey, push the issue, because we always respond. We don't always respond the way you want, but we always respond and say, hey, could you put this on the agenda? Could you put this on the agenda to do it? Because I don't know that it's been done wrong all these years. I'm saying if it has been done wrong all these years, then I don't know how we fix it today. Because you can't just fix it today without changing the policy. And if that's been the policy, then the only way to change that is to put it on and everybody vote on the policy. But that's why you can't just change a policy without having some public discussion and bring it out and do all these other things. But I mean, if we need to put this on the agenda, let's put it on the agenda and discuss it, and let's talk about how other counties do it, which is how we have discussions. Let's see what other county attorneys and other district attorneys in counties our size, how do they do this? Would other counties have to do it? If there's other counties that do it, all we got to do is make those comparisons. I'm happy to do that.
Well, then I'm asking you now to do it. I'm asking you now to do it, to go ahead, and
Okay,
if it's
well, I'll
not
put it on
going
the
to
next
affect this
agenda.
budget, then it can affect the next budget. But I've been respectful, and I don't need you to make me sound like a martyr, saying I'm picking up the mantle and talking about the other
And I don't like
employees,
you making
because
me feel like a
every
martyr either,
single
because you're
time
trying to blame
I
it on
come
us.
in, I am respectful of this court, I am respectful of your vote, and I have always come in to champion the other employees. I always mention the district clerk. I came in when the officers were first doing their collective bargaining, and I'm not saying any of you have not. Clearly, if they have the benefits, they've been voted for. But there's no reason, Commissioner, to tell me I'm picking up some mantle because I support all the other employees, because we're all in it together. That doesn't mean y'all aren't in it with us. I think we're all in it. And so it's like Judge said, collectively, we came up with $2+ million in cuts. That was a collective effort, and it includes everybody.
And I'm telling you, I'll put it on the agenda right now myself, Mr. Hernandez, because.
Well, that's what I just asked, and I
I'm telling
appreciate
you,
that.
I'm responding to you and saying, I'll put it on the agenda for the 27th of September to start that process and figure out how we do comparisons. And I'll tell Mr. Saleh, he's sitting in the room, I would like to see a comparison of counties our size and how they deal with this issue between county attorneys, district attorneys, and public defenders. Because if there's a better way to do this, then let's dadgum do it, because I'm sick of it too, because I don't want to say no to a great idea, but then I know if I say yes to this great idea, Jenny's coming next, and so is
Already said.
so is
Well, I
Dennis.
think outside emergency situations, the budget can't be amended. At least that's my understanding
Right, but I
of the law I
can't do
got.
that. I mean, that's not fair. I mean, I can't.
I'd like to ask a
Can
quick,
To the microphone, Mr.
So can we
Saleh,
put that on,
please.
Mr. Saleh, for the?
Yes.
Can you get something started on that?
I think it's going to take some time to investigate and do that, but I absolutely agree it's necessary, and I will work with y'all on that as well.
all I want to say.
I'll be,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'll be happy to work with Ms. Hernandez. This is a great opportunity right now. We have a policy amendment committee in place. They're working on our county policies, and our hope is to have a new employee handbook with new policies as of November 1st. This is great timing for that to occur, and we can review those policies. I'll be glad to sit down with Ms. Hernandez and figure out what we can do and begin that study that you requested, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Judge, I just want to add
Yeah.
that we need to remember that this department has problems trying to keep employees, and some of the attorneys are just going across the ocean to St. Pat because they get better pay there or other places. I mean, so, yeah, Commissioner, thank you for, I was going to suggest that, put it on the agenda for the 17th, and that we should act appropriately if Ms. Hernandez is still going to bring the same proposal to us.
I would just ask to be part of that process, Commissioner Chesney.
I would think all three offices should be a part of it.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That'd be, yeah.
Very much. Thank you. And
Thank
So
you.
can I ask this question, like, just to so that we can figure this out, right? Because if we've amended budgets before with salary savings later, right? So because if we don't eliminate, and I want to make sure I'm right on this, Mr. Hernandez, before you leave, if we don't eliminate the 5 positions, then you'll still have the same amount of budget potential that we could do this later once we get this figured out. And if we figure out how it's going to affect the other folks too, because they'll still have that same amount of budget money, or is that not right?
Well, what we have to do, you can figure out the budget will be as adopted without the changes in here. And if you come in at a later time, we can definitely do a reduction. Reduction is no problem. Any increases will be got to come out of contingency.
Oh, well, but wait.
The problem I've had in the
money's-
past is
the
when I
money's in
come
there.
in and ask, I'm told we can't change anything in the budget outside an emergency, because I tried to
increase.
come and ask for
Can't
certain
increase.
things.
Can't increase.
You can't increase.
You can't increase.
But if we leave
Increase.
it in your budget, then you can
Right.
transfer.
Well,
or
what, I'm
negotiate,
assuming rightfully or wrongfully, that if you're not going to approve what I'm proposing, then there will not be a reduction in force in the
Correct.
office. Those salaries remain.
Correct.
That my salary savings will be available, and also that we are not subject to any freeze since y'all did not pass the resolution.
That is correct. It will
And
be
are
a-
freezing,
so that means
yes.
those funds will be available. So if that's not going to happen, I think now's the time for anybody from the county attorney's office to say, no, there's going to be opposition. Should we try to come up later on and do that?
No, I'm saying as long as those funds are still there, what I'd like to see is this study between all these other counties, right? If there's something that these other counties, what I'm going to look for, transparent, is if these counties are doing it way differently than we are with county attorneys and district attorneys, that's compelling to me. Sorry, Jenny. That's compelling to me. Sorry, Dennis. If they're not, that's compelling to me too. Sorry, Ms. Hernandez, right? So, I mean, I need to see the results of what this renders, keeping the dollars in the pot for the moment. That's just me, keeping the dollars in the pot so that it's possible. But I got to have some data. I mean, not just the Corn Ferry, but I got to know how these other counties are doing it, because if you think we've been doing it wrong, that's a fair assessment. We may have been. I just would like to see some of these other counties our size and what they do. And if they've got a way to do things differently and they're doing it and there's some law
They
or
have
something.
job descriptions that have the pays, and I can already tell you it's different for all the
And that's
departments.
what
So
I-
we'll get the data, we'll work with the HR director, and we'll get it.
But didn't we pass a policy that after the budget, from now on, nobody could come?
Can't raise.
You can't
Can't
increase your budget,
Right.
but if you have it in your
That's what I'm saying.
budget, then
As
we
long
can,
as you're within the
yes.
certain
Yes.
okay.
And she'll still
Like
have
I
it in
told
there.
him.
And
If
she's
you
not
can't-
deleting her position, so she will have savings in her department. Yes.
And if it turns out I'm wrong, I'll be the first one up here championing both the other departments for y'all to do the same for them, so long as they have the salary savings.
Right.
That I'll tell you.
Right, and that, you know what, and that gives them a little heads up that. Jimmy
However,
Saturn-
the county's obligation to treat like employees like is not dependent on salary savings. it is an obligation that the county has outside of salary savings.
And that's why we've got to do some research, because
Job descriptions need to be, yeah, I agree. Okay.
Thank you.
Good point. Thank you.
Thank you.
So can we just like table this one? And I don't want to say,
We don't
I don't
have
even want to.
anything to do, we don't have a
Oh, we're
vote
not
or
gonna do
any
anything?
motion.
Okay, all
We
right.
don't have to do
Okay, the
anything
budget,
on
so
it. Yes.
it's still
not
there.
included.
We would just
reduce
need
it
to add
later.
those 5 positions back because they were removed from the proposed.
They weren't, because we had to vote on it, yes.
Oh,
They weren't. I looked last night. They were not. They were not.
Yeah, no, there's no action necessary, yes. Any other departments here that want to come up? Yes, you don't have to ask to be excused, yes. Okay, then we will bring up item number 1 on your amendments for inclusion as well. The legal fees for the county attorney's office, $181,000.
I would like to speak to that. Court, that is not much, if anything, to do with the county attorney's office. And I sent a change from our office to the wording. That is an account number. That is a 4-digit number, which some money is used for the county attorney's office for outside legal fees. However, the majority of that account.
no, it's all attorney fees. In 5301, it's all attorney fees.
What do we have to do on this item, on these 4?
This, if we vote to do these, it increases the budget. These are not already included in the proposed budget.
What are we on?
This is up for discussion.
Back page of this.
5301.
It's
so
in
what is the-
Which is
it was in the
attorney fees
documents
only.
We have, yeah,
So what is the proposal? The request is for more?
for $181,650.
That includes attorneys that do things.
That includes attorneys for what? Come up to the microphone, please.
So I believe, and Lisa, can you correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the 1285,
5301.
5301.
Attorney fees.
5301 attorney's fee account, and that includes multiple, that includes other attorney's fees as well. I have not seen the most recent breakdown of this, but I know it includes other attorneys that our office does not manage or are not matters related to the office, although I believe perhaps maybe a majority of them do go to the office or are part of the office. Now, regarding these fees, though, many of the obligations under the fees are related to jobs or cases that the county attorney's office cannot take due to conflicts of interest. What happens is whenever we represent, for example, the jail, there are multiple parties, and we cannot represent all of the parties. We do always take those cases ourselves. The ones that we can take when there's like multiple parties, we take one of the parties, but there's additional parties, and those have to be assigned to other attorneys. So that makes up a lot of the cases. And then there are other matters related to economic development. I believe there was some matters related to the TERS and the abatements and other issues that required expertises that our office didn't have. So
This is such a specific number. I'm just wondering why the increase like this. This is already a debt we need to pay, or is this, I mean, you're asking for increase in that account?
Well, the history has been showing that the amount of budget we have there has been well exceeded many years in a row, and we wanted to not have a deficit every year, so we thought additional funds were necessary, but that's up to the court because it's dependent on how many attorneys we hire throughout the year.
So
Why the
who
amount?
proposed this, though?
This was just, I think Teresa worked some other numbers up and some others put together because of our deficit this year that they say, believe they need additional 140. I think it came from, I think Teresa originally came up with a number.
So, I mean, did you all ask for it? I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this.
We did not, and we don't control who all uses funds out of that account or for what purposes. And so I simply wanted to clarify that the county attorney is not coming asking for this additional money. And I don't control everything in that account. So if it needs to have more money, that's great. I take issue with it saying that the county attorney came asking for this.
And that's what I wanted you to clear up. So
Yeah.
if you're not asking for it, then
I guess we could always go to other funds if this amount is needed, if we don't approve this today.
Yes.
So don't see any motions for this. Any? Okay, moving on to item number 2, the transportation of inmates from the Nueces County Jail. Is the sheriff requesting this one, or is this one just
Last
putting
year,
more
because of all their
funds in?
vacancies, they had to hire a firm that charges a significant amount of funds, and this last year, they were $400,000 in excess of what they needed. Some of it was paid by ARPA funds. Working with Chief Cook and the sheriff, they're starting to getting some more staff in, and they've agreed that any local transportation will be done by their office, and any close that are not within a certain distance will be done by their office. So it almost sounds like we do not need this additional funding, but it could be a case where if we have more vacancies, they could come up again.
Okay, well, if we don't need it, let's go.
We can come back and ask for it if
Come
we
back
need
forward,
it.
yes.
We can use something,
Yes.
yes. Any
Commissioner
of
Hernandez
these
has a
are
lot of extra
no,
money.
yeah.
Guys are, I mean, they're on work status anyway.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hernandez, you're okay. We'll just get it from you later, right?
Sure.
Any of these, anybody want to bring any one of these up then?
Yeah, number 4. Just Lisa, number 4 wasn't supposed to be an added, that it was supposed to be.
You had told me that you wanted,
Yeah.
that you weren't going to reduce
The
Dr. Gonzalez's.
The travel.
That's
from
correct.
The travel, to reduce it to another, this is not a,
It's
But-
not an
but it's a
increase?
an increase, it's part of the budget that was there already.
Yes, it's just like the others that came before that had the reductions, and they were
Right.
going to have a personnel increase, and it would be offset by the other reductions within that department. My question is, I don't know where the 900 came from, because you had expressed to me that it was going to be 1,000,
Right.
and then with the benefits, it became $1,078, and I'm doing this by memory. So that could be off, but it was not quite 1,100. So are we changing the amount now?
Well, no, I mean, I never changed it. I mean, it was always
This has
1,000.
already been included? There's no reason for
No,
this?
no,
or
it's
what?
not
No,
included. It's,
That
there were
included-
other
we're gonna change the
reductions.
travel.
Yeah, I thought you were taking the 2,000 that you got for the travel and you were splitting it between the
No.
two. So you were taking 1,000 from
From the
Dr.
travel.
Gonzalez and giving 1,000
No, from the
to,
travel.
yeah, because there was 2,000 in the travel, but he only got 1,000.
No, there was money in travel, and then there was money in car allowance. He's leaving Dr. Gonzalez's car allowance the same.
And he's taking it from that budget, from the Calderon building, the two people that went over there. I didn't know they have a budget that's totally that.
That's
I
the
didn't-
budget that comes with the hospital district. It's
Uh-huh.
already in there.
They
Yeah,
have a travel
yeah.
budget, though?
Yeah.
Yeah, they did. The
Where do
original
they
travel
travel
budget was
to?
6,000, we reduced it some, so there's 1,000 left, yeah.
Uh-huh.
So wait, whose money, where's this 900
This
coming
is
from?
the outreach medical clinic that we have with get reimbursed from the hospital district.
No, but I mean, like, where in the budget? Meaning, I don't want to take another 900 from the hospital district, but if it's 900 we're already getting,
I believe the agreement was reduce travel by that 1,000 and just move that travel up as a car allowance.
whose travel? Dr. Gonzalez's travel? Who?
I think it was for the other.
It's for Aaron Diaz to give him a car allowance because they had 2,500 at the beginning. 2,500 was being used by Dr. Gonzalez because he was going to the conferences while he was still at the hospital district. When we transferred everything to the Calderon building, it stayed the same way. So instead of reducing his salary to reducing the car allowance, there was 4,000 in the travel, and we told Lisa, go ahead and get rid of 2,000 and leave 2,000 in travel and use one of those 1,000 as his car allowance.
Is that what you did?
We, just like with all the other departments, they had cuts because the hospital district is paying less money for 3094, which is now renamed to the Outreach Medical Clinic. But they're going to pay less money, and they're going to give 40,000 for the mobile clinic. They're going, and then they reduced the amount that they were going to give 3094, so therefore we had to reduce the budgets there. But this would, it is within the perimeters of the amount that will be able to be reimbursed.
The commissioner said that we still have a car allowance of 2,500, but that 2,500 is split between 1,500 and 1,000, and we reduce the travel but to $1,000. So it's in the budget, yes.
And why does,
It's just, it's a personnel
why does the-
matter, so
why
it
does-
has to go
no.
on separately.
why does the person need a car allowance?
Because they travel.
Like, like where?
Sometimes they go visit, I'm sorry.
I'm
They
asking,
go
I
to
don't,
Bishop,
this
They
is,
go to Banquete, they go to Blunzer, they go to,
and this is $900 a year?
yes.
It'll be 1,000,
$1,000
which
a year,
is
yes, the entire year.
1,000 plus benefits goes to $1,078. And again, I'm doing it based on memory. I'm pretty sure
Commissioner,
a
This-
year.
But I'm saying that this is just a shifting of funds, it's not new money.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so,
But we shouldn't have to vote on this.
Right,
This
this
should
is
just
like a
go in their
personnel thing.
budget.
This is
But
like
it's a personnel matter, and y'all control all personnel matters.
So there's no need
It's
to
part
vote
of
for
the
it.
budget already. It's
Yes.
not an increase or anything, so we're not voting to increase anybody's.
Yes.
well, this really would be where Dr. Gonzalez should come forward and saying, I'm going to, as a department head, I'm going to move $1,000 from
Kind
this
of like
line
whatever
item
the
to
other
this line
departments
item.
have done, that we have
This is how it
accepted
should be.
because it
That's
is not
fine.
an
Okay.
increase
That's what I
or
was like,
anything.
what are we
so,
giving?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay, this one is, do we have a motion then? Do we have to do a motion?
It's
No,
not a,
no action needed.
yeah.
Okay, we're good. Kara, your items, you have, I passed you up a while ago, sorry.
That's okay, that's okay. It's good to have a little cooling down.
They'll never pass.
Probably not going to work.
Take a break, okay. So this is just my request. This is, I think I've spoken to
You don't know.
about it. It's just a reclass for my staff, and thank you for working with Dell on this, and as you can see, it is not, it's actually a decrease. You don't need it, do you need it? Oh, you're gonna,
I don't want to be left.
you're gonna abstain anyway. So as you can see, I've actually put, our auditor seal of approval with his, email on the back saying that it is not.
To the general fund, this is not an increase. This is actually, in fact, a cut now. The changes made.
Oh, that's nice of you.
Thank you. And I'm just restructuring my office, and it's quick, and I would appreciate y'all's approval and
So
support on
moved.
this. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. This is a discussion.
There's a motion and a second, so go
Sorry.
ahead.
Is there going to be a transfer from the
They are- yeah, they're
special
gonna-
revenue to
Yeah, they're
cover
gonna
the
transfer it,
expense?
and they'll know, so it's okay.
Wait, just,
So we have a savings of 17,000?
but it's coming from special revenue, right?
Yes.
It's coming from
And I'm
special.
using, a lot of it's my special revenue from Fund 13, which by law we're allowed to do.
And so we're going to do a transfer from Fund 13 to the general fund?
Yeah, they're going to take care of it.
And it's
Okay.
going to be consistent, like it's going to be, this is
Absolutely.
forever and ever, amen.
Absolutely.
And you're not going to complain next year when we transfer from your fund for this, everything, everybody's good with this, right?
I mean,
Y'all are all clear?
Why would I complain? It's
Oh,
my
I know
idea.
when we touch it, I know. It's like,
I mean, it's like a forever, she's saying this is forever and ever,
Absolutely, this is
amen.
my staff, yeah.
yes,
Uh-huh.
we're good.
Thank you.
And how much goes into that fund every year? I'm sorry, I asked you
I
this
don't
before,
know,
and I don't
about
remember.
less than like 300,000.
A year?
But it paid, yeah.
Okay.
Well, it depends, but all the collections have been down, not collections, but the filings have been down because of the housing boom ended.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, so it really affected
Yes, it did.
all the recordings. So,
I have a couple items I want
can you vote, please?
oh,
We have a motion by Commissioner Hernandez. Who was the second? I'll second, whatever. I'll second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstain? We're good.
Might as well.
And Commissioner Gonzalez, you had the
yeah,
floor.
I have one is on the law library. It wasn't listed anywhere. And I thought we had talked about that, where I know we have 2 people assigned to the law library.
Yes.
So I don't think we need 2 people to the law library.
We've been working with Ida, and right now, she's considering moving one of her staff out of the law library over into, back to the library. Of course, I will take action of the court to do this, as well as reducing her Westlaw, or whatever it is for that. So giving the amount of money she gets, bringing in every year, about 130, 140, with one employee with a small amount of additional supplies, the law library can function with one.
Did she turn that in as part of her cuts, or this is still up for discussion?
I don't know if she's submitted it in yet, but
well,
I mean,
this
when
is
is
the
it
budget time. It was like, when are we going to do it?
To general fund.
Yeah.
That would be an increase to the general fund to transfer the position.
It would.
What?
You
No, what?
voted yes on an increase.
Lisa, what did you say?
If you moved a position from the law library to the general fund, it would be an increase to the general fund.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, and that's where we got it from to begin with. So we should put it back where we got it.
Wait, but that's an increase to general fund. Wait, what did you ask?
No, he's wanting to take one position away from the law library.
Oh,
And
The law
we're doing that,
library
they move it
gets-
back to the library,
so
which
it's
is
going to be
the.
a higher cost for the general fund and the special revenue that's
you're saying
collected for the law
eliminate the
library.
position. Eliminate the position. How's that an increase to the general fund?
What Ida said
Reduction in
was
force.
move it over. No, not a reduction in force.
What he was talking about is eliminating one out of there, not moving anywhere, getting rid of one person in there.
What Dale said was transfer
That's
to
what
the
Joe
general
said.
fund.
Doesn't matter what
Okay.
Dale said, matters what
Okay.
Joe says. No offense, Dale. He doesn't get a vote.
Vote no. Someone
Was
need to
that
probably
your
call Ida real
motion
quick and
or
we get
your
hold of her, but.
suggestion?
What was, I didn't.
I must suggest, but it'd be a motion that we eliminate the one person from the law library.
Up to the microphone.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
One person from the law library, leaving one person there to maintain or manage the library but also that one person be eliminated. Since I think originally that was placed there from the general funds to begin with. So we just need to eliminate that one person.
Second. What's,
I know she's got a lot of staff already, but.
Is there any other discussion? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
no, you're
Oh,
saying,
did we have to do it? I guess we had to
wait,
do.
you're saying, but that's general fund.
No, if we eliminate the position doesn't come to general fund, the position goes away.
Right.
Yes, so there's no increase in the general fund.
And no decrease.
That
Well,
is a
there'll be a
reduction in
decrease in the law library.
force.
That's a reduction in
The law
force.
library is
The
being
employee would,
I can't hear Dale now.
The law library is being decreased, which is Fund 15, and so it's being, where it'll operate and as a good fund, because right now it's at a deficit.
Oh,
We eliminated
so that-
one position.
So that does help the general fund because we're not having to fund it.
Correct,
We're not having a deficit in
See,
there.
it does help the general fund.
yes.
Hold on. And then what amount?
Right now, we're transferring $35,000 to the general fund. If we eliminate one position, we can probably reduce that transfer to zero.
So
So
now
we
we're-
could save $35,000.
Okay, so that's $35,000 savings. Got it. Okay, go ahead.
One
Hey,
more.
Dale,
Yes.
do we have any idea
And we also
how
want
we're
to
doing now?
How are we doing?
Is
What?
that, how we're doing as of now, right now?
To apply somewhere.
Right now, we're at negative 64,000.
What? Oh,
I have one more, it's just a recommendation. On risk management,
Risk management, okay.
I don't know how many staff they have now.
Two.
And Judge, I don't know, is this something that probably affects you? That if we put risk management under EOC? This is just my thought.
Combining the two.
Combining.
That's not a bad idea.
great idea.
Because I don't know, we're using space, then we're using other department head, we might not need department head. But, I think that if working under D would be good to make sure we stay within the boundaries of the workers' comp and also the investigations that we need to do in case there's an accident. And
Microphone.
all we do is remind people that
Microphone.
they do the drug, they have to take the drug test. So I just think that if we do, maybe we can merge that.
Combine the two to emergency management under D and really the risk management. The people, it would probably help because we've depleted all the people in there, so she could use some help.
So we would then
Just
move to eliminate the
combine
or
department
we'd have to
head.
eliminate the department, reassign the employees, is that what you're saying, under emergency management in a in different roles, right? Eliminating the department and department head, but reassigning them to the emergency management department, right?
They could have they could have,
But it sounds like
a dual role.
Working
Well,
both.
we'll let y'all work it out.
Now, plus whatever is needed for the EOC.
Right, so, but you're saying eliminate the department?
Right.
Okay. So I would second that.
Is that all one motion to eliminate the department and reassign under emergency management?
And the department in question is Department 1125.
Yes. So So we have a motion and a second to combine those two. All those in favor?
And wait, Judge, make sure it's to eliminate the department,
I already said that.
no, the department head, and reassign those two.
Under emergency management.
Okay, and y'all can
Yes.
figure out the
Yes.
titles and roles.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. And that's a small savings because of combining,
savings, huh?
you know, but not much, but salary still. Go ahead. Anything else? You're on a roll now.
Dale, did we reach your 64,000?
We'll do it.
Did we reach the negative we had a while ago?
We're still working on that. Judge, while we're considering some items for the a budget, when we were looking at some of the departments, in Department 180, we missed an entry for professional services that Scott Cross will need for his department.
Oh, thank
He's
you
got
for
significant
remembering
cuts,
that.
so
Yes.
we're asking to amend the budget by adding additional $30,000.
Yes, and I'm glad you brought that up. I was supposed to bring that up and I forgot. Yes. Do we have to have a motion for that, or we?
Well, if, as long as we know that this is going to be added to the amendment, when we do the final amendment, that'd be the case.
What's that for?
This is his professional services. It helps him do those dune protection permits. It's the lady he has had doing that. She's doing a good job, and we want to keep doing that. But he made very significant cuts to
yes.
his budget.
This will
He was-
definitely.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was supposed to be left in, and some of it's
Yes,
supposed to get left in.
yes. It was just an accident to be
Yes,
left out.
yes.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah.
Thank y'all.
Yeah.
He sounded like he was in the,
He was on
So,
and was gone.
question?
go ahead.
So my rough count here, based on what we've done from the 2.9 that we need to get to, is that we're somewhere in about the 1.475, that we're still needing to make some cuts. Okay, I may be off Masamano, but I kind of wanted to go towards the vacancies, right? So we have 201 vacancies in Nueces County, and I don't know if that's down now because of what you've done, Dale, or not, but that's a place I'd like to start, to looking at some of those, because again, we're all trying to not take people, right? But vacancies are, I get it, that affects departments, and I understand that, but at the same time, it doesn't, hopefully, get us where we need to do, because we still need to cut another 1.475 million, according to what I've found so far.
Give me a few minutes, I can give you a true count.
Total. And Ida's online, and she'd like to address the court.
Yes, Judge and Commissioners, I'm sorry, I walked away from my desk, and as soon as I get off, I heard something about the law library, so if y'all could please give me some heads up and let me know what I missed. I know I just heard about removing one of my positions, which I know we've done our due diligence, and I took care of my budget, and right now, I know when I spoke to Dell, the last time I think Commissioner Jag had mentioned about moving one of my librarians from the law library to Bishop. Well, we can't do that because what Dell told me was that those positions we get from the money that we collect from revenue, and we can't commingle any of that money to my department, and I don't have any current openings in my library to add an additional library or remove one of my librarians from here. So I know we can't do that. And so I know I've cut as much money from the law library as we can. And so I really do not want to cut any of my librarians from the law library. And
All right, that's been done.
I've done as much cut as I can. And I know we are receiving funding from the revenues that we collect. So if there's another option, except I don't want to delete my position from the law library.
I'm sorry, Ida, I appreciate that, but there was a motion made, I guess, when you got up and walked away, and there is a $35,000 transfer that the county has to pay to, I think 65 or 35?
You said 65, Dale?
How much to that?
35,000.
35,000.
Last 2 years.
Oh, you're 65 in the whole.
The last 2 years for that, and there was a motion made to delete that position, the second position, to just have one person in the law library while you were away.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry I missed it and walked away the wrong time.
I'm
But,
very sorry,
I
too.
hope
Sorry.
maybe y'all can reconsider the motion and give us an opportunity. I know we have been receiving as much money as we can, and due to other circumstances that I is beyond my control. But my staff has done a lot the past few years. They've gotten grants. They are receiving a lot of people that have been coming to the library. And, I mean, I don't know where this came from. I mean, there's other departments that are receiving way more than my department. I mean, I know we're only receiving 35,000 as opposed to hundreds of thousands in other departments. So, and I don't think any other departments got another cut except, earlier. I did see one, but, I know there's other departments that are receiving way more than my department.
I appreciate that, Ida, and every single department, and since we did the no new revenue, we didn't do the tax increase, we're having to make additional cuts as well to try to come up with those monies. And we did leave one person in there, and totally sympathize with you and understand your feelings on that. But sorry you missed it when it came up and weren't able to talk. Yes.
Commissioner Chesley, currently there's 195 vacancies.
195 vacancies. So I appreciate that. So this is where I definitely needing help, right? I'm trying, and if anybody's got some other ideas, jump in, but because I'm kind of waiting to see how all this, played out, because obviously we've still got some work to do. So does anybody have some other suggestions? I mean, I have one more, but.
I have one more transfer before you start talking
do that.
about.
And I don't think my next one's going to go anywhere.
And I'm not sure if these vacancies are considered, or the sheriff's officer, did you count those in on the law enforcement ones?
That's the most of them.
That's the most of them, yes. And I know I spoke to the sheriff, and the IT department is, in their budget cuts, cut his one person over there that works in the jail, and he wants to negotiate that with and transfer it over, just like we did the other person in there, have a computer person and a
he's got plenty of vacancies. I mean, he could do that.
Intercom person. He wants to keep that person that they've been working well for him.
Well, when I talked to the sheriff, I believe there's 87 vacancies in the jail right now.
Yeah, so make sure that person in IT doesn't, he gets transferred over to the sheriff still. Will you work on that?
We'll have to work with the court to make sure how it gets transferred from the sheriff's office back from sheriff's office from the IT to sheriff's office. So there's still a transfer. So,
but that still represents a cut because it goes into a vacant position that we haven't cut yet. So it's still a net cut.
It still does.
So Daryl still gets credit for the cut.
Yes.
But the sheriff wanted to make sure that position didn't get deleted before it got. He said he would pick it up because it's important to his department.
Well, then, I mean, do we need to just do that as a motion and just say, because it's still a net cut, right? I mean, it's still a net cut,
yes.
Right?
Is the sheriff on here?
Well, we're theoretically deleting a position from the IT division and moving into a vacant position there. So it's technically a deletion, yes.
Okay.
Even though it's taking a vacant position, yes.
Okay. I'll make the motion then to do that if we need a motion, so to transfer that position.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Sorry. Now you can go to your vacancies.
Okay.
Sorry.
So if anybody on the.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
What
I
do you need?
apologize. I do.
It's really just for
Just a
budget.
transfer?
We're going to the
no
deleted
cost transfer
position
between
from
departments.
IT is going to transfer to the sheriff's department.
Okay.
Yes.
No cost transfer. It's a no cost transfer. It's
No
going from
cost
one to
transfer.
another,
Okay.
but we are deleting a position in IT.
Yes. The sheriff wants to keep him, and he's not here, but I'm assuming that's all still.
Okay.
Yes, okay.
How you want to go? Okay, so on vacancies. Oh, go ahead. Oh, wait. If someone's got something besides vacancies, that's what I'm pausing to see if anybody's got anything besides vacancies.
Hey, Dad, you've got one more, that's it. No, I'm joking.
Rebecca, you want to come up? Second? Yeah. I thought you were gone already, but you should have gone.
Keep breaking. I do.
I've got a couple of questions for Rebecca. I was looking at it from last time that we talked, and I know they have an office in
To the
Robstown.
microphone a little bit.
I know they have an office in Robstown too. And how many people you have in Robstown, Rebecca?
8.
8. And that's a county building, I guess you said?
It's our building.
So,
Yes,
I don't
Accounting.
know, because, you know, when I was looking at yours and looking at the Veterans Administration, sir, is there any way that maybe, I don't know about merging, but maybe some of you staff going to work with veterans and say do some of the same things, or?
Well, I think that's a misconception that we have. So JJ's office and my office, we do not do the same thing. JJ does veterans claims.
But the same thing for veterans that do for civilians, right? Yeah.
I assume, I don't know. He does veterans, he processes veterans claims.
Right.
And then we do case management for financial assistance. The only thing we have in common is the veterans grant and that we're housed together. So we interact with some of the same clients, but our staff does not do the same thing.
Is there, how much of your staff right now?
I'm sorry?
How many staff do you have?
20. But in the budget cuts, I froze 2 caseworker positions.
Froze or eliminated?
Froze.
Okay.
But your percentage of your cuts that you made to your department was?
Well, Dale or Lisa will have to, but 15% to, I believe it was 15% of direct client services, and then I don't know what the exact percentages were.
It was the
Yeah.
highest. It was the amount we asked you to cut for non-statutory, yes.
Yes.
I just want to say that up front.
And how many of those positions did we acquire while during COVID or during the pandemic?
Mike?
How many did we
How many of
acquire?
those positions were acquired, or did we add?
We've been at the same staffing since 2005, I think.
The same staffing?
Yes, I went back and looked that up the other day. It's been a long time. We haven't added any positions in years and years.
I thought we added someone who was doing the COVID, during the pandemic. And
You may be talking about the temporary workers that were for ERAP, possibly?
Okay, maybe so.
Yeah, that was just for a few months. We haven't added anybody.
So I'm still thinking about the fact, how do we're spending how do you spend $2 million in services, you know, from your department? Maybe we're not, I just think maybe we're just giving too much, you know, or how do we do that? How do we fix it when, you know, we don't need to give that much services?
Well, I cut 15%, so
What were the cuts in that you made? Direct
What's their
help?
number back
direct
here?
client services,
Meaning, what is,
rent, water, gas, lights, food, utilities, transportation, the services we provide to the indigent population. The direct services, the actual financial help we provide to them.
so nothing to admin or anything of that nature?
We-
Froze you didn't cut, you just froze the
Well,
positions?
no, we cut, I don't have it right in front of me. We did our travel,
that
we
department
did
number?
all of the department stuff as well.
It should be in our packets right here. What's your?
4110, 4120, 4130.
110 cuts, 72,000,
And so-
42,000.
90,000 and 4120 direct social that you cut in other services. The child protective is not really, yeah.
So we spend this year's, no, let's say 20 actual, we spent 450, I'm trying to figure out what we spent last year. It says your budget is $513,000 in direct help. Is that right? Proposed.
The new one?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think there's a typo. This is budget 2016, 2017. Maybe that's what I'm getting estimated. I don't know. Anyway, estimated actual.
It's a typo.
Yeah. So estimated actual shows for 2023 that direct help is only going to be 451 when your budget was 604.
We always have a considerable amount left over because we get grants throughout the year. So we use the grants rather than the general funding.
So I guess my question would be then, why wouldn't the cut have just gone to what the actual was this year? That would have been another 50, 60,000.
I think that's about what we did.
Well, no, I mean,
The actual was
Well, this type- what is
296 and the budget was 297, so.
okay, so this typo
If that
thing.
typo,
But is that but what's that supposed to be? Like, is that last year's budget, or
Yes, that's last year's budget, just like on the page before it.
it says 2016,
I
2017?
understand. It's just
What's it supposed to say is what I'm asking.
22, 23.
Okay, so the 22-23 budget was 604, 428. You're cutting it to 513, right? But your actuals for 22-23 estimated is 451. So I'm saying, why wouldn't that be another cut back down to say 451? Because I have a tendency to agree with Joe. I'm not sure how much we're supposed to be doing like this. It's not statutory. It's nice that we do it. I think we need to take care of people. But again, so that could be an area that you could cut without being people, and cut back down another $60,000 to the actual budget for this year. I know you don't want to, but I'm just saying. I mean, I'm just look.
I'm going to make whatever you give me work.
Right.
And we try to get our grants. We try to have a higher level of assistance. And that's what we'll continue to do.
Well, I would.
What do you think makes the expense that high? I mean, why is it so high, the expense? I mean, is it something that we provided too much services for too long or long term?
The expense of the direct client services?
Well,
Is that what we're talking about?
It's $2 million, right?
You're talking about everything, the administrative and the
Would
direct
administrative
client
included in the $2 million? The administrative?
She cut some out of the administrative. I think it was about. I can't do my percentages real quick here.
What's the services? What's the expense for
5%?
services?
The expense for services was the 400 that we just cut to.
Service? You cut all the services?
You cut from the 400 to
15% of the direct client services.
50% of the services.
The direct client services are the rent, the actual bills and the food vouchers and the burial expenses and those things that we provide directly to the clients.
Burials I can understand, because it's a one-time thing, but if I go and get rent, how long do you give me rent for?
So if you come in for assistance, it's generally one-time assistance.
So you only help me one time?
There are a few cases that we will help longer term, but not a high percentage of our caseloads that we carry. It's usually one-time assistance. It's to prevent eviction or prevent disconnection. We want people to stay housed.
Sure.
So tell me a little bit more about what the caseworkers do. I know it's not all about direct help, right? I know that's part of the budget, but then it's not just about giving them money. It's about working on their dilemmas and helping them get through it. I don't know how else to say that better, but.
So we provide holistic, comprehensive case management.
Say again?
We take a holistic approach to case management. So if you're coming to us for assistance, there's a reason for that. You've lost your job, you've had an injury, you're applying for benefits or something like that. If you don't know how to get to those resources, we're going to help you try to get that, because we don't want to be, the county does not want to be paying your bills for you. We want you to be self-sufficient and know your resources and how to do things. We want to help you temporarily to keep you housed, to keep your services on. So we network in the community a lot. We just saw Commissioner Mares the other day in Robstown. We were at the event out there, so that we know where to send people. The social workers that we have, we're generalist social workers, so we work with all populations of people. We're not focused on hospice. We're not focused on one thing or the other. We take care of everybody. We have clients who have mental health issues, and we want them to have services, and we have, you know, the working poor. We want them to have good jobs and refer them to services for work. So we deal with a wide variety of people. So the caseworkers will see a client and they'll do an assessment and they'll provide the case management as, you know, we may only pay the bill one time, but we may see the client a couple of months or, you know, longer than that to help them out with whatever they need. And you're right, it's not always financial. It could be referring them to other programs or providing a service like that.
Well, it would seem that not the easiest thing to do, because I struggle with this during this budget because it's not a statutory department, but I'm not a heartless person either, so it's a real balance between physical responsibility and humane responsibility. But I would certainly want to make the motion to reduce the direct help from the budgeted request down to the actual request from last year, which would be about $62,000. And then I would want to also make the frozen positions eliminated positions at the very least. But I don't know how everybody else feels, so I'll throw that out there.
How many vacant positions you have?
She's frozen too, and I'm just saying instead of frozen, make them permanent.
I have two vacant caseworker positions that I've been trying to fill for. We had two people leave in January, and so we promoted, and so these two that are vacant right now are because we had some promotions within the department, and then we were stopped from hiring. So, I mean, that's hard on us, losing caseworkers.
Have a lot more vacancies, so it seems like two is not too bad considering, I remember at one point it seemed like there was quite a bit, but I'm assuming there's still turnover.
Yeah, there's usually turnover, but
our pay's not competitive,
we're
even
not
like with the
competitive.
state, and the state doesn't pay that
Right.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we see a lot of clients, and I will say this, like other departments, because the pay is low, you become a training ground, and they come and they train, and then they move on because now they've have some experience, and we can't offer to pay, you know, other places can. So,
But for the future, maybe not now, but for the future, say in a year or beyond, that, I mean, are there consolidations that could be made? Maybe it means higher workload, but with that same kind of budget or similar budget size you have for your department, use that to try to increase salaries, and make it more attractive to retain, or do you not see that happening because this is the nature of the work and this is usually the starting ground for a lot of graduates?
no, I think we can make that work. Losing two right now will make that harder for the future, but I understand what you're saying. We've been short-staffed before, and we'll get through this. You know, it happens.
Excuse me, on any given day, how many people go through your doors asking for help?
Oh, let me think about it for a minute. I could get you those numbers.
Well,
I provide you those numbers every quarter. I give you, it's called the traffic report in there. It tells you exactly how many people come through our doors and sign in and all of that. So.
Or how many people?
The caseworkers are usually carrying, I want to say 40 to 60 cases, depending on the time of the year. So summer's really busy for us, and back to school time.
That's what I was going to ask, if caseworkers are required to see so many people per day or something.
Oh, yeah. Well, we have so many appointments per day, and so we're booked up for, I want to say mid-October, late October already.
So you sent us, it looks like you sent us the last one in July.
I send them to you every quarter.
Yeah. And so, I mean, that's a breakdown of the dollar amounts and cases worked. Shows 30 cases worked, but the amount of
Is
dollar
that for
amounts.
burials?
I'm sorry, that's just burial. You're right. Thanks for catching that. You're
Yeah.
not even looking at it. 208 people monthly, 109 cases monthly.
That's probably just in the general
And that's
program.
just the direct services.
Right.
Then you have your grant services, there's only a few, but those are the ones with the food and the utility and the rent assistance. TXU funding, what's EFSP?
Emergency Food and Shelter Program.
That's a big
It's
one.
a federal program.
That's a big one, almost 200 people.
And so with the burials, we get a lot of referrals for burials, and so that's why you'll see that we work the cases, but we may resolve them without the county having to pay any money. We may find the next of kin who's willing to pay for the services, or we discover there's an insurance policy or something to that effect. So we work a lot more burial cases than the county actually pays for, just doing our due diligence.
How much do you, I'm sorry, how much do y'all give per burial?
Per burial. It's about, I want to say 1,800 per burial. So that includes the professional service at the funeral home, the opening and closing of the grave site, and the cemetery site.
It's improved from since
Yes.
several years ago that I was here.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I believe it's 800 for cremation.
Okay.
My last question I have is, Rebecca, I'm just thinking that maybe your high administration is too high. I mean, maybe you're too heavy administration. I don't know. Have you really looked at that to see maybe your case workers are doing 40, 60 cases? Is your administration doing the same thing, I guess? Or they also have cases, that many cases?
No, they don't have cases. So we do our own, we do financial accounting within our office. So for each of our grants, we're doing reporting and all of that. So that's what we have, accounting assistants. We have clerical staff that work with the public, taking applications.
How many grants do you have right now?
How many what?
How many grants?
About 4 to 5
How much
veterans.
do you distribute out? I mean, on this side, it looks like you have a lot of administration, and if you look at just $296,000 going out, and you've got 1.4 in personnel, it's kind of lopsided. So I think if you include the grants and the amount of money that does go through your office, or the help that is given, that changes that perspective, maybe.
But where are the grants, where are they in here, though?
That's grants. That's
They're
not
13
included in our general.
They're in 1350.
Oh, her grants.
Her grants, yes.
They're in 13, but, so how does,
I'm trying to get to it. Hold on.
13, 15?
50.
Just got that one on our mind.
She wants it too?
No. I don't see that. 13, 15.
1311.
What is it? What is it? 246. Okay, I can't find it.
Oh, I have my own book.
So not a lot of grants. Okay, so that's grant, or that's,
And 1351.
and that's just money that goes in and out, right?
Yes.
Gotcha. Yeah, we can't do anything there. Just for discussion, I'd go ahead and make a motion to eliminate the 2 positions that she's frozen permanently, and to reduce the direct social services by another $62,000 to meet the actual budget for this year. So that'd be a cut I would recommend at this point.
That's second.
Is was just in the actual dollars passed out. Well, I'm sorry, what was that?
Yeah, it
Again, I was
was,
answering.
it was roughly 62,000 or whatever,
Yeah.
513,763 minus 451,508 is in 4120, and then to freeze the, to eliminate the two positions that she froze in 4110.
Okay.
The one she,
Specifically?
yeah.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Thanks. Okay. You want to address something, Dee, real quick? I think hers is about the transfer with that department being over there.
Yes, my question is, I know you guys are dissolving the risk management and moving them over, but there are programs, and I'm sure there are fees and monies that he needs to run the AD program, the building evaluations. I just want to make sure that when you dissolve his office, some of that comes with him, because I don't have the funding for it, so.
His funds for his programs will come with it.
All right, I just
The
want to
AEDs
make
still
sure.
have to be monitored, all of that
Can't
stuff.
use his wallet, but
Well, I heard savings and everything, but I just wanted to make sure that we had that covered, because, we
Fair.
can streamline the office, and there's a lot of things that we can combine and do, but I just want to make sure that,
We want the services that were over there to
yes, that we do
continue,
have to,
yes,
that risk
yes.
management does have to do, that they have
That
that.
was not cutting any of that.
Okay.
Good question, though.
Commissioner, on those two positions you were talking about elimination, that's 98,900.
But she'd already frozen them.
They were frozen, but it's still in the budget. You have to take them out and delete it.
Wait, so,
So you're actually now saving $98,000.
Because you're deleting, frozen doesn't, yeah.
Frozen's still in the budget.
okay, well,
Deleting,
no, I need to
yes.
do my math then. Okay, go ahead. I'm keeping my, okay, minus, how much?
98,900.
plus the 65.
Okay. Okay, so now I'll ask again.
What's the total?
No, we're down about 1,003,136, but I'm asking again before we go to vacancies, does anybody have any other ones?
Any other departments,
We can
any
think of.
other questions, concerns?
So I guess, okay. So
No.
then, but you have raised a point that I need to bring up. So there were other departments that froze positions instead of cut them. But if they froze them and they thought that that was a cut and it wasn't a cut, what good, I don't mean in a bad way, but what good is the freeze?
Freezing basically gives you salary savings for the year. So
But-
it's
but-
like not having a position vacant for an entire year.
But it stays in the budget
It
as
stays
one of
in,
those.
it doesn't go
as
away
one
in
of
the
those
budget. But it doesn't get
unfilled-
funded either, because you're not paying for it.
No, it
so,
does,
yeah.
because it's one of the unfilled positions.
It's budgeted, but you're not paying it out. I mean, sorry,
Right,
there's no
it's in the
position there.
198.
Yes.
Okay, so now these two, now that takes it down to 196. Okay, that makes sense. So
But
it
it's-
saves us for the year, but it
Dale,
doesn't
it's only
save
for that
us.
1 year, right?
I got it.
For what?
The freeze, yeah.
Right now, we're frozen it, freezing it for 1 year, but it's at the court if we.
Depends on what next year is, too,
We have to bring them before court before they are frozen.
Okay.
before they can be unfrozen, yes.
Well, but the question I have is if that's going to, if the freezes that are articulated, so that could be a category that we look at, is my point. And I don't know that we want to do that, but I mean, how much with one, if the number's 1.3136, how many vacant positions? And I know this is hard because it depends on what vacant position, but I assume y'all know maybe what the average cost of a vacant position is, or could run that. Then how many of those on the average would we have to eliminate vacancies to get to our zero number? And I know that's really hard, Dale, to put you on the spot like that, and I apologize, but and if you can't do it, but I don't know how I don't know how else to go right now to get that final 1.3.
Okay. And then we have to go back to all those resolutions, don't forget. We have all those resolutions.
This is around, table 12, 15, and that's around, if we include benefits, one position is about $50,000.
So,
one position is about $50,000. That's the lowest one. Now, we have some that are higher vacancies that are higher pay, but that's a very low amount.
we'd have to, did I do that right?
Well,
Wait a minute.
About 50.
the average, yeah.
Make sure I'm doing
It
that.
is, yeah.
Well, yeah, so if you take the average of 50,000, we'd have to eliminate 27 vacancies. We'd have to figure out where to pick them, right? But we'd have to eliminate 27 vacancies, and we're done.
Basically.
I mean, now how we get there, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how we do that, but
Now, if we remember this, sometimes when Tim comes forward, there's a lot of positions we have that have been vacant for a very, very, very long time because it's hard to find positions. Some of them in many departments. For example, I know the sheriff's office is hard to find for the jail, and some of the heavy equipment people for public works, they have a hard time finding drivers. They find this, but that's just they still need these drivers, but they have a hard time finding these. Sometimes these positions are vacant for years.
But if we did, and that's why I wanted to do the resolution last on the freezing thing. So let's just kind of talk through that too, right? If we pass a resolution that does a hard freeze, like a real freeze, for a year, not for everything, but for 27 positions. I don't know what they are. In other words, I'm trying to, because I don't know how today to say, because I don't want to just pick on the sheriff because he has the most vacancies, because he's always going to have the most vacancies, because that's the hardest job in the county to fill.
Exactly.
So it's like, I don't want to just go, okay, let's go take all 27 from that department, because I think it's realistic in the sense that it's going to be hard to ever fill those positions, because we've had 80 openings over there for I don't know how long, years, right? So, but I mean, I don't want the sheriff to think I'm picking on him and not do it across the board. So the freezes would help us for 1 year. It just wouldn't help us going after that if they were unfrozen. Whereas the permanent deletions take it out of the budget forever and ever, amen, until someone puts it back. So maybe we need to pick a paw. I don't know.
Now, as we saw, the 17 frozen positions that we included in the budget, those are vacancies, or were vacancies when we did it.
Say that to me again.
The 17 frozen positions that we included in your cut positions, at the time we evaluated those 17 were vacant.
Well, what if could we say this, and be within the laws of passing a budget? Could we say, if the court wanted to, we're going to eliminate 27 vacancies, and we're going to figure it out later? I don't, you know what I mean? Like, we got to go work with people on their vacancies, because I don't want to just, I'm trying to be creative here, but I'm trying to follow the law, and I don't know which 27 or that's 27 to pick, but obviously, or we're going to eliminate really the better way would be we're going to eliminate $1.3 million of vacancies, $1.313 million of vacancies, and do it later?
27 people would do that? 27 vacancies?
We have 196 in the county. I mean, we got to be able to get 27. We got to get enough departments to work with us to agree to say, okay, maybe the sheriff gives us 10, maybe. I don't know where they all are, right? I'm sorry, I can't even rattle them off. I don't even know where all the vacancies are.
I can go right now. In Public Works, there's 26
vacancies.
In
Public Works.
Public Works.
Crap, get Juan in here.
In engineering, there's 2. Coastal Parks, there's 2. County Clerk's got 1 in her records. 1 in 1, 2, 3,
Who's got a
4.
lot?
4 in her records. 1 treasury. I know 2 collections. 1 elections.
I don't have a vacancy in treasury.
1180. That's what's 1180. That's collections.
1180.
Oh, yeah, it's frozen.
Those are frozen, but those are now they're vacant at the time.
Yeah.
For our tax office, we have 7.
I
As HR said, they have one. I've got three. Purchasing has one. We got ones for the.
I guess we could start with the people who report to us. I mean, I hate to do that, but that's easier than trying to call 15 elected officials and say, hey, what do you think at this point? Yeah, I know what you're going to say, Kara. I got it. I don't need to call
We heard you
14,
loud and
14, not 15, 14. But I mean, because 26 in public works.
Yes.
But we got to remember on the 17th, we're going to do something that includes public works, right?
Well, but.
And I said most public works are your heavy equipment operators and your truck drivers. So those are the ones that are hard to find people for.
You wouldn't eliminate all of them anyway.
No,
Yeah.
I'm just saying whatever he thinks he can.
Yeah.
And if you would, because we do transfer money from the general fund to public works, if you do a small change in public works, we can reduce our transfer from general fund to public works. But again, we don't want to hurt public works.
No, we don't hurt anybody, but again, I think the consensus method of this, or message of this court has been, people's our last cut, but vacancies we could, at least work on, but I don't know. So it sounds to me like if we can figure out how to cut 27 vacancies, unless anybody else has any ideas, then we're back down to where we need to be. Anybody?
And as you said, the largest one, of course, is our sheriff, with both the jail and the sheriff division has significant vacancies. Right now, animal control's got 3 vacancies.
Hey, go find one. Let's see what we can. I mean, I don't know what else to do. We got to start like, bargaining here. We're going to sit here all night and do nothing. And I'm not willing to do that.
I mean,
Or if you got something else. No, you've been good. You've been on a roll today, Commish. I mean, I'm just.
I'm out. But I think that we made a big impact. I think that we're a lot better than what we were when we started, and we're not that far away. I mean, we might not be able to get everything today, or we still got the 27th, and
We can't, this has to be done today on the
We have to
budget.
adopt today.
Yeah, this has to
We have
be
to adopt a budget today, but we can't come back on. We can't come back.
No.
We come
We
back.
can't come back with the cut part. I'm not. Just give me. Let me. No. If we make a motion to cut $1.3 million in vacancies today,
We
pass
can't
it,
decide
and
afterwards
come
what
back
we
on the
do, right?
19th. Between now and then, come back with the specifics on those vacancies. How is that a problem?
It's not a problem as long as we get the level you're talking about.
Right.
Can we get to that level?
Okay, okay, team, here we go. The motion would be, right, to cut 1 point, and I don't know, 1 point, what I've got is 1.3136, but let's say $1.4 million, we'll cut 1.4 million vacancies with the list to be brought back and determined on the 19th, meaning that would be not a one agenda day. So that would be what I would.
I remember, Commissioner, you already had 1.3 or 4 out of the 3 that we needed. So we really don't need.
Let's just, can we just say we'll
We started
find
at
25 cuts
started at
to make?
2.9.
Yeah.
We're
Close
down to
enough.
1.3 more that we need to cut.
Well,
1.3.
It's 313,600 if I'm right. I could be a little off. So I was saying 1.4 to be safe.
Yeah.
Dale's got
Yes.
some.
No, I did give you the lowest level. Some of these vacancies are at a higher level, so, some of these, like one of the positions we know in the governmental affairs is going away. That's $100,000.
What's going away?
The governmental affairs from 1121. We know that was going away.
Wait, from 11.
Belinda's old position.
But we've already factored that in.
Yeah, but that was one of my vacancies.
Juan is here.
One of my vacancies.
I text him, you might want to come.
Come on, man.
Come on up.
Juan, you're the first one that gets the big question. You got 26 vacancies in public works. We're down to.
We need 25 of those. No.
No, we don't. Don't do that to it. But we're trying to figure out,
10.
not just you, but everyone, how many of their vacancies because of the 196, I think we have vacancies left in the county.
Yes, sir.
If we cut 27, that'll get us to flat, and we're done. Vacancies, not
Okay.
people, vacancies. So we're going to go ask everybody who has vacancies. Carol's already answered us.
And the sheriff just sent a message, he already cut 6 of his vacancies are already in the budget.
Right, I know,
Yeah,
but
so,
that's, I get it. So,
He just wants us
Yeah,
to
you
know.
cut-
no, no, he made,
Sir?
no, he made
You
good
cut quite a
cuts.
bit, haven't you?
He made
No,
good cuts.
no, I think overall, in our budget, we cut, what, about 600,000, Judge?
Yeah, y'all did a major.
Yes, yes, I mean, we already cut 600,000 from our budget. And then not only cutting personnel, I mean, right now we're getting calls from constituents and also some commercial properties that they're asking for some of our roads to get fixed. And, I mean, without truck drivers and without heavy equipment operators, and I know it's been tough here in the past few years of trying to hire people, but, you know, we start deleting personnel, more personnel from Public Works, it's even going to get harder.
No, vacancies, not personnel.
No, but
Vacant positions.
but
Okay.
vacancies. In other words, if we can't hire those positions later on, we are going to be hurting.
I mean, are there 3 or 4 of them that you just can't find spots for?
Sir?
Are there 3 or 4 that you can't find spots for?
Well, I mean, I think the ones that Dale mentioned earlier are the truck drivers,
Heavy equipment operators.
and heavy equipment operators.
I mean, because you've had the vacancies for a while.
Yes, sir. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to implement some type of training for our staff, so we can move some of our staff that are equipment operators, we can move them to heavy equipment operators, and trying to get them to get their class, at least try and get their class B, so we can move them up and get them trained, because we do need heavy equipment operators. And if we delete some of these, I mean, it's going to be hard for our department.
It's going to be hard for everybody, I get it.
Yes, sir.
I think you will fill these
I'm trying.
positions, yes.
Yes, ma'am. And not only that, but we're trying to, like I said, we're trying to train some of our staff that's just an operator,
Slim and Shred.
and get them to be moved up to heavy equipment operators. So,
We should have had all the department heads here. I mean, I know that some have made cuts, and like I've said before, we've had some department heads that have done this even when the need hasn't been as great.
Yeah.
But proportionally too, like some can say, you know, they've made 8 or 10, and that's sizable. Maybe a department only has 1, and they've made that, or we've made it for them. But it's proportional. I mean, I don't want to cut law enforcement, but if they're never filling that position, then why don't we cut more? Public Works, I mean, you've cut some, but if we cut a few more, but you still have that, I'm hoping that discretion we give him in the future to be able to move around or
1 year,
consolidate
yeah.
Right.
to make those positions more attractive. I'm all for that. I'm going to continually support that if it means helping us shrink down the budget now and giving you that flexibility. I'll say it now. I'll support any department head that wants to come in and move around your department or elected official and wants to move their department around to be able to make that position more attractive. You know, eliminating one, consolidating the other. So I'm just talking out loud. Doesn't mean that's necessarily what I'm going to do, but I'm just saying that's what I'd like to look at. So if we have a list that somebody can get us, that would be helpful, so we can just look, and whoever's here, speak now or forever hold your peace. I see
I think the
Chief's here, so
he probably has some comments to
I'm
make,
sure.
too.
Of course I do. You've already cut 6 positions. You cut six training positions out of the jail, and you've cut a deputy. But I tell you, when you start cutting public safety and you start calling for a deputy and you need help and they're not there, that's going to be a problem for you. And you say you don't want to cut public safety, but the reality situation, when you do, you're putting the risk of the citizens of this county.
But we're not talking current employees, so let's get that conversation
Well,
out of the way.
but you keep saying that we're never going to fill those positions, but we are, and we've made significant progress and cut way back. But you're going to get to a point.
So you think we'll get to 80 this year? We'll fill all 80?
I think we could at some point. We've already in the last 6 weeks picked up 20 positions because the sheriff has spent money on recruiting, hired an outside recruiting agency to assist us with. We're hiring. I think we have 12 in the barrel right now, an additional 12.
That's great.
And you know,
He has
Also,
gotten great response.
also when
with
you
his-
get in the jail, I mean, as it is, we have those people on working 12s, and it's not what we call a Panama shift where they get every other weekend off or anything like that. I mean, they're working hard 12s and working overtime every week, and it's costing you significantly. If we can fill those positions, and eventually we can save you some money. But you start cutting those positions that are now covering the overtime are going to be gone, and then you're going to be in the hole anyway. It's going to be significant.
Good point. That's why I'm glad you're here.
And, you know,
That's
you're
why
going
I'm glad
to, and
you're
you know,
here.
you took one deputy away from me, but that one deputy could mean the difference of a backup or not a backup, or getting to a call for service that's an emergency related.
Who took a deputy away from you?
The auditor's office, they took one deputy and 6 corrections from us already. You guys, 5 corrections, there's 6 positions you've already taken from us.
Wait, you submitted that, or he came up with it?
No, nobody came. They came from the auditor's office. It was sent to us, and then when we had Dina start checking to see where we were on positions, we had 6 taken out of our budget.
And one was a deputy?
One was a deputy.
Yeah, we didn't catch that one. I don't think we need to substitute.
We had 27. We had 27. We had 28 deputies last budget, and now we're down to 27.
And what was the other that we took?
6 corrections, I believe. Is that correct, Lisa?
So we took 7 total, or?
7 total from us already.
They gave up some, so like they gave up 2,
Get on the mic.
Good call, thank you.
they gave up 2 cadets in order to get the microcomputer, and then they gave up, I mean, it was mid-year personnel changes.
This wasn't changes that we just implemented at the end with this? This
No.
was changes that were made earlier?
We had 28 deputies, and we didn't give up 1 deputy, but you took one from us. And then there were 6 cadet positions that you took that we had not given up. Now, we have frozen some positions. We've taken some positions, like when we put Julie Guerra in place. He gave up positions for that. We're not arguing about those. That money is getting paid to somebody. When we brought an IT person over there, we gave up positions.
Hang on. When did we take anything from anybody? As I'm trying to figure out, how does that work?
Well,
No, I'm saying.
I don't know. I just know that my people came to me yesterday and said we're minus 6 positions.
Right, but the sheriff just texted the judge and said, you gave up 6 positions. That's what he just texted.
Well,
her.
that's not what we discussed
No,
earlier.
they said 6 of the sheriff's vacancies were cut already in the budget book.
Yeah, and that came from the auditor's office. Day before
One's a
yesterday.
deputy? But you just
One,
said,
one is a deputy. One of them was deputy positions. We had 28 this present budget, and we were told we're going to have 27 in the upcoming budget
we
if
need
they
to take
stick.
another, I'd rather take no offense, but I'd rather take another correctional away than a deputy ever. That's not, I'm not trying to.
Yes, sir.
I don't, we need to fix that. And that's where you got to tell us, because that wouldn't, if y'all don't come tell, the auditor has a hard job, and his job this time was 10 times as hard.
Yes, sir.
But if you don't come and tell us, that caught my ear immediately. I didn't sign off. And
Commissioner, I didn't know
No,
until
I
yesterday
didn't.
afternoon, and this is
And
the
I
first
missed
time
it.
I've had a chance to talk about it.
Right, I'm glad to know that you didn't know either, because I missed it too, and I didn't see it. So, that was, we can correct that. We need to flip a correction.
And that's my worry.
For a deputy.
Like I've said earlier,
Right.
is that when we make cuts or when we make a vote, we don't realize some of those cuts until once the dust settles. Like tonight, tomorrow morning, then we realize, oh my gosh, what has happened? So I'm glad that you're here bringing this up. And I wasn't saying let's sacrifice law enforcement, because I know we use that to be able to cover. Those positions are not just sitting there. Those positions are used still in the funding to help support the overtime.
And Commissioner, respectfully, we are trying to fill those positions so we can put our people back on what's known as a Panama schedule. They're on 12-hour shifts, but they're going to be back to where they're not going to be they're on 12 hours, but they're not going to be overtime shifts, and they're going to be getting more time off, because right now they work a schedule that's just brutal. I can't blame why. I understand why we lost them. First, we lost them in COVID, and then they weren't coming back because it's such a hard job. It's difficult.
We need to flip the deputy back, because that's not, I don't know how we do that, but that's not it.
Chief,
They're looking at.
I
That's not good.
totally agree with you. We all agree that the county's growing. The only ones that are not growing is the sheriff's department
Right.
and the constable, people that we need out there patrolling those rural areas.
Right.
Okay? So.
And I recognize this is not the year we're going to grow.
No.
I'm not trying to get there. I understand. I totally understand the budgetary constraints that we're under, and I respect that. I just don't think it helps if we start cutting people
No, it
that
doesn't
are
help.
patrolling.
I agree, it doesn't
Because
help.
I have to keep where we're at so that when a guy says I need a day off, I can give him a day off.
Exactly.
But because I will tell you, we have been in some situations where I've had one deputy patrolling the entire county, and when the constables aren't working at night, which happens frequently, you got one deputy, and we
Yeah.
have to depend on DPS to help us.
I remember a case
We put
where,
that deputy back in and change something.
We pull our information from our payroll cycle and our HR cycle, and our HR said it was only 27 employees, but we're going to make sure we get it resolved.
Okay. Because Dina tells me,
Yes.
our office manager tells me, she checked the budget, she double-checked, triple-checked, and we had 28 positions in our present budget. They're not all filled, but they will be, because I've got people in the pipe that I'm getting ready to hire, but if you tell me I can't, I need to know that.
No, we're fixing
It
it.
should be 28, but when we pull information from our system, current system, that's why, one of the reasons why we're changing the system is it's counting 27 deputies.
And we did reach out to the auditor's office yesterday and say, hey, we're seeing this, put them back, please. But we know everybody's got to make sacrifices, and we will make attempt.
We get it. We're just asking questions. I mean, we're just trying, we're
understand,
kind of at wit's end, and unfortunately, like I said earlier, we're not trying to pick on anyone. Y'all just have,
More
anyway,
positions.
well, but you have more.
But
Right, we have-
yesterday it wasn't fixed, and that's
The bigger
why.
bigger departments are always going to have more.
Lisa said they fixed it, yes, after we talked to her yesterday. So we're back, we're supposed to be back at 28 now?
Here.
Okay.
Yeah, Mike.
What happens is whenever one of his deputies that's certified, so after they've gone from the cadet school and they've become certified, either it's a deputy or a jailer, they then move down into the collective bargaining unit. Well, whenever a vacancy happens, they're typically not hiring a certified jailer or a deputy right off. They're going to the cadets. And so it's a variance between the cadet number and then the number of positions. Does that make sense? Because you fill cadets.
She's correct on the correction side. She's accurate on the correction
Hey,
side.
hold on. We're giving you dang
We're
deputy
good. All
back.
right, I
Yeah,
just
let's
wanna
go.
make
We
sure.
got a
All
ton
right, so
to
we're
do.
good on the
I mean,
deputy.
yeah.
We're good on the deputy. We're good on the deputy. All right.
thank you, Chief, did a good job.
Thank you for coming.
Okay, anybody got any other ideas?
You're the one keeping the towel.
I'm trying. I mean, I don't know.
You can always adopt a budget today and continue to make changes throughout the year. And then that salary, those savings that you have throughout the year would then be able to go to your fund balance. You just wouldn't have those expenses.
They just can't increase.
Yeah, why haven't we done that?
Just can't increase.
I don't know.
Say that
Well,
again. I
if we
can't-
adopt the budget now, it's got the $1.3 million that the commissioner's saying that they lost, that we want to try to eliminate. So if you want to go that way, that's fine. We can always, you can always reduce the budget. You just cannot increase it without emergency
Yes.
declaration.
So adopt the budget as it is right now with the amendments that we've discussed. And then during the year, you cut where you can, you reduce where you can, and you can keep going forward.
You can do that, yes. It'll show a
You can
$1.3 million
cut
loss.
you can cut your budget anytime you want to cut your budget.
How can you pass a budget that's not balanced?
Yeah.
I've never even heard of that in my life.
It's technically
fund
balanced
balance.
because we're using reserves.
No. You're saying because
Just
it's got.
lowers our,
Yeah, but you're saying unless we can find cuts throughout the year, we're going to be in the hole. We're going to dig in another $1.3 million into our reserves, which we already started $4 million in the hole on reserves today based on the deal we did earlier. So that's a little risky. I'm not saying I want to sit here all night, but I've never in my life passed a budget that wasn't balanced. And okay, balanced legally it might be, but that the revenues didn't match the expenses. That's balanced to me. Because reserves are reserves are reserves. That's like, that's a different account. But okay, legally we can. But boy, I don't know about that's kind of ugly. I don't know. I'm out of.
rush to get out of here. We're still digging in. We might want to take a
Maybe we-
15-minute recess
maybe
or
we-
something.
do we have to pass this there? Could we recess this meeting?
You have to pass it today.
The law says we have to.
The law
Why?
states we have to.
You'll have to research the law on.
Even if we recess?
Yes, under 111.039, which is the adoption of a budget for a county, it says that the budget is to be adopted after the tax roller rate has been set.
After
So
the what?
After the taxes have been set.
Tax roll.
Wait. One person, sorry.
Yeah, after the taxes have been set, then after the public hearing and the taxes have been set, then the budget is to be adopted under 111.039. Now, I'm having the office right now.
Does it say in 20, does it say in the same day?
That's what we're looking at right now. I know in the past when we've looked at this, it is meant, or I've seen sources, but that's what they're looking at in detail right now, is whether the sources are correct, that means that the budget in fact has to be adopted today. I believe by recollection that it does have to be adopted by today, but that's what we're looking at right now in our office.
So why don't you look at that in your office? Because I'd like to
Yes.
see the statute that says that it has to be done that day, but you just read me, that didn't say that, right? You
And
just-
I'm saying
It has to be
that
done,
based
it doesn't
off
say
of memory,
when.
secondary sources, case law, I don't recall has said that it has to be done on the same day. But that's what we're looking at. We're trying to find those sources right now to make sure that that's what 111.039A stands for.
Recess for 15 minutes, Judge, so we can all take a break, and maybe you can come back with an answer.
Yes.
Would that be okay?
Yeah, I just said
I need-
that recess for 15 minutes before you got onto that last deal.
Yeah.
That's perfect idea.
Great idea.
Yes. We are going to take a recess. We will be back at 5:45. Are we coming back on? Do we even need to say a time? We just did a recess. We're back from our recess.
Yeah.
And I think Juan Pimentel has some changes, reclassifications to do very quickly. He's already been meeting with Dale and.
And that's correct, Judge. We're going to go ahead and delete 4 of our truck driver 2s and use some of that monies to increase some of our rates for our heavy equipment operators and then some of our truck driver 1s and 2s, the ones that are we still have. And there'll be a cost savings about $16,000 plus or minus. And I already worked out that window.
Okay.
Okay, we're good. Do we need a motion? It just gets included in their motion? It's included. Oh, we'll vote on that when the budget.
Yeah,
So
that
we're
takes, all
we're
right.
good. Yes, okay.
Got it. Thank you,
They're
Juan.
gonna stay the same, but they're gonna give you- Thank you, Judge.
I would
Commissioner.
move it, I'd move acceptance of Juan's proposal.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Oh, Commissioner Gonzalez.
We'll go
Oh,
with
wait,
you.
I got to abstain.
Yeah, we'll go with you.
What are we doing?
The reclass, I got to abstain
you, Juan.
because it's a reclass.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, got to be consistent.
I'll make the motion. Commissioner Gonzalez will second.
They eliminated 4 positions and upped his,
Reclassification. Yes.
for assault, okay.
I
all
am
right.
making the motion. Commissioner Gonzalez has seconded because, and then all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And one abstain.
Thanks, Judge. Thanks, Commissioner. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Juan.
You're a team player, man.
Appreciate it.
And then, are you going to make that motion for the next so we can clear that up on the?
Go.
I'd like to make a motion at this.
Yeah, speak into your microphone. He loves that thing.
I'd like to make a motion at this time, Judge, that we move another $1 million from the 1115 waiver to, this will almost put us over the hill.
It will.
But I think it will. So we good, it would be good to go.
Second.
We have a motion to move an additional $1 million from 11 to 15 waivers to make up the difference for our budget deficit, seconded by Commissioner Chesney. All those in, or any other discussion about that? Sorry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. So do I need to go back to item number 5 for the resolutions first,
No,
or do I
Judge,
go to
would
6?
Make a motion to pass and adopt the budget, right?
Yes, we make sure you adopt the proposed budget with the amendments as approved by court.
That would be the motion.
Second.
Where's that paperwork? It's like, wait, where's the paperwork?
For the adoption of the budget?
Yes.
And y'all are gonna get mad because it's not gonna tie to what y'all think it should be.
No, well, I'm not making a motion. I take it back. I'm tired of it not. Go ahead,
Oh,
Judge, I'll
that
let you
was
do it.
awful, that motion I made. I was like,
Y'all are gonna get mad at the legislation, and it's not my fault. Okay,
I gotta do all the bad stuff again? Yes,
So
okay.
the legislation is gonna make you say that this budget is gonna raise more property taxes than last year's budget by this amount, but that amount is new property. So it's a decrease,
Oh,
but it's the way it's worded.
the wording says
The
it
word-
differently.
So it's,
You say it, I'll make the comments.
Thank you, clarify, yes, okay. I have to read all this?
no, just this in bold.
Okay. I make a motion to adopt the Nueces County 2023-24 budget. This budget will raise more total property taxes than last year's budget by $1,343,070, or 1.29%. And of that amount, $2,313,688 is tax revenue to be raised from new property added to the tax roll this year. Let me clarify. Can I say that now?
Yes.
Okay. We are going to be raising an additional $2,313,000 from new property. So actually, this is lowering. Yes.
Lowering your
Lowering your tax rate, yes. Our tax rate will be lower for every individual. This doesn't sound correct, and I don't like it either, but that's the way it reads. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a
Discussion.
motion and a second and discussion. Yes, sir.
I had one other peripheral issue. One I wanted to say, I want to make sure it's very clear. This is a huge day in Nueces County. We have everybody else, every other entity in town will claim they did not raise taxes. We will probably be the only one that actually did not raise taxes because we are passing a budget with the no new tax rate. So that's very significant. Dale, I posed a question to you earlier. You answered me partially on those. There were some ones that I saw, some salaries, and that looked like there were raises included on them. And you had,
Every year we have to evaluate, because every year we have to reevaluate we budget for 26 pay period cycles. However, sometimes we have 26.5s in a year, 26.7 and 25. So every year we have to reevaluate how much of the actual amount is going to be hit the budget. And this year, at the end of our fiscal year, we'll have a very large accrual to come back. So that's all it is a small accrual adjustments.
right. So, and to be transparent, I asked you because one of those was yours.
Yes.
One of those was Edwards.
Yes.
One of those was IT. One of those was whatever. But again, for the record, no one got raises other than the policy raises on the 1 every 3 year deal, correct? Okay, thank you. That's all I got, Judge.
I already told them that, right? I told them
And
that.
we have
Court-
several
court reports.
orders
I'm sorry.
that we still have votes we need to make. Y'all don't
With-
pack up and
and the
leave.
one-
Right, with the court reporter and the other one that you told us earlier, I'm sorry, yeah,
Yes.
that were statutory, the
Yes,
juvenile
that's correct,
probation
yes.
officer.
And the ones that was within the
And
circle.
and 2 county court law judges, they're required by law.
And what?
There was 2 county court law judges that got it, but they
Anything
was
was
required.
statutory, anything
Yes.
was legally mandated.
Yes.
Going back to item number 5, discuss and consider adoption of orders and resolutions related to the proposed 2023-24 Nueces County budget.
Now, Judge, real quick on the budget, did we do a roll call?
Oh, we didn't do a roll call vote on it. You're right. Sorry. Yeah, okay. Go back to our motion to pass the 2023-24 budget. Commissioner Hernandez, are you an aye or a no?
To adopt the budget?
To adopt the budget as amended with the changes?
I'm an aye.
Yes. Commissioner Amadas?
Aye.
Commissioner Chesney?
Aye.
Gosh, the world, the sky's falling. Commissioner
That must have hurt.
Gonzalez?
Emotional.
I'll be an aye.
And myself, aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for reminding me of that. Now, going back to item number 4, adoption of orders, and this first order of Nueces County Commissioners Court for budget authority for employee position. This order applies to and affects all employees who are authorized by Commissioners Court under the authority of subsection 152.00011, Local Government Code, Vernon's Texas Codes, or other authority in the Commissioners Court to set compensation and control the annual budget. And number 2, all employees who are authorized in the 2023-24 county budget, except number 3, it does not apply to employees over which the Commissioners Court has no authority to set that compensation. It is therefore ordered for each employee position that is vacant as of October 1, 2023, or that becomes vacant on October 1, 2023, or thereafter during budget year 2023-24, no official shall hire or fill an employee position that is vacant unless authorized by the Commissioners Court. No salary, allowance, or other compensation shall be paid except for those employees who are on the payroll as of October 1, 2023, unless specifically authorized or ratified by the Commissioners Court. The salary and fringe benefits for each vacant employee position may be transferred by the Commissioners Court to a special reserve designated by the county auditor. The authority and funds provided by this budget are frozen for each vacant position until released and reinstated by the Commissioners Court. And I will make the motion to adopt this with the understanding that people know that the,
They just have to come to us, right?
yeah, the
It's the
departments
same
that
one,
have
right.
vacancies that are not frozen,
It's the same
that
one
does not
every
mean
year.
you can't fill your positions. Yes, okay. I made the
follow it,
motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Oh, yes, ma'am.
Does that go to ARPA attorneys?
Well, yeah, but you just have to come get it approved, but that's.
Okay,
I mean, it's
different
ARPA.
funding
That's
source.
already funded.
That's already
Right.
funded. This is, if you have vacancy, like the sheriff's office that's trying to fill his,
Yeah.
that's not for this, that's
Okay,
this.
I just wanted to be sure.
Yes.
It's all, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, that motion passed. The next one, Commissioners Court Resolution setting the travel mileage and per diem reimbursement rates. Whereas the Commissioners Court from time to time sets the travel policy for expenses and other travel reimbursements for officials and county employees, and whereas fuel cost and other factors have increased the cost to county officials and employees to undertake reasonable and necessary travel for the purposes of county business. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, that the travel reimbursement rate for mileage is hereby set at 49 cents per mile, and the per diem rate is hereby set at $48 per day.
Is that sorry.
This order is effective October 1st, 2023, and applies to travel taken during the budget year 2023-24. I'll make the motion.
Is that the same, Judge?
Second.
A second. We have a motion and a second discussion. Is that the same as, it sounds like
Last year? That same as last year?
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. My bad.
Thanks for the clarification. It is the same, oh, mercy, these are both sides of the page. Yes, it is from last year. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Commissioners Court resolution regarding county interfund loans. Whereas a number of the grants awarded to the county are reimbursement grants, requiring the county to expend county monies before getting access to the grant funds. Whereas the Commissioners Court from time to time may need to fund grant projects in the interim before being reimbursed with grant funds. Whereas the funding of these grant projects can be accomplished through a short-term county interfund loan, i.e. loaning monies from the general fund to the grant's operating fund until grant funding is received. And whereas for purposes of this resolution, a short-term interfund loan is meant to refer to credit debit accounting entries in the county's balance sheet between two county funds and is not meant to indicate a traditional loan where interest may be accrued. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, that monies from the county general fund up to a maximum of $2 million may be used to provide the county's grant operating fund with a short-term interfund loan pending receipt of applicable grant funds. Upon receipt of grant funds, the county's general fund will be immediately credited monies received. This order is effective October 1, 2023, and applies to grant funding necessary during budget year 2023 and 2024. I make the motion to accept. We have a motion and a second to adopt the resolution. Is there any other questions on this one? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. Commissioners Court resolution and order establishing financial guidelines for minimum general fund reserves. Yikes. Whereas sound fiscal policies are crucial to enabling the county to maintain its long-term financial stability and excellent bond rating, and whereas ad valorem tax revenues are normally not collected until mid-December each year, and as such, adequate fund reserves are required to provide operating monies for the first 3 months of each fiscal year. Now therefore be it resolved and ordered by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, that it is the court's continued goal for budget year 2023-2024 to maintain a minimum general fund reserve of 25% of general fund budgeted revenues and transfers, duly adopted by the Commissioners Court on this 13th day. And with our budget the way we are doing this, Dale, before we vote on something we just didn't do. Okay. I'll make the motion to approve this resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I want to make sure we remember, we said 25%.
Yes.
Okay, because now we're arguing about 28%, we're arguing about 26%, so now remember we're saying 25%. We can go over.
We've gone over?
We can go over, it's okay. But remember, we're voting that it's kind of 25%. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. We have Commissioners Court resolution and order establishing financial guidelines for use of excess revenue generated from operations at the Richard M. Borchard Fairgrounds. Whereas sound fiscal policies are crucial to enabling the county to maintain its long-term financial stability and to enable the county to provide funding for operating the Richard M. Borchard Fairgrounds. And whereas annual operating funds and periodic capital improvement funding is necessary to allow proper management of the fairgrounds complex, and whereas revenues will be generated from activities and events held at the fairgrounds, now therefore be it resolved and ordered by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, that for budget year 2023-2024, all excess revenue earnings generated from operations at the Richard M. Borchard Fairgrounds shall be reinvested back into the fairgrounds for funding general operations, capital improvements, and expansion. Can I get a motion on this resolution?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And Commissioners Court resolution and order establishing a special revenue account for deposit of county funds received from the sale of fixed assets. Whereas sound fiscal policies are crucial to enabling the county to maintain its long-term financial stability and excellent bond rating, and whereas there is a need to prudently manage county resources in order to provide the best public service with limited resources available to the county, now therefore be it resolved and ordered by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas, that for budget year 2023-2024, the county will continue to maintain a special revenue account for the deposit of county funds received from the sale of fixed assets originally purchased and general fund monies. Can I get a motion for this resolution?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second on the fixed assets. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. That's it. That is the end of that. We had talked about the, if we wanted to go back into executive. I understand that it doesn't seem like there's any need for that now.
No.
From the discussion, right? Okay. I just want to make it
Nothing
clear
changed-
before I
nothing changed.
canceled any.
Right,
There's
right,
no.
right.
Yes, okay. Do adjourn, I guess, we've done all the, we did all the votes we were supposed to, Dale? Okay. So do we have any adjournments in memory? And I would like for us all to keep our dear friend and coworker Teresa McLemore in our prayers and continue to reach out to her family. It's I know we don't have the we don't have anything on the services yet, but
She
we
did send
will
something, yeah.
continue.
The service, she did send something on.
Oh, she did send today? Okay.
Also,
But-
Your Honor, 2 members of my staff lost a grandparent.
Yes, that's very sorry. We will keep them in our prayers as well. Yes.
I have one, Judge.
Go ahead.
Wanted to offer condolences to the family of Patsy Wynn. She was born to Hugh Brown and Bronte Isabella Miles Brown in Turner, Arkansas on December 21, 1928. She was born again when she received Jesus Christ and her Lord and Savior in 1956. She passed into heaven with her family by her side on Tuesday, August 22nd, 2023. She met the love of her life, Charles C. Wynn, in San Antonio, Texas, and they were married in the summer of 1955. She cared for their 5 children and managed the home. In 1971, they moved to Eagle Pass, where all the children attended school. 1995, the family relocated to Corpus Christi, Texas, where she resided for the rest of her life. She'll be remembered for her compassion for others, her dedication to her family and friends, and her faithful devotion to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. So we would pass on the condolences to all the family, and it is a very large family and very involved family in our local community and local Coastal Bend area, and we certainly pass our condolences on for the passing of Patsy Wynn.
Very much. Send our condolences. Is there anyone else who has any? You have something, Commissioner Modis?
Yes, Judge. Eleanor Theus Pfluger passed on August 29th, 2023. She was from Bishop, and she lived to the blessed age of, well, she passed just 18 days before her 101st birthday. And her family, Pfluger, as you could tell, Pflugerville.
Yeah.
So we were very fortunate to have her in our community. Her family's very active and involved in the Bishop community, and so I just want to pass condolences to the Pfluger and Lohman families in Bishop.
Very much so. What a blessing to live that kind of life at that age. Yes. Yes. Are there any others? We would ask that you keep all of these individuals and their families in your prayers, please. I will accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
A motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Got resolutions to sign before y'all leave.
Yeah.
I'm clapping.